Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is International Master Junta Ikeda. I just played a chess tournament over the last 5 days, the Doeberl Cup, which is Australia's, I guess, premier annual chess tournament. And I played against masters in every round, 9 games. So in this stream, what I'll be doing is going over each game, talking about how I made decisions and how I think during games. The aim of this stream is to help you with your chess so you can think clearly and take something away that you can use in your own games. So please ask any questions, and let's get into round one. So round one was against the candidate master, and I was black. And this is my first stream in English. I've done it in Japanese before, but so I don't know what this will be like, so let's just see how it goes. I wanted to do a stream right after the tournament because it's all still fresh in my mind and I can talk through what I was thinking, or at least I can still remember it. Okay, d4. I've always played knight f6. c4, e6. I think I've played this opponent like 7 times maybe before this game. And he played g3. So sort of a Catalan type of game. So against this one, I like playing d5 or c5. c5, a Benoni kind of thing, because Benoni's not seen as a super strong opening. But when they play g3, Benoni, I think it's a bit better from the black side. But in this tournament, I decided to go for d5 before the tournament. I think before a tournament, I like deciding, like, I'm just going to play this. So during a tournament, you don't have to waste, like, your thinking time about what am I going to play next game. So just decide on something and stick with it. Okay, knight f3. Now this one, against this opponent, I'd played bishop b4 check before, but I've been playing around with h6. Which is a bit of a weird waiting move, but it does stop bishop g5 in some lines. Bishop g2. And bishop b4 check in this setup is quite common. So after bishop d2, and the idea is actually to often go back. And the point is, it looks like you've wasted a move, but this bishop actually blocks the queen's defensive d4, so it turns out white usually has to move this bishop again because it's a little bit in the way here of white's pieces. Okay, castles. And I think I like playing this as black. And when you play openings, I think most people maybe just decide from some looking at opening course or books. But for move one, I think it's good to think about why do you want to play that one? So it should be something you genuinely want to play and enjoy. For me, I like this setup against the Catalan because it gives black a few ways to play. So often it looks pretty solid in the opening, but you can either go a bit more aggressive with knight e4, f5. You can go b6, put the bishop on b7 or a6. Or a5 is also an interesting idea. I'm still actually working out what the main differences are between putting h6 or not, whether to go knight e4 or not, whether to go b6, a5. I think what I do in my openings is I like having a lot of options. So not always the same structure. I think that's why I prefer d4, knight f6 over d4, d5, let's say. So I like having flexibility. This one followed the main move, rook d1, knight b7, go b3, b6. Okay, knight c3. Here black needs to be a bit careful because white has a bit more space in the center. And if they're able to get e4 and black just doesn't do anything, like if you just play bishop b7 or something, which might be okay here, but you need to be a bit careful about letting e4 happen because white just has more space. They might go e5. And after d takes e4, knight takes e4, often the pawns here versus the pawns here, I think unless black can get c5 in a good way, white just has better space and better chances. So you want to be a bit careful about that. So I played bishop a6 in the database, the masters. This is the only move that's been played. So this stops white playing e4 because they have to do something about this pawn. Hammery, thanks for the comment. And hope it helps. So we'll see how long this stream goes. Good. I once did a tournament games recap one, which went for 9 or 10 hours, and this one's 9 games as well. And we'll see if hopefully I as long as, one chess player learns something from this stream, that's my goal achieved. Okay, bishop a6. And so white has to do something. Often in a lot of Catalan lines, they do let black take on c4 to open this diagonal, or he lets white get the center. So white was okay with black taking. They went bishop f4. So if takes immediately, I was a bit worried about knight e5. This bishop's opened up. And yeah, you're probably going to lose this pawn. And takes doesn't look very good because d takes. And yeah, knight d5, maybe 4. It looks dangerous for black. So I wanted to prepare for takes with defending this one first with rook c8, and that rook wasn't used. I was talking with other students of mine who were also playing in this tournament. There were 5 sections. But I think one thing you want to do in any game from the opening to middle game stage is whatever opening it is, you want to think about using all of your pieces effectively. So in terms of thinking of moves, one thing I noticed during this tournament with my own thinking was that like some of it is concrete calculation. Like I go there, the opponent goes here. So obviously you have to calculate. But when you can't decide just by calculation, I base a lot of my decisions on chess principles. For example, development, using all my pieces. And so that's why I went rook c8 here instead of taking. So better to use all your pieces in general if you're not sure. Okay, white, they went e4. So they were okay with me taking. And that brings some interesting lines. I wonder what else white could do. I guess they could go knight e5. And then I was thinking of either taking or g5 is an option in some of these lines. It looks a bit risky, moving the pawn in front of the king, but white can't exploit that immediately. So let's say g5, bishop goes back somewhere. And then you can often take this one and attack it, let's say with knight g4, and then the bishop's also attacked. In the game, they went for e4. And so again, if I just take, I think their structure is just more comfortable for white. They have more space. And then there's bishop. It doesn't feel like there's much point to putting it on a6 if I'm not taking this one. So d takes e4 wouldn't, I think, make much sense. So I took on c4. So the drawback is that I do win a pawn, but white gets a big center. And that's always the trade-off. You need to calculate, is d5 going to be okay? My queen's on the same file as the rook. But here I thought I have enough moves to sort of support the pawn grab. Let's say c5, and might get one of white's central pawns. Or moves like g5 to put the bishop away from this good square. Okay, white went knight d2. So what you don't want to do is just take another pawn, thinking you're just going to be a pawn up. Because after a takes, now the bishop's going to be attacked. And if you just go back, rook takes a7, that looks quite good for white. But then if you just let white take for nothing, then again, white has this really nice center, and you've given up your nice pawn, or moved it from the center. So, but here black has g5. That's what I played because white does get the center, but here at least I can get white's bishop pair. So rather than just give white the center for nothing, you get white's bishop pair, which is an imbalance that you have to evaluate. But here I like the look of this. And especially as black against a low-rated player, I think you're happy usually to make some imbalances. So it might be knight versus bishop, or some difference in the structure between white and black. Because if it's completely equal, then often as black, white is half a tempo up usually. So it's harder for black to sort of go for a win, generally speaking. But if you can create some imbalance, that's what you want to do as the high-rated player, because then there's more chance for things to get complicated, and then you can try and navigate those interesting positions better than your opponent. So knight g4. White went e5. Let's have a look at if white just takes the pawn back. Let's say knight takes c4. I think I was planning to just take the bishop, because I'm not sure what else is a good move to play here. I could also take this first, but maybe c5 to try and open up the c file. But I think I was thinking of just taking. If knight takes, maybe c5 immediately. And I'm pretty happy with the two bishops there, long term, I thought. F takes, probably similar. You can consider c5 or e5 at some point. Maybe move the queen out of the rook's way first. So knight takes c4 is possible. I think that's what I expected. Oh, there are still some games here in the Masters database. Knight takes c4 is the most common, but yeah, black scores well there. Okay, in this game, white played e5, which opens up the bishop and looks logical in that sense. Yep, so I think what black has to come up with some good ideas here, because white does have this nice chain, or close to a chain, bind in the center. I still can't take here because it opens up white's rook. So the question is, do I take here immediately? Do I play c5? So quite a complex position. I went c5 first. So the drawback to white's e5 is that this pawn becomes a bit weak. So instead of taking the bishop immediately, I wanted to keep the option of taking this, let's say, after this exchange. So if d takes e5, for example, then you can take the bishop first, and then this you can target the weakness with the bishop here, and that's weak as well, for example. So white went queen e4, I think to keep these pawns secure. And here, yeah, I don't think I have many options. I guess I could consider takes, but yep, my plan was to take the bishop. So we still can't take here because the bishop is going to be weak. But I found a nice line here, which c takes d4, e takes d4. And so we have this dark square bishop that we're not really using. And here I thought bishop b4 was quite annoying. So first if c takes b3, yeah, still white can play here. And let's say rook takes. This was possible too. And black is still a pawn up. But yeah, white has a nice light square control here. And I guess white has some compensation. So that was possible. But more annoying for white, I thought, was bishop b4. And then it's a bit annoying for white because if you defend the knight, then you don't have this file anymore. So let's say c takes b3, and then black would win another pawn because this knight's attacked. Rook c1, 2, now it's... Yeah, once this is attacked, black has options of, let's say, taking, just defending the pawn. And again, takes is a bit more comfortable now that, yeah, you'll also attack this one. So black would win material there. So white played knight e2. And takes is still possible. Takes, let's say, takes. And after the exchanges, black is a pawn up. And a bit better here. Hey, morning, Satra. How's it going? Yep, so we'll be going over my classical games. So yeah, if you have any questions, don't be shy and ask, because now I'm doing this stream more for partly I love sort of being able to put my thoughts from the games before I forget all of them. Like give it a few days after a tournament and you just forget. And so, and also I haven't used like engines to look at any of my games because I want to go over them myself first on this stream and maybe afterwards as well before checking with the engine. so that's possible. But c3 I thought is even more annoying because it is a pass pawn and supported by the bishop too. So black has managed to keep an extra pawn plus a pass pawn. So it's like another asset that black has. Now this is annoying for white. Let's say they just move it somewhere. Then black immediately has c2. And yeah, let's say rook c1. The tactic here would be bishop takes e2. And then this rook, you can win the exchange. That would be winning for black. Hey Aussie, how's it going? Thanks for the comment you did on my channel about the Doeberl as well. And it was cool that you played 2 years ago. So maybe you saw me. Maybe we crossed paths then as well. Hopefully you can play in the future again. Yeah, after the Doeberl in Australia, there's 2 more tournaments that are 9 rounds. One in Sydney in maybe a day or two, and then one in Melbourne. I love to play all three. Can't do so this time, but yeah, maybe next year I'll play all three. That would be amazing. And maybe you guys, Satra and Aussie, will be playing over the board too in 1 year time. Yep. Yeah, all of these are... Oh, actually, maybe the Sydney one's 5 days as well. So 2 games a day. It's pretty grueling. But in Australia, like in Europe, there's so many tournaments that are 1 round a day, which is like the best because you can prepare well. You have time to rest after each game and then prepare for the next one. While in Australia, it's 2 games a day of 90-30. And we even have weekenders over long weekends, which you do 3 games of 90-30, which is just insane. And I don't know if any other country does that. Actually, the Doeberl some years ago, it was even longer than 90-30. It was 90-30, and then at 40 moves, you get another 30 minutes. So the games can go 5 or 6 hours. And so, yeah, you could have like 12-hour days if you have 2 long games. And yeah, we were just used to that in Australia. We were like, oh, that's normal. But 1 year, Indian GM Ganguly, he won the Premier tournament. And then in his speech at the closing ceremony, he said, okay, this is not healthy, guys. You need to change. And I think that's why that pushed this change to 90-30. So now it's at least a bit more human. Yeah, 3 games. I used to think that was normal, but it was just, yeah. After like the last few years, I've realized, oh, that is not normal in world chess standards, and it is not healthy. Yeah, even 2 games of 90-30 is just exhausting, especially if you don't play regularly. So that's definitely a thing. If you're not used to tournaments, like if you only play a couple times a year, then just getting back into that sort of routine of playing, let's say, 2 4-hour games in 1 day. And the Doeberl, there is one thing with the schedule that is not optimal. Like the first 2 days, it's 1 p.m. and then 7 p.m. But then the third day it goes to 9:30 a.m. and 3 p.m. So on the second day, which we'll cover, of course, in this stream, so my game finished at 11:30 p.m. I had a super long game, and then have to drive home. It's midnight when you get home, and you already have to wake up in like 7 or 8 hours and get ready for the next game. So it is pretty exhausting. Not sure if they'll ever change that. Okay, enough to see through. Oh no, I used to play the Blitz. So the Doeberl has this Blitz on like the third night, Saturday night. But no, I used to love it as a junior, but now, I mean, I just want to rest after the 2 long games. So yeah, I saw some masters were playing the Blitz, but no, I don't think I could enjoy it. I'd just be tired and I'd be thinking like, oh, I just want to rest. So maybe I'm just gotten too old. But it is a fun event, the Blitz too. And I have won it in the past, but now I'm too old, and I think. Yeah, Sartre, that's fair as well. It was your first 90-30 tournament, and yeah, I think the 2 games were enough. Although you were playing Blitz in the earlier days of during the tournament as well, which I was impressed with. C4, C3, knight C4. Okay, here's a question. Since you guys have you guys watching, think about what you do for black here, because yeah, there were 2 options I was mostly thinking of, and I chose the sort of easier one. But let's see if you guys can come up with 2 options of what I was thinking for today. Mhm. B5, B5. Yep, bishop takes. Those are look like forcing options. And there's one more move that, see if you can find it. There's which I think might have been the best. I was having a look afterwards, and this was the one I wanted to play. But I'll show it. But so b5, bishop takes c4. Let's see if you can find the other one, which I was thinking of as a candidate. Yep, Sartre. Yes, that does look like it wins a pawn. And you are already a pawn up, so you probably become 2 pawns up. Possibly like for good if white can't get a pawn back after that. So bishop takes c4 definitely strong. We'll cover your move to Aussie b5. Let's see if you can come up with one more that is a forcing option. Yep, good to look at forcing options. Yep, knight e5. Probably white's covered it enough. Knight c5 is also forcing, but yep, you don't quite get enough after they take the knight. But I think it's always just good to look at forcing options and not like any move that does something at. I think as you're, I guess, with more experience and as you get better, you eliminate, moves that just lose material, of course. But the funny thing with that is, I guess, sometimes when you get to a level where you sort of dismiss moves that just lose material, and then you might miss the the sacrifices that work and things like that. So there's always that balance. But yep, rook takes c4 is another one. Exchange sack. Yep, all the moves coming. f5, it's another one. Okay, rook takes c4. Yeah, after takes, you have some compensation for the exchange, but probably not enough to justify sacking an exchange. f5 is forcing, but e takes f6. Okay, queen takes, but it's not bad actually. I haven't thought of that before, so interesting move. But I think compared to the other move, which still hasn't come up, it's not as critical because you're not going for any new tactic or winning material or something. So, yep, still haven't come up the other move I was considering. No, that's interesting because I guess it's because if you have more than one person, in this case, it doesn't come up as an obvious move. It might be what I was talking about, where it's a move that looks like it loses material, so you wouldn't consider it immediately. But it is a forcing move. Yep. Hello, Shock RL. Yes, C2 was the move I was thinking of. So in the game, I went for the sort of simple option. Actually, I have the score sheets, the good old score sheets. So I have how much time I spent here. How much time did I spend here? Oh, I only spent 3 minutes. Okay, that's a bit poor. I should have calculated a bit better. Got a bit lazy. Okay, so the game was bishop takes c4, which we'll get to. But and the other move, Aussie, you mentioned was b5. But here, I think after knight e3, the bishop gets blocked, and they've also stopped c2. So I didn't do b5 here. But c2 is the annoying one. So firstly, if queen takes c2, maybe you guys didn't think of this because you thought, oh, you lose the pass pawn. But then you win a piece, b5. So that's the first justification. But it goes a bit deeper than that. So c2, it looks like the pawn is a bit loose here. But it is much quicker to promotion. And after bishop takes c4, takes, rook takes c4, you have these threats of bishop a3, bishop d2. So, but the question is, what happens if rook takes c2? And you have to look further and calculate if black has something after this. And probably one of you will find this here. What's the critical move for black here? Because otherwise you've just lost the pass pawn. So you need some idea for black here. Yep, nice c5. So I was calculating this, and so white has to give up defense of the rook. Yep, Aussie knows as well. That's right. So they have to take. White has two options, but probably takes makes sense to keep I get the good knight, and then it's sort of opposite colored, I guess. Rook takes is also possible, but I don't know, f5 maybe, or yeah. But I was looking more at bishop takes e4, and so we've got queen versus rook and knight, queen and pawn, and rook versus rook and knight. So, but I was looking at this and I thought, is this really that good? Like, I was a clear pawn or 2 pawns up, and then comparing to this, it's like white has this nice pawns here still. The opposite colored makes it a little bit harder for black to attack effectively, and like I thought it's hard for my queen to get into play. So I was looking at this and I didn't spend much time, like only 3 minutes, but I was seeing things like rook c1, white gets the rook in, and where am I gonna like attack from? But probably this is objectively winning. Like in this stream, I'm not really planning to use the engine because I think, you can use engine at any time yourselves. And so this is, I wanted to show like how I think about things. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yep, so Aussie, he has a channel on YouTube too, another Australian creator, so check him out if you haven't before. But here probably, okay, let's say, I wonder what's the best here, queen e7 or maybe bishop d2, just to go for check. But I couldn't completely evaluate this as being that good for black, but I mean, you are queen for rook and knight up, so I should have considered this a bit longer. I only spent 3 minutes to dismiss this and just went for this simple bishop takes c4. Yep, shock RL, that's what I was thinking. So yeah, I'm pretty sure if you ask an engine, okay, maybe a few times in the stream, maybe we'll cheat and have a look at the evaluation. But looking at this now, I feel like as long as you can stop white's like immediate initiative coming, I mean, the queen should be better than the rook and knight here. Once you get the rook into, I guess getting the rook into play is the other tough one. So it's one of those positions that probably the engine likes, but as a human, it's like, is this really that good? So I wonder what the, okay, let's say queen e7 or bishop d2. I'm not sure which one's better. Let's say queen e7. So you try and get the rook in as well. Rook c1. And I feel like maybe this is one way to get the queen in. I don't think I'm not sure if I looked this far in the game. Oh no, I don't think I did. Because if I did, I probably would have considered it more. But you have to see the tactic of, getting the queen here so they can't take the bishop. But even then, is it enough? It's hard to immediately like be confident. But if I probably saw this far, I would have considered it more. Because I just didn't see how to get the queen in like this. Yep, you're welcome, Aussie. Thanks for always supporting my channel as well. Okay, let's look at the evaluation and quote cheat, because yeah, we're not gonna have the engine on today, but only to check like where we want to know the engine evaluation. Okay, so I'm guessing it might be like minus maybe even -3, or maybe I'm being too confident. It's like if white has nothing clear and black has some way to tangibly get something going, then it should be better for black. At least -2, I feel like. Let's have a look. Oh yeah. Yep, about -2 to -3, which, in human terms, it's like sometimes hard to translate into actual human moves. But okay, bishop a5, queen e7, bishop d2. So yeah, so that was a bit of a missed chance for me. I got lazy. Like I saw this endgame and I'm like, compared to this, maybe I should just be a pawn or 2 pawns up and play a normal game. But definitely something I should have considered more. So c2 was the line here. But instead I went for the simple, you could say, bishop takes c4. Rook takes c4. So black's 2 pawns up. And, it's hard to sort of say that this was a wrong decision. Practically, it's sure the other one might have been better as an engine, but I think in human terms, this is totally fine to go for. So here, I remember thinking around here, I was like, okay, I'm 2 pawns up, looking good. I haven't played a tournament for 8 months, but I should be winning this game. So all these entitled self-talk was coming into my mind. So I was like, I'm going to win this game. I'm going to win the other games. And it's embarrassing, but, to be honest, I was thinking things like, oh, and then people will see how like how good I am. Like there were weird thoughts coming like that, but I think I want to just be honest and share that masters think these sort of stupid things as well. But I was catching myself thinking that I'm like, okay, got to focus. But for one or two moves here, I was just thinking, oh, this is probably winning already. So I was relaxing a little bit mentally. Yep, Aussie. Yeah. So what I did was, I think more tactics. I was playing more blitz in recent weeks, just to get sharp. Things like puzzle rush survival and calculation exercises. Oh, I didn't bring the book here. It's I've been reading a Dvoretsky Yusupov Secret. What was it? School of Future Champions series. That's more for like FIDE. I think 2000 plus players. It's probably best for, but calculation exercises in the end game. And the book I'm reading now is a volume on endgame technique, but that just inspired me to want to play endgames. So my goal for the tournament became like to play fast enough that I get to the endgame with enough time, which I didn't really succeed in. I got endgames, but I just didn't have enough time to, have like half an hour at move 40. That was like my ultimate goal, but I didn't achieve that in any game. But it did make me more conscious about time management because that's my main issue. So, but definitely some games where I did well. So here again, C2 is coming with, this controlling C1 and maybe that winning queen tactic again. So white blocked it with queen C2. So yeah, I think that helped. The way for me of playing blitz, doing tactics and calculation, mostly probably rapid training matches would have been good, but yeah, I didn't manage this time. But ideally, yeah, it would be good if you play someone around the same level in rapid rather than blitz. But I didn't have too much time. So it was more doing my own thing and playing blitz. But it was good to stay get in form and just deciding what openings I'm going to play. So I don't have to like study during the tournament. Like I might look at opponents and decide what to play, but in terms of deciding what to play, I like doing it before the tournament, so you don't have to, spend your like mental energy deciding, am I going to play this tomorrow or am I going to play that? I think you should just decide and just be confident in playing that one. So, okay, here, black's 2 pawns up, but how are we going to convert this? Okay, maybe it's too early to even mention converting because we have a pass pawn, but it's completely blocked. Opposite colored bishops, so in terms of like black, sure, it's defending this pawn, but it is hard to use that bishop. Well, white does have a nice bishop, and these pieces aren't really being used. So here I knew I was, it's objectively winning, but it's like, how do you actually win this? So you need to improve your pieces. So I thought queen e7 made sense. The rook can come in, support the bishop as well. Yep, played some puzzles. Oh yeah, playing in May, nice. Which tournament are you playing? Yeah, and it also depends, of course, how much time you have. Yeah, blitz can be good, blitz and rapid, just to get in shape because you do need to, play games before a tournament. Although I like right before a tournament, like a day or two, I often like not doing any chess at all because then you're hungry to play. Like if you're doing blitz like all day, the day before the tournament, that can make you a bit tired. So, at least the day before the tournament, have a bit of a rest and just get excited to play chess. But otherwise, yeah, tactics are definitely good. And I think just what I like doing is have a goal for the tournament, not in terms of results, but in terms of the quality, like what you want to focus on. For me, it was just playing fast. Because once I play fast, it leads to other positive things I want to accomplish, like being more confident, just trusting my intuition, and just not having doubts. During this stream, I'll talk about all the doubts I still had and where I struggled with managing my time well. But because if you only think about results, it's just, so you might do well or you might do badly. But then when you do badly, it's like, what did you gain from the tournament? So if you only think about results, it can easily be very depressing. But at least if you have this other goal, that might be time management, or let's say it can be anything like process related. Like I want to just think of a candidate option in the middle game on every move because you always, jump into one, for example. So just set a goal that you can control yourself that's separate from results is what I'd recommend. Oh yeah, Churchy. Yeah. Some people I talked to at this tournament, they're playing that one as well. So it sounds good. Yeah. And I think just look at, your last over the board tournaments and look at the main thing you want to do better in this one is good. Okay, rook d3. But around here, I really started thinking, let's look at the time. So I had around 45 minutes here. Actually, my opponent was down to 15-ish. So, but here I was thinking, okay, if I'm too complacent here, white's going to have, rook f3, rook af1, maybe even g4, knight g3, knight h5. That's obviously a lot of moves, but it is a actual threat, like knight check, h4, rook f6, and this queen's also aiming here. So if I do nothing, I can easily lose this game if I just sit here, because white has these pretty natural ways of improving the position and coming for an attack. So what I can do is, I was seriously considering moves like f5 here to like eliminate this play on the f file, maybe even f6, but I think I was looking at f5 just to block it and force them to en passant. So that's one option. It's like stopping white's play on the king side, or at least creating some play there myself. Let's say f5 takes, knight d5, then my knight's in play. I've got rid of the strong central pawn. But you do let this square, you need to be careful, and you need to calculate if, am I losing that pawn? Am I going to be able to win it back? So one approach is this f5 I was thinking of, and the other is just to consolidate this pawn. Let's say b5, bishop back, b4, bishop back, attack this weakness. But the risk with this one is that you keep the passed pawn, but it does give white a few moves to potentially build something. So I had to calculate further there. And it's something you can't like calculate fully, so these decisions are hard. But I figured that if things got desperate, I can play f5. But for now, I felt like I should improve this bishop to b6 and secure this pawn. Because then if white gets nothing, in the endgame, this passed pawn with this pawn support is definitely going to be winning. Yep, rook f8. Good idea. Okay, so I'm guessing you mean here. So you do secure this pawn, but you are getting away from the defense of this. So let's say rook f1. And then after rook f3, white's already threatening rook takes f7. Well, this looks nice, but there's no way to actually move the queen from here and then advance it. So it's like all these pieces are just defending the pawn, but what are you actually going to do? Like you need b5, knight b6, knight d5. And white immediately has this threat. So if you have to go back, that would be you'd have to go back. So rather than rook f8, I wanted to keep the pawn here. I'll keep the rook here in case maybe I have to do an emergency f5. But yeah, it is a tough decision. So I went b5, but around here I was thinking, oh my god, 2 moves ago I was thinking, like, I'm going to win this game. What a great player I am. All those stupid things that come up. 3 years of, I guess, you always have that fight with the demons inside you that, want external validation and people seeing you doing well, which definitely the last few years I've gotten over a lot of it, but it still comes up because that you've just been wired that way for like decades after playing many players. Okay, rook f1. Okay, bishop f5, but yeah, like I had to be careful of rook f3. They went h4, which definitely interesting. So white's creating this play on the king side. Well, I'm 2 pawns up, but there's no way to win immediately. So I have to be careful white doesn't have something on the king side. So this is a cool idea, h4. If I get super greedy, which you shouldn't, you immediately give white like the g file or the knight this square as well. So definitely you don't want to take this pawn. Because you're already 2 pawns up, it's like you don't need another pawn. What you need is to stabilize somehow to stop the opponent's counterplay. So I went bishop b6, which does give this tactical threat. So this is a bit of a tempo move. And whenever they take this pawn, you can rook takes. Okay, I can take this pawn, or pin if they take with the knight, or just win it immediately. So king h1 makes sense. Get away from this pin. So, and here, I went b4, knowing that I'm giving white another move to sort of build on the king side, but I thought it should be okay. But it was a bit scary for sure, because rook f3 is probably the most... I guess there's nothing immediate, but this was a bit scary too. Like, you have to make sure you're not losing after rook f6 or something comes. So that was the other option. My opponent went for bishop h3, which... Why did he do that? Maybe against f5, I guess you're attacking this one. Or maybe the bishop's coming this way, but maybe rook f3 was a bit more critical. But I guess you had to calculate bishop takes d4 and make sure that's okay for white. So bishop h3. So I went king g7 just to make sure there's... Well, you have to make sure this is okay. I think it was defending this in advance in case like rook f3, rook f6 comes. The only drawback to king g7 is that it would give white this check with tempo, and then knight f6, rook f6 is scary. So you need to make sure that you're not just walking into a free check for white. Yep, bishop, queen b3, let's have a look. Yep, good idea. That's a good move because it's like if rook fc8 again, white's distracted black from the defense of this one. So probably you want to just move the rook back, maybe to c7, and potentially defend this one again. Queen b3, yeah, would have been interesting. So it forces me to go back. At the same time, though, it might allow c2 later, so it is that trade-off. But yeah, queen b3 would have been interesting too. And you do cause a bit of pressure here. So yeah, white could have gone all out, like against e6, for example. And so it's definitely never easy in chess. Even if you win a pawn or two, like there's always ways for the opponent to make a play. So you can't relax until the game's over. Yep, as cliche as that sounds. Yep, so queen b3, interesting idea. Okay, and white took, h takes g5. Probably there's nothing too immediate. I guess rook f3, it's good that I have this bishop takes d4. And I guess even after rook f6, it's not like white has an immediate... Actually, maybe they do have bishop takes e6. But I'm guessing black can go here. And then once you get this pawn as well, white's... I think the thing with attacks in chess that people sometimes don't think about enough is the pawn structure in the center. Like if you look at lots of games, like attacking masterpieces, you tend to focus on the side where the attack happens, but a lot of the time the structure in the center is quite favorable for the attacking side that stops like counterplay in the center or the other wing. So definitely like you'll notice with like Greek gifts, Satra, you had one in this tournament, but often like white might have these pawns here that blocks out a lot of black's pieces. So white has that time to, after sacking, just focus on the attack so black can't like counter in the center. So just so that when you attack and the pawns in the center, definitely a thing that's connected. So my opponent went h takes g5. Yeah, maybe... I guess the other idea here is maybe g4, just to go for this knight g3. Oh, Satra, nice. Yep. This is your center phase. Andras is big on YouTube as well. He used to be my coach until I became about IM. Yep. And yeah, I think that's his motto, right? Yeah, the center. I think what I like... I think he and I both like principles, but maybe in different ways. I guess he doesn't play anymore, so it's more of a coach. But you'll notice during the stream, like when I talk about, I mentioned it earlier as well, but definitely principles is something I consider, not just concrete calculation, but let's say when calculation enough it's hard to decide like option A or B, then I'd look at which one makes more sense in terms of principles. And so at the amateur level, I think just reading books about positional play, like positional concepts, strategy is useful because you have that base of ideas and concepts, and then like to actually apply them in your games, to know when you should follow the principle, when is an exception is another matter. But first you need to know like what concepts, what ideas they are, so you have that bank of ideas to compare with and have as a sort of compass to help you with your decisions more. It's like when in doubt, principles can sometimes just help you like find which move is more natural or which one makes more sense in the position. Oh yeah, development. Yeah, and yeah, development, center, and king safety. Is he doing the 3 opening principles in that book? I'm guessing. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, he was my coach from when I was a teenager. Yeah, like mid-teens to late teens, I think. Yeah. Also. Okay. So G4 was another one where knight G3 is coming. So we'd have to calculate what to do here. What was I thinking here? I guess that blocks the bishop, so it's not very consistent with bishop h3. Maybe that's why he didn't like it. Yeah, probably if you're going to play g4, knight g3, you should do it without bishop h3. But black does need to do something about knight g3. F6, maybe? I don't think that's what I was thinking in the game. So g4 would have been interesting, because it's not obvious what black should do immediately. Maybe f6, because... Oh, but then knight g3. No, that doesn't look good. And if takes, knight f4. So g4 looks pretty annoying, actually. I'm also thinking here. Like, there's nothing immediate for black that I can see. That it's like, this is clearly the best move. So, yeah, that would have made me think, for sure. So Andras, it would have been when I was, I think, 15 years old, maybe. Until like 20... 21 maybe or something. Because yeah, I remember he was my coach when in the World Under 16 Olympiad, and that was 2007. So yeah, and so we go way back. Yeah, so g4 looks. Wait, let's look for a good move for black because it's not coming to me immediately. What are we doing about knight g3? I guess knight g3 by itself. Okay, they get a check. It's not the end of the world, but it is a bit scary letting knight f6, and you know this queen h7 is always in the back. So yeah, I'm struggling to find a good move for black here. Yeah, that would have been annoying because when you're 2 pawns up, but you can't immediately come up with a move that looks good, it means yeah, the opponent definitely has some play. Yeah, I think it was once a week. Yeah, at that time. Okay, anyway, let's just find one decent move for black here before moving on, because we can't just move on without even having one good move. Okay, so knight g3, potentially knight h5, knight f6 or rook f6 is coming. Yeah, not easy, because f6, it's not really a move you want to play. Yeah, it opens up g6 as well. Okay, a5. Yeah, I mean it's plus pawn, but you're doing nothing about white's potential ideas. I mean, maybe you can take this and get away with it, but it is a risk. But I guess it's good to look at this. It's like, does white actually have something? Let's say rook takes or bishop takes. Let's say rook takes because you can swap. Okay, check. Yeah, it is a bit scary. Okay, you have to go here or here. Let's say king g8. King h8. It's probably fine, but let's have a look. Okay, let's say take, and make sure white doesn't have any tactic, but ooh, maybe they do, because rook f6. That does not look good. So they're going for mate, and if you take, knight takes, and I don't think you can stop this, right? So white has definite threats that can win the game, which, ooh, that is scarier than I thought. So what are we doing about g4? Oh wait, or maybe bishop takes. Does that help? Is bishop takes any different? Bishop takes. Check here. Maybe there is a difference because here the bishop covers f6 as well. But we just need to make sure. But what if white sacks? And then is it the same thing? Knight f6. Oh wait, rook f6 was it? Yeah. Yeah, check. Not many options against it. Like maybe king g8 and you can f5, but yeah, no, it's very dangerous. Like you could easily lose after takes. Yeah, no, this doesn't look good. Wow, so white does have serious threats after g4. I think. I don't think. Okay, so wow, that's wow. During a game, I think so move 29. Yeah, my opponent was down to 4 minutes. I still had more than 10. Yeah, G4 would have been scary. Oh wait, in the game. Oh yeah, instead of H takes G5. Yeah. I'm guessing my opponent didn't like this because it's not consistent with bishop here, but yeah, black needs to find something here. Okay, so is it time to go desperate? No, F5 doesn't really solve it. It looks very risky. You can move the king, but it's very ugly. No, you don't really want to do that either. Okay, let's look at F6 just to see what happens. I don't like it because it allows G6 as well, but just to look at what happens. Maybe black manages to swap off a rook and it's okay. But yep, yeah, we'll have a look at G takes H4 as well. Maybe, or white could start with rook F3 as well. You know, knight G3 is coming. If takes, maybe swap and then knight G3. No, definitely white has play here. I wasn't expecting it to be so powerful. So it's the thing, you know, it 2 pawns up, but whoever has the initiative in the middle game, because black's position looks nice. Protected pass pawn, 2 pawns up, but what's black actually doing? White's the one with all the active ideas. So that's how powerful the initiative is. The ability to make threats faster than your opponent. And that's a perfect example here. Okay, G takes H4. Stops knight G3, but it allows knight F4. So I'm wondering if this just turns out to be similar to the other line. It's probably the only difference is that the pawn's just here, but probably it doesn't matter. So knight H5 and like rook F6 maybe is coming. Yeah, very scary. I don't think it's immediately winning, but okay, let's say queen G5. Check, king, back. Yeah, but even here, white's the one with the play, right? So it's pretty scary. Yep, so queen G5. I'm not sure if you meant it where I played it, but wow, yeah, this is serious counterplay. It could be more than that. So I guess as long as the queen's here, maybe you're not getting mated, but okay, like maybe just go back. But it's clear that white has generated play, and like okay, I guess if white has nothing immediate, you're still 2 pawns up. Maybe you can just gobble these pawns. Okay, so maybe G takes H4 is good. Maybe because yeah, you can put the queen here. I did not think of that. Nice idea. Yep, you can push the F pawn, but probably don't need to here. Like, I think we've stopped white's threats. Like rook F6 or check. There's no follow-up after that. Well, so G takes H4. Hopefully I would have found it, but definitely not easy. And then queen G5 to just stop the mate threats around here. 32. You can, but I think white's covered it more, so I think you're letting white sort of crash through a little bit. Yeah, but definitely good to consider the F-pawn pushes everywhere. Yeah, so black, at least that's looks like one way to defend, but yeah, that would have been practically not easy to find. No, all good. As a streamer, you know, as long as there's a comment, it's like I'm very grateful, because if it's just me talking, it's obviously not, what's the word? Like the point of this stream is, as I mentioned before, partly I want to put my thoughts out while I remember them about the games so other people can learn from them. But I really want this to be like useful for you guys watching for your own chess. Yep, shock RL. Yeah, for sure. It just shows, you know, at chess, like your position might look nice, you might have all the positional trumps, but if you miss one move, one variation, you can lose. Which you'll see in the thumbnail of this stream is probably the most critical moment of this tournament, it's the prime example of that. It's like you miss one move and the best game of your life, you can still lose. That happened to me in this tournament. Yep. So okay, in the game, going back. So g4 was threatening, but game was takes. Yeah. So g4 probably still would have been good. Knight g3, knight h5. Oh yeah, but I guess rook h8 at least delays knight g3. Like something similar happened in the game. But the game went queen c1. Yeah, no worries, Aussie. Like I thought about doing video recap, video ones, but I don't know. I used to do that on my Japanese channel, but I feel like okay, so many masters do game recaps, and I feel like compared to the kind of videos I'm making, long form, I feel like I'm not adding that much, like anything that unique when it comes to game recap videos. So I wanted to just do game recaps on stream so I can actually answer questions and people can ask. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe in future I'll consider game recaps, but I just enjoy doing it on stream because right after the tournament, I want to share like everything I was thinking during the game, and I can actually talk about that with other people rather than me sort of just saying I was thinking this, and it's a bit more passive as someone watching it. Yeah, no, I'm not really. I don't think I'll do stream highlights on this channel. Like like with Japanese, on the Japanese channel, I did not the mistakes, but I sort of did things like I did Twitch for a bit, but the audience was too small, and I think I just want to prefer just doing everything on YouTube, like streaming as well this time. Like Twitch, it's sort of fun, but I think I just prefer just having on one platform. So, okay, queen c1. So this time maybe rook f6 is the threat, blocking my queen, and then queen takes g5. So I put in one forcing move. So this is the drawback to h takes g5. It opens up this file. And my opponent went for the sack, rook f3. So king g2, I guess, or g4 was the other critical moves. g4 defending. But I guess knight g3 you still can't. So it's a bit delayed compared to before. Maybe I can even consider f6, knight takes to improve the knight, something like that. Oh, I was thinking of, was it here? I was thinking of this knight takes e5 or something here, if this happened, with the idea of queen b7 check. So these pieces are like super mobile. King h2, rook takes g2. I'm going for queen g2 mate, but I knew this was a bit speculative. I felt like white should have some way to defend, but I was looking at funny lines like this. Funny, maybe not the right word. But okay, if you're 2 pawns up, there's no need to go for such piece sacks if it's not clear. Yeah, Twitch. Yeah, and it's hard for me to compete with, people who can like stream daily. So yes, I mean streaming I'm not really planning to do. Like by this time, I just love doing it after tournaments, doing these game recaps. But yeah, no, I don't know. We'll see how this one goes. And I mean, thanks to you guys, I'm enjoying it. Like when there's no one commenting, streaming is so rough. So thanks guys for tuning in. So g4, I guess something similar happened a bit later. But yeah, g4 was logical too. I'm not sure what I was going to play. But white has no immediate threats. Maybe king g2 and then knight g3, go for check. So it gives me a couple moves to do something. Like we keep coming back to f6 maybe, but it does look a bit slow. So, even 2 pawns up here, it's still not easy to decide what to do. Oh, okay, Twitch is on the downfall, I see. And I think with Twitch, there's just too many ads, right? So for the user experience, like as the viewer, unless you subscribe, but that costs money or a Prime subscription. So I just like streaming openly on YouTube. Okay, rook f3. My opponent went for the piece sack, but yeah, g4 would have been the more restrained approach. And okay, let's at least find one good move for black, because otherwise, what's the point of analysis? It's like, if white had gone here, let's decide what looks decent for black. So there is this crazy sack, but I don't think it works. Like, it's a bit speculative, so... Yeah, still not simple here. Okay, f6 is a candidate. You could even consider just taking, because this rook's overloaded. But probably you don't need to do any crazy sacks. But the option is there. Or maybe just rook h4 something. It's a bit slow, but yeah, nice Satra, the sack. Bishop takes. So knight takes. Probably you have enough pawns that it does work, and you can follow up with knight takes e5. Like you have 4 pawns for the bishop. And I mean, tactically, it looks decent too. Like you're attacking this, attacking this. Oh, actually, the rook's overloaded, so maybe you're winning material. Yeah, nice. Maybe this works here, unless I'm missing something. Which might... Okay, queen e3. But okay, if you're sacking a piece, it's like you have to be absolutely sure that's the best way to go. Or like you like to have some confidence because it is risky. Like here, if you can easily blunder, like knight f5 check, for example. So, you don't want to make it complicated if you don't have to when you're material up. So, but definitely this is a candidate option to consider. Yeah. Okay, but we need a good move for black here. Yeah, it's just, you don't want to complicate too much. Okay, maybe knight g6 to defend the queen, defend this pawn, avoid check. But it's not absolutely clear that this is winning for black, right? So yeah, when you're stuck, it's very hard to just play calm defensive moves, especially if you're worse. Yeah. Sometimes you have to, but yeah, no, so it's still not easy here. So probably white at some point should have gone g4 and just keep going for the annoying threats. And it's not easy for black to like transform this position into something clear. Yeah. Oh, yep, queen b7 check. Maybe that was that here? Queen e3. Right. Queen b7. And then avoid this line, and then maybe knight takes d3. Nice. I'm guessing you mean this one. Yep. Sorry, there's a few seconds, I think, delay with the chat, so I'm always a bit behind when you comment. Check. Okay, and white has to... Well, they have a few options. Okay, king h2 is out because you have check. This is pinned. So knight f3 or king g1. Oh, it is a bit scary. They do have this check. So let's say king g1. Yeah, like you can take this, but then white has these potential very strong checks. So I guess that's the drawback with queen b7. Yeah, you're getting away from this g5 pawn. And then I'm not sure if we have something else that covers this pawn as well. Yeah, so again, it's like, if it's not clear and you're seeing white getting some checks in, yeah, that's probably what you want. Yeah, probably we want to avoid that. But yeah, that's how difficult this position is. It's like there's nothing clear cut, right? So yeah, definitely white could have made things harder by playing g4 here. So maybe I have to consider things like f6. I really don't want to like weaken my king, but we're not seeing much else. So yeah, and this looks too slow as well. Maybe like knight f8, king g2 could be decent, but you are getting... Yeah, but now you're not defending f6, so there seems to be like a drawback with every black option that we're looking at. Yeah, still not simple. So, man, yeah, it's so hard to find something that's like clearly you can feel like, oh, this is the way black should go. And with streaming, it like I do enjoy Blitz, but I think just in terms of instructive quality, it's like in terms of actual chess, like classical games are just so much richer, and especially over the board. So I think that's why I want to stream, because I can stream Blitz, for example, and maybe I will in the future. But in terms of what viewers can actually take away and use in their games, just classical chess is just so rich. And yeah, Sartre, you probably feel that playing this tournament, right? So from every game, you just learn so much. And like this round one game, it was 5 days ago, but it feels like it was weeks ago because I played like nine of these games, and each one was just so memorable, you could say. King g6. King g6 here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you're avoiding the check, but I don't think you want to go king here. Like it's well, yeah. I think it's just I'm scared of allowing checks. Cool idea, but yeah, I'm just a bit worried about allowing checks. Like the king is not so safe here. Then maybe f6, but then we should just play with the king on g7 probably. Cool idea though, but yeah, I feel like this is not the safest space for the king. So, you know, it might be playable, but I think if we're going to consider that, I think we might as well play something like f6. Oh yeah, c2, that's something we haven't looked at. Oh, so wait, that's after this move. Oh, nice idea. All right. That makes sense. Okay, although you do need to watch out. This is okay, and I'm not... Probably is okay. Okay, that means... you got me. So that means white should start with queen c2. So I was wrong. And probably here you need to avoid the discovered, so you probably have to go back. And then you've sort of given white a move to set up this. Yep, but c2, nice idea. It's like, maybe I could have played that on another move, because we're here, right? Should we play that here? No, maybe that doesn't change much. c2. I guess you're not really threatening anything. It does tie the... it doesn't even tie the queen down. So white can still continue with the plan. Oh man, by this position, I thought by here it was going to be clear, like in analysis, that black can do this and black will be like fine. But yeah, it's not easy. So it just goes to show how like just initiative, how strong it is. Like if you're able to create threats, even if you're pawn down, 2 pawns down, if you're the one that has potential attacking chances, you can win the game if the opponent, you know, is not careful. Okay, so let's say f6. We need, because I'm not none of the others were like super clear. Okay, king g2, going on with the plan. Take. Okay, white has 2 options. So, oh yeah, the previous line. Oh, I'm not sure which one that is. We've been looking at a lot of lines, but yeah. But probably when white manages to get my queen for 2 rooks, it's like there's that imbalance coming into it. So it's not so clear anymore, like material-wise, who's ahead. And when you're 2 pawns up in a position, obviously you want to avoid the complexity. But yeah, definitely something to consider if it's okay to allow that swap. And you know, I think you meant, yeah, maybe there was a check involved if white takes. Yeah, lots of interesting lines, but thanks. Yeah, I think we were going to look at something similar. So maybe something like this, but let's move on with the game because I think it's clear that white definitely could have posed some practical challenges. So after this third check, it is a bit scary, like this check is coming, but after rook h6, white shouldn't be getting enough. So the game was rook f6, but if rook takes f7 check, let's say takes, and black has 2 rooks and a bishop for the queen, which is enough here, as long as you can sort of stop white's checks, and then you have this pass pawn that white has to take care of. But you do need to be careful here as well, because the queen is very strong. Let's say rook g6, queen h5. Okay, you could probably even just push. Oh no, you can't here, because knight f4. Okay, let's be careful. You could even sack because you're ahead on material, but you know, again here you have to be careful calculating. Just stop white's counterplay. I'm not sure what the best way might be. Could be just sacking, but yep. What was this? Was there knight f4 somewhere else? No, it's probably after this, right? So knight f4, you have this. You have the pin. So let's say white takes. So rook, bishop, and knight for the queen, and yeah, white's checks are going to end, and this should be enough to like decide the game. Or I thought, but maybe not. Like you still have to watch out for tactics. Okay, so that's how black can stuff up. Yeah, okay, so maybe not as easy as just sack the exchange. I think I was thinking of king g7, and if knight f4, just sack an exchange, as long as you stabilize and stop white's checks. No, but it's still not easy, is it? Like after, is this check? No, it's probably okay. Let's say c2, check. As long as you like avoid perpetual, once you get a queen, you'll be winning. But yeah, definitely have to be a bit careful, kind of thing. So that's if rook takes f7 check. Opponent saw that probably as long as black defends well, they're going to be fine. So the game was rook f6. So you have to be careful here. Like knight takes, there's still things like check and then takes, which okay probably is not enough. But yeah, or maybe maybe check as well. But yeah, probably just queen f8. And black should be okay, but yeah, definitely have to calculate that he will be. So the game was, so probably takes is okay, but I thought rook g6 is even safer. Yep, good point. So this pawn was so weak, and when we go back to in the game where, so we played in the opening, but I guess that's the long-term like drawback to playing moves like this. So that helped me like win a pawn or get an advantage, but 20 moves later, the positions we've been looking at, they can like still hurt you. And we saw plenty of lines where black actually, can even lose because they have weaknesses on the king side. So, it's always, but as a player though, you always have to test. You can't just be like, okay, if I move this pawn in a game, that might be a weakness later, so let's avoid that. I think you have to take the long approach when you learn, like anything in chess, it's just testing it in your own game. So play games where you do this, like genuinely when you think it's a good idea, because only by playing really like absorb how it works in practice. And then some games, like you might win with this pawn still here. Some games you might lose because they get an attack, like in the analysis we've been looking at. But that's the best way to learn. If you just avoid like moving pawns, even though you want to play the move because you're like, oh, it's probably weakening, it's not good. But you should just play it and take every game as just to learn, how to do that one tiny, possibility in chess. Because that's the thing, with each game, there's like so much you can try and learn. Because I've played for, 25 years tournaments, but as you can see in this game, I'm seeing so many new things. That's why I love classical games so much, because yeah, it's just everything is so fresh in every game. And that's why I love streaming these, because it's like so many interesting ideas that you guys have suggested as well. Okay, so white went g4 because, well, there was nothing clear. And I guess, yeah, it's even less than before because black manages to keep this pawn. But so objectively, yeah, it is game over here. But bishop takes, and I think, yeah, my opponent has been on increment for a while as well, so it's hard to navigate. And this bishop also, so finally we get this pawn, and this bishop also covers these critical squares, so I can't take this pawn, and I have enough defenders. After king f8, takes, rook takes, and my opponent resigned here. So black manages to, so these ended up staying in place the whole time, but the action was all on the king side. But I think, yeah, this was such a good example of 2 pawns up, but how do you actually win? And black was the one who had to be more careful of white's play on the king side. So that was round 1. Yeah, I've lost to this opponent before, so it was, yep, interesting game. And that was round 1. Okay, let's go to round 2. Round 2 was another player I've lost to in actually this was maybe last year's same tournament, Doeberl. I got absolutely smashed by this player with the same colors. I played d4 kind of thing. But this time I played e4. Actually, I've been playing knight f3, d4 for a few years as my main in tournaments, but I felt like going back to e4 just for something fresher, because I've been playing knight f3 for so many years. And d4's, yeah, I mean, I play sort of everything over my chess life, but I really missed playing e4. And so, yeah, I guess about a month leading up to the tournament, I just decided on which lines I want to play. So I'm not a theoretician. As junior, I hated openings. So probably in my late 20s I was already an IM, but I actually really started getting into proper openings. Okay, I still have a lot of holes as you'll see in this stream in my repertoire, but yeah, E4. So something not mainline, because I don't like theoretical, super tactical lines, because that's very memory based, and I can't compete with people who are actually into opening theory. So something that just gives me a game where I can aim for initiative. So against the Sicilian. Hello, Sue. How's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Oh, okay. So when I started chess, I played E4 like first year or two probably, and then D4. So E4 and D4. I played both, and then Knight F3 probably when I was late teens, and that became somewhat my main thing as an IM. Knight F3 was my main move. I really like it because it's very flexible, but I can play all of them really, E4, D4, Knight F3, and so all of them are fine. Probably it's good to try E4 plus. Yeah, it is good to do both, like in the long term. But you can of course stick with E4 just for life, and it's enough. But I think at some point it can be fun to try both. Yeah. So against this, so Open Sicilian is not something I'm booked up against for, and Moscow is popular, but this tournament I just decided to go for this. Relatively rare. I just wanted to get a game. Bishop C4. So definitely not super theoretical. What is this even called? Modern variations. Yep, E6. Bishop B3. This is often played to avoid a tempo move D5, where you might have to swap off a pawn. So probably here it's okay, but like as an idea, I want to have the option of E5, but this would force me to exchange. So Bishop B3 is a bit of a prophylactic move, anticipating D5. So if D5, then probably E5 is decent here. And it turns into a bit of a French kind of structure, which I'm happy with in this position. Okay, Bishop B7, castles, C3. So slow build up. I'm maybe going for D4 just to get a big center. A6, going for B5. Thought I'd stop that. A4, and so it's a bit of it started off as a Sicilian, but it's sort of similar to a Rui Lopez Italian kind of game, although the black pawn is here. But if like the pawn's here and this pawn is back here, it's very much a Italian Rui Lopez. Okay, B6, going for bishop here. Rook E1, bishop B7. So he's stopping D4. Knight D2, Knight D7. Oh, there's still a game here. Wow, Van Forest, Faustino. So here I was thinking of D4. It makes sense. I've just defended it, but I did not play it. Let's see what would have happened. D4. Oh, this was what Jordan played. I guess it turns into a Rui Lopez kind of thing. I'm pretty happy with this. Like D5. When the bishop's here in a Rui Lopez structure and you get D5, it's just black has to often waste moves, rerouting it back to this diagonal. That looks decent. But I didn't play D4 because I wasn't sure about this. C takes and then E5. Okay, this looks fine. I guess I was going for more, but... And do you guys play E4? I should do a poll, actually. I'm not sure how many people are watching, but I like doing polls. E4, D4... Okay, I'll put C4 and Knight F3 together, and let's go. Yep, great question, Shock. All right, I'll just call you Shock. Yep. So middle game is definitely I guess you could say hardest, because it's like, how do you actually think? Yep. Yes, after I've taken leave this week. Using up annual leave. Okay, during a chess tournament, one of the things I hate is immediately going back to work the next day, because not to say I hate work, but chess tournaments, classical ones, are so fulfilling and fun. And so I at least want to have at least a day or two before going back to reality, you could say. And I like streaming the day after tournament, as I've mentioned too many times already. Yep, so I have this week off where I'll do stream today, back to normal life. It's so funny, like during a tournament, you just, all you have to worry about, or mostly, is, yeah, like, should I move this pawn? Should I, what opening should I play? And then it's just so removed from normal life. And as a chess player, it's something you get used to. But how did you find that, Satra? It's because I think 5 game tournaments are just so immersive, right? So, like going back to reality or like non-tournament life can be a bit, maybe not jarring, but it's yeah, it's just such a change. Yeah, meditation. That's a nice way to put it. And one of the great things about classical is just that you're yeah, for hours you're just focused on one thing, that game, and it is a bit of a, I guess you could say escape as well, where you're using your mind at full capacity, focusing on something that has a goal, right? And in our day-to-day life, not to say we don't have those goals, we obviously each have goals, but in chess, one of the attractions is that it's clear what the objective is and you can aim towards it. Well, it's harder to feel that progress or sense of accomplishment in normal life compared to chess, which is very much quantifiable. Feels nice. That, yeah, definitely intense for sure. Yep. And 90-30 is just something else, right? You've been playing 60-30 at the club, but yeah. So yeah, like, I'm curious for other viewers, who might be considering over the board. So you just played your first 90-30 5-day tournament. So what are some thoughts you have about it after playing it? Okay, I better get back to Shock's question. Okay, so the middle game, how do you think? I'm not sure if you wanted this position or the one earlier where I went knight f1, but let's say this one. Oh, wait, no, I'll do the other one actually. But so here, let's say it's a middle game. So I was considering whether to play d4 here or the move I played, which was knight f1. So, this position, yeah, it's still very much this opening to middle game, like transition phase. So I think it's thinking of where you want to put your pieces, and yeah, plan based, I guess is what you could call it. And whether it be the opening or, well, yeah, I guess from the middle game, what I like doing in terms of how I think is coming up with options and then comparing, rather than, because in my thinking process, I tend to go for, okay, at first, do you have something like forcing that's clearly the best? And I think it's good to start there, because if you do have something forcing that you might be winning, then you don't need to think about, positional considerations and things. So to start with the concrete, do I have something clear? But in most positions, you don't. So that's when you might go for, what plans should I go for and what does the opponent want? So you need to mix both. Like, it'd be nice if there was a process where you could follow, A, B, C, D, and it all makes sense and works well. But chess is too complex for that. But here it's a pretty slow position. So that means, I think, what you want to go for, and obviously you do need to watch out for what the opponent wants to go for. But I think here, so d4 is a critical idea, right, to get the 2 pawns here. So it's, firstly, it's like, should I just do that? And then what does black do against that? And then comparing that with knight f1, which I wanted to do because the knight is often quite good here in these Spanish kind of structures. And then I can play d4 in what I thought could be slightly better. Because what I didn't like about, so, okay, but maybe I need to answer the question a bit more conclusively. So what are the questions to reach the right conclusion? So I think in this position, at least for me, I was thinking, so what are the main plans, ideas I should go for? So for me, it was either d4 immediately or set this up with knight f1, g3. And then the questions, they would be, okay, if d4, maybe didn't like is a bit strong, but one thing I was looking at was e5, where, okay, d5, the bishop gets weak, but I also didn't want to give this nice e5, like this ideal square, too quickly for black. And then like a5, and then bishop a6. Let's show that quickly. Let's say nice e5, And often in Italian Spanish, even if this bishop looks a bit bad at the moment, I think, okay, you could consider exchanging, but let's say you keep it. And then I felt like I was giving black this easy plan of improving the bishop, potentially move, okay, f5 maybe not so good, but so I didn't like just allowing bishop a6, but looking at it now, it's like, is this so bad? The knight can either go here or probably this way looks solid too. I'm just looking at even like rerouting the knight this way. It looks decent. But I think after this, I was thinking, what's white actually going for? Black's pieces are all on decent squares. The knight especially is really good here. Black can back it up as well. And even if I go like this way, knight f1, I think I was having a brief look at this. Okay, black can go for the standard like Spanish kind of rerouting the bishop here. So I think compared to like some Spanish middle games, for example, Brea or something, I felt like I was giving this square too easily for black's knight and the c file as well, if this happened. And this is, you know, if I go d5, I'm going very deep on a specific line. But so, and then after e5, okay, I do have other options, but maybe black can take and then play knight c5, rook e8. I wasn't sure if that I should, I wasn't too confident that I like that middle game. Like, I'm sure it's fine, but black has the c file. And I felt like compared to the very, like the average Ruy Lopez kind of middle game, I wasn't completely confident this is what I wanted to allow here. So that's why I went knight f1. So maybe I'm going too deep on some parts of the trying to answer your question with this specific thing. But so it's comparing ideas and plans and then looking at, you know, what, yeah, probably not the best answer to your specific question, but I think those are the questions. So firstly, I'm asking myself, what happens if d4? What does the opponent do? And do I like that compared with if I don't do d4? And as Ozzy asked, yep, so knight f1, it's very typical because from knight g3, it's like another way to defend e4, but you're not blocking the bishop. And let's say in the equivalent line, let's say black just plays some random moves just to show you. And now if d4, let's say black does the same thing. Now this knight f5 is, okay, here maybe e4 is attacked, but in terms of ideas, in so many chess middle games, like whatever opening, I think they often say, what if you get your knight to f5 or black gets a knight to f4, it's like, yeah, it's just very powerful because, so the center is usually these four squares, but actually these squares can sort of be considered the center too, because if there's a pawn there, it controls the center, so these squares are very important. And when you have a knight here that's very secure, it's good for attack, it's just controls so many good squares. So knight g3 is just a nice square because you defend e4 and you can potentially also go to f5. In some cases, you know, you can attack the king side as well. Yep, so a bit of both. Yep, and the knights next to each other do cover a lot of the squares. Yep, thanks, Jock. This stream is, you know, as many questions come up, I'll be happier because, yeah, if it was just me doing game recaps, I can do that in videos. But stream, the cool thing is you can ask questions and hopefully I can answer them in a way that, you know, helps you see things in a different way. So knight f1, but there was one problem with this. So I was thinking I could play knight g3, I can play d4, and it's a nice Spanish middle game, but I completely missed black's move here, which I shouldn't have. So I think I was a bit lax thinking it's a quiet position. Black has no, you know, immediate critical moves. Maybe critical is too strong, but knight e5 was very annoying here. Yep. Knife f5. Oh, nice. I've never heard that before. Did you just come up with that, or is that something you've seen? Oh, sorry, Sartre, and I missed your comments about the over the board tournament. Yeah, 2 games a day is very intense. 90-30 because it can go for 4.5 hours. And oh, that was your whole answer. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Evaluating the drawbacks with pawn play versus squares I gain. That's definitely something. Maybe the best position to show that is this decision with e5. I think it's okay here. It's like even if I allow this, like I'm sure this is completely fine for white. Maybe white's even better if you ask the engine. But just to me, I felt like this gives black. I think it's always comparing, yeah, what you gain versus what you allow the opponent. And then, of course, in chess, you can't just gain without allowing things. But I think what I wanted to do in this position was, well, I thought that I could build up a bit slower and then play d4, and after that, potentially e5, or if they play e5, then I get this nice square for my knight. Oh, okay, they can block that, but in terms of improving my piece, I wanted to go knight g3. But yeah, the drawbacks. I think a lot of that comes with experience too. Like when you study openings, as they say, you should study the middle game, even an end game sometimes. But I think it's important that you consider the typical like pawn structures and ideas in the middle games you typically get. So if you look at the games you play and then look for patterns in pawn structures. Okay, sometimes you play openings where there's no defined pawn structure, but because, yeah, as Philidor said, pawns are the soul of chess, and I think pawn structures are more important the deeper you get into chess. Like my good friend, Australian GM Moulton, he says he considers the pawn structure first when he looks at, say, a middle game position. So he starts his planning by looking at the shape of the pawns. So that's how important it is. And for me, I think I don't start with the structure. Of course, it's always in the background, and I guess I do think about pawns like automatically as well. But so I think it's working on evaluating what you get with a pawn structure change versus how it benefits the opponent. And in the line we looked at, so let's say I block it. So I block the bishop. But here, like, it's pretty easy for black to improve it to a better one. And then this also does block my own bishop, and it also gives black this nice square for the knight. So I think when I compared those factors, at least in my subjective like evaluation, I felt like I was giving black, and especially in a practical sense, I felt like this was sort of easy for black to find a good plan. And then and long term, that's very committal for white to allow this, because it means that the queen side, if you ever play b4, this is going to be a weakness. So it's very committal to allow this like long term as well. And just allowing knight here, bishop here, rook here, felt to me like I was giving too much, even though this structure like should be okay for white, if that makes sense. Yes, the engine loves space gaining pushes. So yeah, I think with those positional things, it's so hard to work on just with engines. Sure, they can help, but yeah, if you're not understanding why the engine's suggesting particular moves, like if you can't explain it in your own words, I think that's not very helpful, right? At least you can build a hypothesis of what you think it means. But that's why like annotated games where in books or where strong players talk about how they think about positions is good, because it's more practical than just looking at engines when it comes to more positional ideas-based things. And yeah, pawn structures. So like, don't worry too much about pawn structures like Sartre if you like. There's already so much going on in the position. But first step is of course tactics and calculation. But you do want to at least, I guess, watch out for, even if you're not seeing like the depths of like what the pawn structures mean, how they change, and what they mean for you and your opponent. I think it's considering like pawn breaks and how you might counter that, or what, like a pawn break for white, let's say d4. Okay, this one's a bit, maybe e5. It's like, do I take, do I push, do I let them take? I think thinking about those things and then having a hypothesis, and then you might compare that to annotated games or with an engine, although engine I really don't like so much recommending for these positional things. So yeah, there's just so many things to think of in chess, right? So it's hard to cover everything, but yeah, just follow your like curiosity. And if during a game you're like, what about this pawn break? So you might not play it there, but in analysis you might have a look at, if I'd played this pawn break, what would have happened? And then just go from there and look at what you're interested in. Knight c4. Oh, maybe here. No, not a bad move. Not sure if you meant this position, but knight c4. Like, it does give black a tempo, but as long as your idea is like maybe to go knight f3 to go here. But I guess if you're going there, it makes more sense to reroute it to c3, where it covers b5, but it also is a nice square. So it's a tough position here. Like, you could also consider bringing the knight here. But then after g6, it does feel a bit like, is this knight that useful? So we got very deep on this pawn structure stuff, but I didn't I wasn't sure if this is the best I can get. And I think I need to mention that d5 is very committal, so probably other options are quite interesting here. But worst case, black can take and maybe knight c5. But probably d5 is too committal, but I think it's a good example of like defining the structure and what that allows black in this position in terms of a plan with the pieces on the queen side. Yep, so Aussie. Yeah, I think, compare pros and cons. Yes, and you do always have to calculate. Yep. And during this tournament, I was definitely thinking like the intersection between, or like you have to do both the concrete calculation and the positional considerations of the ideas, and combining those two and finding a good move like from those two angles is very satisfying. I think whatever level you're at, it's like thinking of the elements in the position and then deciding on a move you want to play. Like just that concept itself in chess is very fulfilling, right? Okay, back to the game. Knight f1. So knight e5 I was not expecting this, and this is annoying. So firstly, if I so one thing is that they're getting my knight, which is my strong knight. Like this knight is on a good square. Controls d4, e5 as well. Compared to this knight is the one I want to keep. Ideally, I felt like just in terms of the current position, the f3 one is good. While if I take, the other thing is you're allowing this pawn. It's doubled, but I felt like the benefits for black were bigger than the drawbacks. You're controlling these central squares. Even if you swap this off later, black's still going to have nice pawn. Like I felt like black exchanging this knight for my knight here is decent for black, and it's also stopping my main idea of d4 that I was going for. And black has this half-open d file, let's say, that they can pressure as well. So firstly, but if I don't want to take, black has the option of taking, and I can't avoid the swap because they can take here. So this was a bit annoying because like I can't play d4 still. You should always consider these pawn breaks. But after takes, let's say queen takes, and then I felt like, okay, it's still, I'm sure it's equal. Maybe white's still slightly better. But then I think I wanted my knight here when the other knight's still here because they work together well. Maybe that's a bit too vague and abstract. But yeah, I need to explain why this exchange I found annoying. Because, what do you guys think? Because I felt this, and I think the thing about streaming and just chess content in general I want to get better at is, like, I think these things in games, and I have an intuition, of course, as a master that immediately might point me to these moves look good, but to actually explain why is something I want to get better at through, streaming as well. And why did I find this so annoying? Okay, firstly, the first point is that exchanging I felt gives black too many things, like the half-open d file, nice control of the center. So I guess I can't avoid the exchange, but I think it's comparing to this position. It might partly be that, in my ideal plan, knight f1, knight g3, d4, white is the one with more space. The pawns are more forward. And then I guess as a general consideration, when you have more space, the opponent is more cramped. So the cramped side would want to exchange more pieces. Maybe that's one element of it. So whenever I get this pawn push, like I would prefer for me to not exchange pieces because then black's pieces, minor pieces are more cramped and it's harder for them to improve and move around. So that's why I was a bit annoyed that they managed to get this exchange. I'd completely missed this move. And then whenever I get d4, it's not as scary for black. It's not as annoying for black because they've already managed to swap one pair of knights. So it just made the potential of my knight g3 d4, like compared to getting knight g3 d4 when black still has these two knights, I felt like I wasn't getting as much in terms of like potential initiative or potential play because black's already managed to swap off a piece. I think that's the best explanation I can come up with. Yep, shock. That is a very good point as well. So black is spending 3 moves to, I guess, let my white queen develop. So it is balancing, yeah, that versus what I just talked about. But I think I was also annoyed that I just completely missed this move, even though it's quite critical. Not critical, but it's like it was worth considering. So that's why I went bishop f4. Why didn't I play knight g3 first? I think I went bishop f4 because now that this is probably going to be exchanged, I wasn't sure if knight g3, putting the knight here, is the best for the knight. I wanted to keep the option of going back, so I started with bishop f4. Okay, they took, and b5. So yeah, it turns into it's still a weird Spanish where these pawns are like switched. But yeah, it's very. So here I thought, okay, knight g3. The original plan was to support the pawn for d4, and if black goes e5, I have f5. But I feel like black is never going to play e5, especially if my knight's here. So I thought, okay, I missed knight e5. So I'm just going to go back because I feel like the knight is more useful f3 or on d2 than g3. Okay, queen b6. Improving the queen. So the rooks might come next. Oh yeah, totally forgot. Thanks, Aussie. Yeah, I'll update that. Yes, round 2. Versus FIDE Master. Datar. Thank you. Yep, queen b6. And so black is not actually threatening takes. Let's say I just pass. Takes, let's say bishop takes. And they can't take this pawn because, okay, this knight's attacked. I can attack the queen, get the bishop, and I win a piece. So it isn't an actual threat, but of course it is. It's something you have to consider at every turn. So this pin was annoying. And in terms of plan, let's go back to the question earlier where it's like, how do you come up with a plan in a position like this? So this is one aspect of the position, a small aspect, but it is there. But in terms of plan, okay, so now d4 is probably, well, we might take a few moves, but my new plan was, well, still improving pieces, but it's like, what after that, right? So one thing I wanted to do was queen, like attack on the king side was one potential thing. I didn't feel like I could definitely get it, but it was one thing I could go for. Now that the central sort of d4, I wasn't sure if it would be so effective, even if I prepared it, because black has some counterplay, and they could even look for central advances themselves. And in terms of king side, I thought start with queen h3, get out of this pin, and then bishop c2, and then maybe d4, e5. Like that takes a lot of moves, but you have to have something in mind in terms of plan. So I thought that was one thing I could go for. So I started with queen h3 because it has the benefit of getting out of the pin. So like if d5, e5 is even nicer because I'm out of that diagonal. And potentially bishop c2 also to avoid this b takes a4 stuff at some point. And then maybe go for d4. So that was the best I could come up with in terms of a plan. Okay. Oh, and also I guess takes. Black does have to watch out for potentially. So they went rook f8. Yep. Yeah, if queen g3, yeah, I didn't want to give up the bishop pair. This bishop would become strong long term. Yep, shock. Focus would be find a home for the d3 knight. Oh yeah, I think that was another idea. I think after bishop c2, yeah, I wanted to go knight f3, and then d4, e5 would be optimal if I managed all that. Although, the opponent's not going to just sit there. Yep. Like, and I am it's probably good to sometimes mention how much time I'm spending. Like after queen h3, I only spend like 3 minutes on that because it's not a position you want to think about too deeply. The other aspect of like classical games is you need to think of when should I think more, when should I make practical decisions, and that's always a difficult thing to get better at too. But for me, I've spent many years suffering like bad time management. So this tournament, in positions like this, I don't want to think too long. I thought, okay, queen h3, bishop c2, knight f3 seems like decent ways to improve my pieces and potentially go for a kingside attack. So queen h3. Yep, so probably in both cases, e5, and ideally you want to get d4 in to support e5 and take back with the pawn to kick this knight away. It does take a lot of moves, but you have to start somewhere. Okay. Oh yeah, so I wanted to do bishop c2, like that was one of my plans, but the other one is f4, potentially f5 or e5 to support e5 with this pawn. Although I'm not sure if I was thinking of e5 so much. Maybe it's f5. So mixing up, so bishop c2 was one plan, but I went with bishop e3. I think this was also I think I had another thing in mind. Oh yeah, just to go for d4. Yeah, this is the other way to support d4, and to also maybe go f4, maybe g4 if it looks good. So I think it was just d4 is the main plan. So queen c7, I guess they want to avoid the pin, but it does waste a bit of a tempo. Okay, so here's another decision. Oh yeah, so d4, like after defending this, I missed that. But now I'm blocking my rook, so d4 doesn't make as much sense. They can probably take, although you have to calculate, does takes work at some point. But I thought f4, putting f4 in is not bad. I can either go for f5, improve my bishop, like make it a good attacking piece, or I can set up maybe e5. Yep. Or maybe I can go for a pawn storm. Okay, and my opponent went c4, which looks like a good move because, yeah, that was annoying because ideally I'd like to go bishop c4, f4, defend this, d4, but okay, that's too many moves. The opponent's going to do something. So I went f4 first, but it does allow c4, which gives up my central pawn for a non-central pawn, which it can be a long-term good thing for black because they have more central control. Like it's a tiny thing, but it is something. And I don't want to take because takes, then it's 2 versus 0 in the center. And of course it depends on the position, but in general the center pawns are long-term assets because they control the center, you could say. So I went bishop c2 and we exchanged pawns. So now e5 is starting to become a threat. Like if black just does nothing, like just to show this could be good. Like it doesn't actually work, but there are ideas like this. Bishop d4, take the knight, and then take the pawn. Probably here black has queen h5 anyway. But just as an idea, there are potential, things going for h7. So black kept playing actively. Yep, d5, which was annoying because now after e5, unfortunately, the knight can stop my dreams of checkmating black. Knight e4. Okay, so there's a lot of calculation here that I've skipped because black has to calculate takes. But yeah, if I go over every line, probably this stream will become 10 hours, which it might become anyway. But okay, I'll skip over that bit. Knight e4. Should I skip over it? Yeah, let's just go ahead because this game it was quite a long game. Okay, it takes b5. So black sacked a pawn here. I probably should have gone through this phase a bit slower, but yeah, wait, let's think about this position. Okay, knight e4. So what's happening? The pawn structure has changed, so it's more closed, blocked. And so the main question here is, of course, what happens if takes? Because otherwise black has managed to, I guess, block the center, kill white's initiative somewhat, maybe make their own play on the queen side and center. So the critical option is takes, because otherwise black's just managed to block the center, which compared to a few moves ago when I was planning a sort of nice attack with e5, black sort of managed to action that. Okay, a takes. Okay, and there's a few cool lines here. Which one to start with? Okay, if takes, I think I can take. And there was a cool line with, okay, knight c4 is a cool idea by black where they're threatening the bishop and then get the exchange back. But yeah, I haven't asked you guys something for a while. Okay, what would you do here as white in this position? Just for a bit of an exercise. And with the poll, wow, most people play e4. Okay, it's only 11 votes, but e4 is popular in this sample. Yep, very aggressive option. Bishop takes f7, and then drop the bishop back. I guess the question is, do we need to, like give up a piece, or do we have something better? Yeah. The other reason, streaming after tournament is fun. Like game analysis is in a game, only one path actually happens on the board, right? But behind the scenes, there's so many interesting ideas and variations that could have happened. Yep, rook takes a8 by both of you. Yep. So yeah, I think this is the simplest. Yeah, we swap off this rook, and then this bishop's not attacked anymore, so we should have time. Let's say bishop d4. We've won an exchange, and then we can consider sacks like this. Yep. So that was one way to go. Yep. So that was one variation that could have happened, so it doesn't work for him. So that's why he played rook e b8. So I've won a pawn. It's like that. It's like the previous round. I've won a pawn, but black is going for active counterplay. And my queen, this was very annoying. My queen is out of the game. So, and also black is also aiming for takes. And then this fork, queen c5 check. So I need to do something against that. And I didn't really want to take because I thought this pawn is quite strong. And then it's a bit like a Benko. These pawns are going to be targeted, let's say after bishop d5. And my queen's going to take at least 2 moves to get back to a decent spot. So I didn't like how black's play is quite fast here. So after rook b8, I went bishop d3. So they can't really take when there's this check, like afterwards. So they defended this first, g6. Yeah, here's where I really struggled. I had 24 minutes here, and oh, this is horrible. I spent 20 minutes here. That was way too much, getting down to 4 minutes. So that was a very bad practical decision by me to spend so much time. But I really struggled to find a good move here because black's just going for bishop c6, attack this pawn, and I have to, also watch out for potential takes, queen b6, queen takes b2. So yeah, quite annoying here. And I basically couldn't come up with, yeah, thanks, Shock. Yeah, the Benko. Benko, yeah, very fun opening, especially at the amateur level. Probably more people should play it because the plans are very, like you get the initiative as black, and against d4 as black, there aren't many openings where black is the one who usually gets the initiative and like clear plans in the middle game. So I went knight b3, but yeah, I was very not happy, but I couldn't. I mean, I was down to 4 minutes. That was very bad time management. So my idea was that after bishop c6 takes, there were lots of lines there, but we'll go through this bit a bit quickly. I went bishop c2. So I'm pawn up. I've managed to, block the b file, even though it looks a bit artificial. What I'd like for you guys to do is think of what black should do here. There was one move I really didn't like potentially being played. He didn't play that one. I can't remember if he said he saw that one. I think he just, maybe missed something in the game continuation. But what are the promising looking moves for black here? Maybe I'll flip it for a change. Yep. Thanks, Ozzy. Yeah, I think I'll still be going later. So see you later. Thanks. Yep. See you later. So as black, you are a pawn down. So you do want to come up with something, or at least a plan. Open up the position. I see. d4 and g5. Yep, very forcing options. Pawn breaks. Yeah, opening up the position. That's an interesting way to think about it. And d4, yeah, tactically works against c takes and knight takes because you have these lines. But I guess bishop takes, and it's whether you have something there. And g5 is, goes for this pawn, I guess. Chuck d4. But what are you getting after bishop takes d4? Yeah, you need something concrete. Yeah, g5 probably too weakening. And here's black. You also want to think about what would white do if white had some moves. And okay, g5 probably is a bit weakening. But as white, what I wanted to do was just bring the queen back if I had time to stabilize. Because if I can maintain the pawn advantage, like it's a pawn advantage. So black, I thought wanted to make some play before I can bring the queen back. Because I can't move the knight. The bishop's stuck. This bishop can't do much by itself. Okay, maybe bishop d4 is another way to bring the queen in. Yep. So the move I was worried about, let's flip it back to the white side, was knight c5. So forcing move, just want to get rid of this knight so you can get into b2. Let's say knight takes. Okay, you could consider this, but probably swapping is okay. And I think I found the counter on here annoying. And let's say for rook b1, there's, and now you're kind of opening up the position intuition move was, I was a little bit worried about, let's say takes, and okay, let's say if you take, black is still a pawn down, but the bishop is a monster. My bishop is pretty dead. This must be pretty good for black. So there are these lines where black manages to open up as you felt intuitively, and then my pieces are just not as in good positions as black's. And then, other moves like b4 looks okay for the moment, but then this one's a weakness. And again, black I think gets the pawn back. Okay, maybe you can put in rook a1. Oh yeah, I was calculating this. This is another potential line. But there were, yeah, and there was these cool lines like d4. Again, opening up the position because this bishop becomes so strong. Queen takes, let's say queen c6, going for mate. And so you've sacked another pawn as black, but you get so much play. Let's say queen f2. It might even be winning if white's not careful. So yeah, so I was really scared of knight c5 with things like this. Like potentially, like even when you find a few lines where your opponent has this so much play, potentially even wins, you know that you have to really be careful. And then if bishop takes, it's very ugly because you're left with these very passive pieces. Again, black could probably just consider opening up, or maybe bishop f2 first, things like d4. Or maybe, okay, maybe there's a more accurate move. Even bishop a7, and just d4, and these bishops are so strong. So I also didn't like that. And so I honestly don't know what I would have done if knight c5, because I don't like either of those options. Yep, yeah, dynamic play. I think one sort of hint here is that black has to act quickly because the queen is out of play. I found that really annoying as white, that my queen was over here after black managed to sort of kill all chances of kingside play. So as black though, you also need to, I think, realize that if you give white like time, there might just be a pawn up. So you want to do something forcing. And yeah, definitely in dynamic play, you know, you need time to calculate all these things. So yeah, time management is very important in such complex positions. So knight c5, and yeah, I would have been in a pickle. I'm honestly not sure what I would have picked, because maybe grovel after this. It looks ugly, but I am still a pawn up. But yeah, I feel like black's doing very well there. So instead my opponent went for the forcing. Oh, knight takes c3. It's a sacrifice I have to take, otherwise, yeah, black's just gonna have better pieces on the queen side and in general. So takes. I do manage to defend with rook e2. Yeah. So very poor on my behalf too. But it was very difficult. Like whatever I played, if he'd played knight c5, black was probably practically had very good chances anyway. So here black sacks an exchange and has a pawn for the exchange. Maybe he just missed that knight c5, like how strong it is, or maybe he was hoping for more here. So once he gets d4, it can be annoying, but as long as if he gets d4 without losing it, then this bishop's very strong, but I think it was hard for him to get this immediately. So I managed to bring the queen back, stop d4. So he defended it. But then after queen f2, as long as I can block this pawn, it's hard for black to like use this one as effectively, because this is its ideal diagonal. So now I do need to be careful. Like you can blunder easily, like queen d1 check. But so rook e1, avoid that. Bishop b4, rook a1. And I think in a game, it's practically like it's always nice to have like practical ideas where you have potential very tactical threats. So rook a1 and check does happen later, but that's how the initiative is so important. Seeing from just these two games, right? Even having one idea that potentially leads to some sort of attack and tactics, it can give you something to hope for as well. Okay, queen d3, defending. Okay, now maybe bishop c3, d4 is a bit scary, so I blocked that pawn. So objectively, white should be maybe winning, but not completely clear yet. Bishop c4, h3. Yeah, maybe bishop c5. What was I worried about? Because if I can get check, this could be a mating idea if the bishop's not here. And I think black has no checks here, so this was also decent. Maybe black has to play like h5 to avoid this being a immediate mate, so you have a perpetual. But there are these kinds of lines where white is the one going for an attack. So maybe bishop c5 was more accurate here, but I decided just to give my king a square against such perpetuals. They also avoided checks. King h2. Again, maybe bishop c5 could be accurate, but king h2. h5, again, giving king more space in case I manage to get behind. Okay, h. Yep, queen f5. Probably both sides had other options around here, but this prevents bishop c5 because then you can take and then queen takes f4 check. So I went queen h4. Maybe swapping off will be enough, and queen d8 is the main threat as long as this is not going to be a perpetual. So let's say probably like bishop d2. I can play this because it goes for mate and you manage to stop the checks. Although, you know, you have to make sure this black's king's not getting away, but probably here after h4 you are checkmating. So at this point, yeah, opponent was very good time management. He still had like 10 minutes, I think. So now white's the one going for these mating attacks potentially. So maybe black, okay, black went king h7. I was wondering if g5 is any good here, but takes, check. Because I don't have an immediate mate now that the king can go this way. Okay, but this is very scary to go for as black, so it makes sense. He wanted to avoid that. So instead, the game was king h7, I think just to avoid potential queen exchange. Bishop b3, so there's no checks, so now I can go for queen d8. Yeah. Okay, here black's options are very limited. So maybe I still think g5 maybe in the previous move was potential, but okay, I guess I can worst case just swap queens and it should be winning that endgame. Okay, king h7, bishop b3, f6, but yeah, I think swapping here should just be winning. So it's a very tense middle game, but I think when he went for the exchange sack, it wasn't as good as maybe he hoped. But if he'd gone the knight c5 line, I think I would have been in trouble. Take, g5. Take should be winning too, but I like the idea of this one. Bishop d4. Check, check, takes. So now, yeah, as long as you don't allow tactics, it should be winning with the connected passes. Check, e5. Here I was very tempted to play rook d7. Take, oh, let's have a look. Rook d7, takes, d3, but it's this funny situation where, yeah, like I can't stop this pawn. And with 30-second increment, I really didn't want to make a miscalculation and like end up losing. I should be fine. Oh wait, no, I can't stop the pawn actually. So like if this is not winning, I can lose. Like this looks winning, but I just didn't want to risk this potential miscalculation. So yeah, I played bishop b6 and my opponent resigned. I'm going for things like g6, maybe swap off bishops. So that was round 2. So yeah, it was a bit fortunate he went for the exchange sack instead of, let's say, knight c5, when I feel like practically white is the one who will be suffering. And I could have, yeah, made a mistake low on time in that middle game. And that was round 2. Okay, let's go to round 3, where I'm up against another international master. I'll just change the text. Okay, and this time with black. So similar opening to my round 1 game. Yeah, this is the same actually. d5. But this time, instead of h6, I went for the immediate check. Again, go back because white doesn't really like this bishop here. Yeah, I've been working on both of these. Working on both of these lines where black plays h6 and doesn't play h6. And honestly, I'm still trying to work out what benefit black gets because the other line is h6. Like you could even play it. Maybe not here, but like it stops bishop g5, but otherwise it doesn't seem that useful compared to, let's say, knight d7 as in this game. So I'm still trying to work out why h6 does so well practically, even though it seems like less of a useful move than an extra move white can get here, the standard moves. But yeah, so I'm trying to work out that in terms of understanding ideas. And I'm working on these lines in terms of black can go for knight e4, going for the bishop pair, or the standard c6 and b6 or a5. Like c6, let's say bishop f4, and then b6, a5 are the common moves. But I'm trying to work out like what is the difference in terms of ideas between playing a5 here, playing b6 first. So I'm still working those out. But that's how I like working on openings in terms of connecting it to middle game ideas of what is the difference. Like you might look at a course or a book and you might recommend b6, but why does it recommend b6 compared to a5? Or is it better to have h6 here, like in terms of middle game chances? So I'm still working those out. So what I'll be doing is looking through model games, studying my own games where, like this one where I played these, and just trying to get a better understanding. That's sort of removed from like just memorizing moves, because that will only get you so far in the long term. You might get some good games where you get a good win, like because you didn't use any time, but as at some point, it will get to a point where you will play players who might understand it better than you, and when it comes to that, it's just, I think I've found it's better to have this understanding that comes from actually thinking of why you play each move in the repertoire you play. So if you're watching this now, and in the stream, please ask any questions. It doesn't have to be about this game, as long as it's about chess. Or some other things too. I'm happy to answer, like how you train, how you study. So don't be shy and ask any questions. So about this game, I had prepared knight e4. I've played this before, and I felt like my opponent might not have any games with this. So knight e4, idea is to get the bishop pair, but you are spending some moves, moving the same piece again. So white has two options to let me take or avoid it. Bishop f4 is pretty standard too. But what I was going to play was c6, let's say knight c3. And if you're just swapping, it's not that useful. But what you can do is, again, g5. My round one game had this. And then f5. Oh yeah, shock. Yep, I've played that line too. I'll show it on the board as well. So this is a bit more dynamic, and I've always played this kind of thing actually. So it gives black not necessarily just kingside attack, like a mating attack, but yeah, black's the one with more space. Maybe I like having space sometimes, and it's just an imbalance, another one. I guess I like playing games with imbalances, whether it be space or pieces or pawn structure. Like I'm not a big fan of just exchanging symmetrical. I'm not a big fan of those. And the one you're mentioning, yes, I do like that knight c6 line against the Catalan. Let's say, I guess it's earlier if you want to do it. That was another option I think I considered for this game actually. So you could go bishop d6. So it looks weird. It's like, what's the bishop doing here? But I've played a few games with this over the board as well. Knight c6. What I don't like is why I don't play this so much is I think if they play b3 or something and it's okay, I can still play this knight e4 f5, but what black players hope for when they play this, or at least what I've hoped for, is this take knight c3, h6. Okay, h6 is usually earlier, but it's transposed, and knight b5 looks good. Like you're about to get black's good bishop, because this one's probably the bad one, if you have to say. So you might expect bishop e7, bishop f4, and then black has to waste another move. And okay, not to say this is horrible for black, but it's like, what's the knight doing here compared to a normal d4 variation where you'd probably move this pawn. But the cool thing about this line is as shock, you might know. Oh, and e5 is another part of this, but you let white take here. Let's bishop f5, and you get isolated double pawns. I've played this a few times, and this scores like massively at the master level as well for black. Like black wins the majority of games, or 40% of games. There's only 17 games, but yeah, this is a very fun variation if you get this for black. So white has two bishops, black has these isolated double pawns, but it's very easy for black to like play natural moves that make sense, develop, improve your pieces. While for white, it's actually sort of hard to come up with plans. So yeah, this is a very interesting line. And I think with e5, you meant maybe if white doesn't take, you might have some lines where a bit like a Rogozin, black might take and then e5. I'm not sure if that's what you meant. But that is an interesting line. But I feel like if white just plays something like b3, I don't like this as much as the one thing I played in the game. Like this is like, I feel like I'd only play this if I knew that my opponent would go for this line. But as long as white knows that, they'd probably avoid that. So no 3. So we went for this. Yep, so definitely worth trying. It is a fun line if you get and it feels nice. It's like I have isolated double pawns, but it's very fun to play those. And I have I think I won the games I've played with that in classical. Okay, so he, instead of avoiding let's say bishop f4, avoiding the bishop pair, he went for knight c3. Here, it makes sense to get the bishop pair. Oh yeah, thanks for confirming. Takes. So we've got the bishop pair, but I mean this bishop is pretty dead, so that is the drawback. But I guess I just like imbalances. Yep, so getting the bishop pair, I play the Nimzo. I don't mind giving up the bishop pair, but just something different between white and black. And the main move is e4. Like if white doesn't play e4, let's say e3 or something, my plan was to go b5, maybe go for some play on the queen side first, and try and activate this bishop at some point. But yeah, interesting middle game. But they went e4, which is the most, I guess you could say, critical. So black does have to pretty much take one way. Yeah, Rapport, I love him. His style of play. I'm not sure if he made it popular. I think it has been around for like many years. But maybe he made it popular. Yeah, maybe you know better than me in terms of who made it popular in recent times. Yeah, Rapport, I absolutely love him. Like he's just so creative. Actually, I played him once in tournament in Denmark like 12 years ago, and I lost that game. But I've been following his chess. Like I like looking at his games. But the thing with players like him and Jobava, who are very popular for their uncompromising like style, is that at that level their fundamentals are elite. Like they can play normal games like any of the super GMs, but I think they choose to play that style because it's they enjoy that the most. It comes naturally to them, and I like playing that kind of style too. So yeah, Mirozovic is my favorite player. So he was a good example of that. And he got to world number 2 as well. So here, black, you have two options. They're both decent. I like doing this one. Just I have more experience there. But takes is another thing. Although you do give up the big center, but you get, you can play things like b5, develop the bishop. And at some point, you often break with e5 or c5. And knight b6 is another option too. Yeah. So this is decent, because at some point you'll probably manage to free this bishop anyway. But I've played this before. Actually, against the round 1 opponent, I've had this in a classical game. And takes. So the problem is with this bishop. If the bishop was like here, you could say black's could even be slightly better. Maybe that's too much, but the 2 bishops count for something. But here it's quite buried. And it's hard to get it out this way because white's bishop is controlling this diagonal, so it's the dynamic approach, f5 and e5, open up the position for the bishops. And they went d takes e5. d5 is also a thing, but after e4, because I used to play the Dutch as my main for a couple of years too, and this is a fun one where you have space in the center and potential, dynamic play. So d takes e5, takes rook d1. I think my prep was up to about here. Queen c7 to avoid potential knight f3. Okay, and I remember this position vividly. Like I was thinking of the options here. And firstly, it is a very interesting position. Like, how do you think about this? And so how I was thinking of this was, like, I was happy that I got, I guess, my prep in. Like, my opponent didn't expect this. I was ahead on time. So in that sense, it was nice. But, okay, what to do here? So we have the two bishops. Both sides are still developing. So my option, like getting the bishop out is definitely one. And the other one was I wanted to play g6, bishop f6, and then put the bishops like here and here. I thought that would be a nice diagonal. So I was thinking of, okay, what should I do here? Bishop d7 and get the rook out? Or bishop e6 I wasn't as big a fan of because knight d4 and I think I have to go back. And that didn't look as meaningful. So bishop d7 or g6. g6 with the idea that I just defend this in advance for when I go bishop f6, bishop e6, bishop f7, which sounds so convoluted when I think about it now. But during the game, for some reason, I thought I had the time to do that. But in hindsight, like it would have made sense to just develop. I think I underestimated white. Like it's quite easy for them to improve their pieces. And then development, like who has improved their pieces is quite important. So somehow I didn't think of that enough. Bishop d7 has been played in both GM games where they were black here. And okay, they've won both. But yeah, this makes sense, like rook d8 or rook e8. And the two bishops are pretty happy. So this was a very this was a very weird decision by me. Like I somehow thought maybe I was a bit confident from getting my prep in. I thought I had time to like do this. And then this is defended, but very strange decision when I think about it now. Because after knight f6, bishop f6, so far so good. As long as I can get this, I think black is better because this bishop is really strong and white doesn't have a dark square bishop. But yeah, white gets piece improvement so quickly. c5, rook d6 is also coming. So around here, I was really thinking, oh man, I made a mistake with g6. Now white's pieces are like so much better than black's. For example, this game, this moment I was already, I had 1 hour here, but I think I spent like close to 15 minutes because I realized, oh no, I've just given, like I've done this move, which only makes sense if I'm able to get this in. But if I don't have time for that, it's like I've just wasted a move. So like bishop e6, rook d6, I can't even go back this way. Knight f4, attacking the bishop. Yeah, it was all a bit unpleasant. And bishop d7, like after g6, it's just so slow. So yeah, again, knight f4, check. White just has things they can go for. So that one tempo I felt like went from fine for black to, okay, I have to be really careful. Otherwise, I might be quite a bit worse. I'm not sure if that makes sense as if you're watching this, if you want me to explain it further, but I feel like white's play is quite natural, like improving pieces, making forcing moves, going for weak squares. Well, I don't quite have time to do what I wanted, which was put these bishops on these diagonals. I'm happy to swap rooks because the two bishops in an endgame are very strong in an open position. But yeah, so I was quite annoyed at myself here. So I went back to stop rook d6. Oh, and a cool moment happened here, knight f4. I gave a little smile. I don't know if my opponent smiled too because, the f-file is covered with pieces. Something that doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things, but, nothing does, I guess, in the end. So this is just a cool geometric thing that happens sometimes in games. So knight f4 stops bishop e6. Bishop d7. Yeah, I mean, I can't even get my bishop to this diagonal here. So my play is just very inconsistent. g6 was a waste. Now I had to go back. So I was like, okay, swapping is good in general because then the two bishops are good and it's harder for white to use the initiative in this phase of the middle game. So they avoided rook d1. So bishop d7, I don't really want to give up, even though this bishop doesn't look that good. I thought just getting to opposite colored bishops, it just kills my bishop pair advantage. So I wanted to avoid that if possible. But probably I should have allowed that because at this point I shouldn't be thinking of advantage so much. I just need to get through this phase. Queen a5, it was to avoid knight e6. And okay, takes probably I don't have time for, but knight e6. Yeah, again, I didn't like exchanging. I wanted to keep this bishop, even though it is a bit risky to have these pieces here. Queen c4, defending this. I have to watch out for b4 potentially. Rook e7. Yep, so here again, I just want to develop bishop d7, get my rook in, and then I'm happy. But my opponent keeps stopping my healthy development. For example, if bishop d7 here, they can do things like maybe take, knight e5, for example, b4. So I swapped rooks, bishop d7. So sort of surviving for now. I was quite worried a few moves ago, but I'm getting my rook in, or so I thought. Bishop f1. Yep, so I'm just trying to improve my pieces. Well, I guess with open positions, it's less pawn breaks as we've been looking at in rounds 1 and 2. So this is more about improving pieces because pawn breaks are less of a factor here. So it's about who can improve the pieces more and anticipating, what the opponent wants to do as well. Yep. So making a plan, it's more it's quite concrete, I think. It's how to improve your own pieces while stopping theirs or anticipating theirs. But here, yeah, I've been wanting to swap pieces, so probably my opponent had something in this phase, but we won't nitpick every detail. But because this endgame was still very interesting. So I managed to swap rooks. If queen e6, I can defend both with queen d8. So I was pretty happy here in terms of I managed to get through that middle game without allowing too much of an initiative. There were other variations, but it is still hard to use this bishop. H4. Maybe going for knight g5. Queen d8. Yeah, I thought about taking, but they can always get the pawn back with this fork. So I thought as long as I have this bishop, I can't be worse long term. So in general, swapping pieces I was happy with, swap queens, this bishop would get even more powerful. Swap knight, I'll be happy with, as long as I'm left with this bishop. Even swapping bishops, I guess, is not bad. But when you have the two bishops, you often want to keep both because, yeah, I guess as a principle, when your opponent has the bishop pair, you often want to even exchange your own bishop for the other one because then, okay, this bishop is still strong, but it's only the dark squares, while the powerful thing about the two bishops is that you control both, especially with this one, it doesn't have its counterpart, but it's most powerful when the other bishop is also on the board because then both colors are covered. Okay, bishop c2. I thought I'd take my chance to create a bit of an imbalance here before white plays b4. And the two bishops are nice, but I wasn't sure if I could win just from that. So this one I took. So it's a bit of a pawn swap, but I thought with isolated pawns on both sides, I thought that can't be too bad for long-term endgame prospects for black with the two bishops. Maybe I'm thinking of the two bishops too much. It is obviously concrete every time. But yeah, having more weaknesses seemed to me like a good thing with the pawns more further apart with the bishops. Okay, queen e7, so he avoids that. Okay, so knight d8. So my main idea actually was to swap queens because the queen's sort of trapped here. They can't avoid the exchange. The other one is to take here, but I was mainly thinking of the queen exchange. But I guess you can't really stop that now and also defend this one. Okay, bishop b3, queen b7. So we get to this endgame where I've managed to swap queens. My bishop is happy, but I do have weaknesses too. And at this point, I think we're both pretty low on time. Like, yeah, I think I was down to increment. He had 5 minutes. So he could target this one, so I targeted this one, but this exchange happens by he can get this one back. And we get to this endgame. Good bishop versus okay knight. And how would you evaluate this endgame? Do you think, well, I guess who's better and how like substantial are the chances? Oh, yep. No, please ask any question. King h8. Yep, that was back here. Bishop d3. Ah, well, okay. This position, it's because of the fork, but probably you meant maybe there was another moment where there was some other decision. Yep, I just wanted to avoid the pin while, yeah, it turned out this knight was here in this position, so I couldn't go this way. So I had to go king h8. Probably, yeah, and after bishop a4, yep, and dark square just seemed better. Yep, so that was just a concrete reason, but thanks for asking. So this endgame. So yeah, I mean, so what's how to think about this? Like how good is this position for black? Yeah, and I think for streaming, like in terms of time of the day, this is not great for like the US, Europe audience. Or maybe it's still okay. And okay, I mean, I haven't streamed before, so probably not many people are watching anyway. But yeah, tournament recap streams, probably my favorite type. Yep, all good. But that's a good question. Yeah, if the fork wasn't there, definitely King G7 was probably better, yeah, just because it's closer to the center. So this is a tough one. So I thought black's slightly better. Because dark square bishop, yep, pawns on dark squares, and the king's slightly more active. So the main plan, if possible, would be to go for this pawn and, of course, promote this one. Another good thing is that the bishop is of the right color, so it can support a potential promotion in future, but the material is very low left on the board. So this knight can potentially attack this one. So if I go all in on the queen side, you know, these pawns are vulnerable, so white can get a kingside pawns going too. Yep, that sounds like a good evaluation. Yep. Yeah, exactly. So I felt like, okay, I should have some chances, but I wasn't exactly sure because it's very concrete endgames. Yeah, I really like endgames. Unfortunately, my time management as a player over my career has not been the best. So often in the endgame, I don't have as much time to, you know, really think deep and accurately to just play like a high quality consistently. But I do like it. So that was one of my goals this tournament, to play faster and get more endgames. And to play more endgames, yeah, you have to make practical decisions in the opening and middle game to not burn so much time when it's not so important. Okay, king f1 makes sense. King e6. King e2. King d5. So knight has a few squares. I think knight d8 makes sense. So going for knight f7, knight g5. And once the pawns move, like he can, if white targets the ones on the light squares, if they win it, then they can make a pass pawn on the king side. So unfortunately, yeah, it's very difficult to just go for this pawn. And I think the element here that's important is like, even if I win this pawn, as long as the white can put the king here, like that holds off any, if my pawn's here, my king's completely stuck. And otherwise, it just takes so many moves for the pawn to get going. And meanwhile, white will probably be able to attack at least one pawn. And then it's, yeah. And then you have to be careful you're not allowing passes on the king side. Yep. Yep, so controlling the knight activity. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Yeah. Yeah, so let's say, okay, yeah, so if you go king, like just go for the pawn, yeah, this knight is very, I wonder if maybe knight e6 is even more accurate, because taking the bishop and you can go this way. Yeah, and you have to be careful, like if you let any pawn breaks, it can always be a danger that your pawns will be the weak one. Yeah, you could easily be worse here. So, and if bishop e7, yeah, knight doesn't want to go this way, probably just this way, going for knight g5 could be a drawn endgame, but yeah, the knight still has some paths. Knight h6, potentially h6, g4. So it just added too many squares, I think. King e6. Yeah, probably white can swap, would have to calculate, but I feel like the king... Well, okay, you have to be careful there, because pawn endgame, there's a chance that one side will be in zugzwang, but I feel like it should be a draw. But yeah, need to calculate. Or otherwise they can... Yeah, otherwise it's pretty limited, isn't it? So knight b7's the other one. I guess just trying to get the knight out. Maybe that's playable too. Maybe I could have played bishop b7. That was more testing in terms of after knight f7. They have to make a decision if this is playable. I feel like it should be. Yeah, because white has spare tempi. So probably black's the one who might want to be careful too. But I think that should be a draw. Let's say check. If I take, white can always get the opposition. And white has more spare tempi, so I don't think black can hope for a win here, because yeah, both kings can't let the other one forward. But white has more spare tempi. So probably it is just a draw here, but I was hoping there'd be more, but h6. And now my idea was, let's say if white is careless and goes this way, then with the... Yeah, they can't go here anymore, so the knight would be trapped after bishop f8. And king f7. Yeah, or if knight h8, king f6, king g7. But of course, my opponent saw this, and they went knight f7 first. So I played king e6, but so bishop e7 or bishop f8. Oh no, bishop f8 allows this, which is no good. Once you have to move pawns, that's going to be more weaknesses, so there's definitely no time to go for the pawn. So I have to, well, yeah, so I guess I can't really stop that. So I went king e6. So if they take again, I can trap the knight, but of course they go back. Yeah, and I think it has to be a draw here. Like king e7, the knight will get out. Yep, so yep, the game ended here, and we didn't have any time to think deeply about any other plans. Yep, so this was a draw. So yeah, pretty balanced game. Probably my opponent had some more chances to make something of around here when I wasted this move with g6. Like it didn't turn out to be useful. It's probably in this phase, white could have maybe hoped for a bit more. Maybe h4 earlier. But the moves they played were pretty natural. Maybe knight d4, maybe h4. You could go for small improvements, but maybe black was close to equality enough that it was okay. So that was round 3 against an IM. And we'll go to the next one, which was against another international master. And this time I was white. I'll just change the text. Yep, so this master I have a historically good score against. I'm not sure why, but I think Spanish, Italian has happened in those games. So I went with the same approach, bishop b5. Hello, Mortagod. Yeah. Yep, the top seed, the Australian number 2, GM Kuybokarov. Yeah, he didn't have a great tournament. A few games where he's usually very consistent and often wins this tournament, I think, but he lost to a few low-rated players. So I guess sometimes you just have a bad tournament, even with players like him. Could be with, just bad form perhaps. And there is one game, actually I played him in the game after this one, and I don't want to be too self-important to think that game affected him, but he did start doing badly after that game. And I don't know, maybe, you'll see once I show that game, but yeah, who knows? Those little things can sometimes add up and can dent your motivation a little bit, or like in terms of the quality of the games. But I think it was just happened to be bad form. And I did notice that he got low on time. And I think when he's low on time, and perhaps when he's not in the best form, he can make some uncharacteristic blunders or mistakes. So that just happened in more than one game in this tournament. It's bound to happen to anyone once in a while. So hopefully he can bounce back strong. Because, I talked with him after our game, and super nice guy. So I think it's just one of those things. It just happened, but yeah. And so probably it was like the being not in the best form perhaps contributed to getting in time pressure, maybe more than usual, and that led to the mistakes. Because I think he's usually quite good with time as well, but this time he was getting a bit too low when he didn't want to, and then he led to some blunders. Okay, a6, bishop a4. Okay, bishop c5. I am definitely not a theoretician, so I didn't really remember what line this is called or what to do against it, but I thought, okay, c3 can't be wrong, going for d4 with a tempo. Yeah, so I don't think I've looked at this before. There's so many lines in the Spanish but I thought this must be the right approach, castle, and then go for d4. d4 immediate is probably good too. Take. I'm guessing they were going to go check and maybe d5 to not allow a massive pawn center. But yeah, so I thought castles, and then d4 is the plan. So knight g6, but here I was wondering, I'm not sure what black's going for, because if takes, I have this massive center that must be good for me, like great development. And if they don't take, I thought I could win a pawn potentially, take this and take this. But bishop d6 is extremely ugly. It just doesn't look right. This is blocked. So he played bishop a7. Obviously he knew this well. But yeah, so first I was really thinking like, wow, this is, what's black's idea after I take and then take this one? Because it's like, okay, you do have the bishop pair as black, but you have double pawns. Plus I have the Berlin majority plus another pawn. Like it's 5 versus 3 on the king side. So I was seriously considering this. But yeah, I thought about this a bit too long. It took me long to realize like black's actual idea, which I thought was queen e7. And okay, this is pinned, so I can't move it. Let's say bishop f4, and then g5, then h5. And for a pawn, black has super strong bishops and like a good initiative, good attack if I go bishop f4. So he either gets the pawn back or gets a pretty big attack very quickly, castle queenside and just checkmate me. Well, it's hard for me to generate play. So it took me way too long to like realize that this is black's sort of approach. They could probably go for queen h4 as well, and it's decent. So I realized that. And then if I can't take that pawn, then, I shouldn't take this knight, because in like the Italian and Spanish, this bishop is like what you want, is like your crown jewel. You want to keep this bishop unless you're getting like something very significant. So yeah, bishop g5 seems to be common, but I don't really see the point of allowing f6 because he's going to castle king h8 anyway. So I went bishop b3. Castles, rook e1, d6. It's a very interesting setup by black, putting the knight here. I didn't know this line, but it turns out to be a pretty normal Italian kind of game, Spanish. Yeah, knight e7 I wasn't sure about. I thought black should maybe just develop. Maybe king h8. Sometimes black can go for f5. So knight c7. I'm not exactly sure why he wanted to play that here, because I felt like other moves might be more meaningful, but maybe he wanted to play f5 quickly. So stop that. h6 makes sense. Cover g5. And again, like in round 2, we have this maneuver, improving the knight. Yeah, c5 I was surprised by because it's quite committal. Like, you're never going to be able to control d5 with a pawn now. And okay, maybe it's playable, but I felt like black shouldn't commit to this like when he didn't need to. So I expected maybe king h8, maybe going for f5, or just play a slower game with c6 or bishop d7, queen e8 maybe. So I was a bit surprised by c5 because long term, like, white's going to have this potential weakness, while white's going to have d4 covered as a difference. So I started with h3, and then black went back. So probably d5 is healthy too, but then this bishop is blocked, and then f5 gains in power. So I thought it is better to exchange here, and then we're left with this. Black has a weakness while white doesn't, which, yeah, looks good for white. Plus this bishop is a little bit out of play. So swapping could be okay, but I felt like queen c1, just keep pieces on, like this can annoy black's queen. I felt like white should be slightly better here with good bishop, weak square. And, you know, potentially there's a sack idea if black's not careful. Okay, knight h4. Again, like in round 2, you know, when you look at one tournament you play, you can always find some similarities or patterns that just happen to have happened multiple times in that tournament. Like in round 2 and round 4, my white game so far, black's tried to swap off this good knight, for example. So here I thought it's okay to take. Knight g3, potentially knight f5. So this time, you know, there's not much point of the queen being here. So I thought queen d1, queen f3, maybe going for knight f5, and then rook d1 would be an optimal placement. And I think if you just look at each piece, like this one's slightly better than this one. This one, yeah, slightly better than this one. And my knight has more potential at the moment compared to this knight because it can't go to d4. So I thought based on those things, white has that slight, tiny, like, I guess advantage and more potential to like improve pieces in a more natural way than black. So it's easier for white to play. So knight e7 makes sense, covering these two squares. I continue with the plan, queen d1, improve the queen. Queen f6. Yeah, this prevents queen f3. So I went to h5 instead. Bishop e6, makes sense to swap off this good bishop. So I'm going through this phase a bit quickly, but this game was quite a long one and a very interesting endgame. So I'm skipping over this middle game relatively quickly. But okay, take. Well, let's think about it here. I should probably hide the move sometimes, hey, because when people are thinking. But what would you consider here as white? What are the moves that you'd consider as candidates? So a very healthy position, very quiet one. So how to think about positions like this. And of course, with the stream, I'm not using an engine. I only used it a few times so far, I think, just to check, you know, where we were curious about the evaluation. But, you know, if you're going to use an engine, I feel like, sure, it might give you a better idea of what's happening, but I think you learn less when you're doing things like this, game analysis, because you already know what's sort of happening. Like, if you know white's better, for example, you'll more easily look for more active moves. And so, yeah, I'm a big fan of analyzing classical games properly. So during a tournament, I don't like in the opening phase, I might check the database to make sure I'm not caught out in the same line twice. But otherwise, yeah, I save analysis for after tournaments because like it's where you can learn from most classical games. So if you look at the engine immediately, I just feel like you miss out on that learning of thinking about what you thought during the game, like making those notes, and then having another think after the tournament. And then when you have conclusions, you can check with an engine if you want, like in critical moments. But I just think the old school method is, yeah, long term better for your understanding and improvement. But you can definitely become a very strong player, even GM, without reading books and just taking an engine approach, I'm sure, just by playing a lot and learning from that. So that's just one way to do it. I just prefer doing it without an engine, mostly. Yep, Mortagod, knight f5. Yep, looks like a very solid candidate. Knight f5. Knight f5. So we're swapping off the knights potentially. Yes, c4 would be a nice move if we could get it, because that fixes the pawn, and yeah, that kills their bishop even further. Yep, knight f5. That looks like a good idea. Yep, I think I did consider that move. Not the one I played, but it looks very solid. Let's see if someone says something else in the next minute. Otherwise, I'll look into that move and the one I played as well. Yep, thanks to the people tuning in. This is my first stream for this channel. So before this English channel, I was doing YouTube in Japanese for like 2 years. So I streamed there a few dozen times. But yeah, this is the first time I think ever in English. So thanks to everyone who's been commenting so far, because without comments, the stream is just me talking about chess, and I might as well make long form video recaps rather than doing it on a stream. So thanks for all the comments. If you've been watching but you're shy, I totally understand. But if you're, working on your chess and anything you're curious about, just you can ask. It doesn't have to be about the game. It can be about training or study or whatever as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Okay, let's look at Mortagod's knight f5. Yep. So I guess the question is like, do we want to swap knights? And probably here, yeah, it's not bad. So it is a candidate. Knight f5. I wonder what you are planning like follow-up. Are you like trying to actively exchange knights, or you're just putting it here and waiting for black to take? I'm guessing it's the latter, but yeah. Yep. So maybe you were planning to exchange, because you did mention c4. I guess one way to get the queen off is to exchange. Yep, and then rook d1. Yep, and I guess black, yeah, does want to be careful if they do want to take, because, yeah, takes does allow either you get c4 in, or, you get f6, which might be even winning, because you mess up black's kingside. Okay, maybe not winning. Probably black can go back. Oh, maybe not. Bishop takes. No, it's interesting. Queen takes f6. Yeah. Anyway, for black, it is a bit risky to commit to that taking. Yep, so knight f5 is and then rook d1. Let's say black just goes like... okay, c4, it's maybe possible. Okay, white still gets the d file first, let's say after the exchanges. So yeah, I mean, white is pretty solid everywhere. Let's say rook d1. Yeah, and white just looks slightly better because I think you just mobilize quicker. Yeah, rook d6 you don't want to allow. It looks very risky. Potentially some sacks. Yep, so there's no time for that. And otherwise, yeah, you're just going to get the d-file first, I feel like, and be slightly better. Yep. Okay, so c4, maybe not that good either. Yep, g4 definitely. Just clamp down with white pawns. And yeah, if takes, you could take with the g pawn and maybe attack down here as well. Yep, that looks good. Yeah, so knight f5, very solid. That was definitely a counter move that is a good one. I wonder what black's best is. It's not easy, because if c4 is out of the question, okay, maybe b5. Okay, white could be trying to accumulate even more positional like weaknesses or things with a4, but rook d1. Yeah, it's just such a solid position for white. So yeah, this is definitely tempting as well. Ooh, c4. Wow. Cool idea. Yeah. That's a really cool idea. Like if they take, you can probably get it back, and then this is fixed. The only thing I'm worried about is the counter play down the b file. But yeah, definitely a thing to consider. Like rooks, I don't know why you want to continue with, let's say rook c1. The only thing is like it does give black something to aim for, like rook b4, rook b8, for example. But I like the idea. Yeah, c4. Positional sack makes sense. Yep, so knight f5, that looks good too. I think I went for queen g4. So actually I was happy to swap queens. And I felt that in the long run, just keeping the knights on, maybe I'll go knight f5 at some point, but I felt like it's very hard to use this knight effectively. So I decided to, I guess, leave it as a bad piece. Like both minor pieces are quite weak. And rather than, knight f5 is definitely strong. And black probably doesn't want to exchange, but I feel like it was more annoying practically to, I think, keep the knights. So it's not really objective, it's how I just felt subjectively that it's practically more annoying for black if they have to suffer with both of these minor pieces. Hello, thanks for the comment. R9 FTBL. Glad you appreciate it. Yep, this is all for like viewers in terms of, I'm doing this on a stream so people can ask questions. So I'd be very happy if people get something out of this, even one thing they can use in their own games, like how to think. So as black, it's sort of hard to avoid the exchange. Like you move your queen somewhere, I can, knight h5. I just still have the same advantages like rook d1. Yeah, I can fix the pawn as Mortargod mentioned. So he went for the swap, but yeah, pretty difficult decision for black because you have to allow some positional concession. This one, yeah, I guess the white's pretty happy here. Could go knight f5, but I don't want to leave this knight as a bad piece if I don't have to like exchange it actively. Okay, rook f8. So I think with endgames like this, it's very comfortable because even if black like manages to exchange like any set of pieces, except for like all of them, you probably don't want to exchange the bishop as white, like with their bishop. Because I think just only if it's like, because the saying with knight endgames is knight endgames are pawn endgames. So they're very, compared to other endgames, they're quite, like having one pair of knights doesn't change too much from if it was a pawn endgame of the same position. While here, like if it's only bishops left on the board, it's very good for white. I don't know if clearly winning, but weaknesses, bad bishop. So I guess it's the minor pieces, yeah. Like the rooks are pretty equal in value. Like they're very symmetrical here in this position, but the minor pieces are where the difference is, especially the bishop, because of, this relationship. So in endgames, it's always good to think of which pieces should I exchange, like are good for me, are good for them, are bad for me, bad for them, because then that gives you, like there's a concrete calculation, but you're always thinking of, if you've already thought of which exchanges are probably good, then that saves you like in calculating and decision making as well. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I was pretty happy with the tournament, 6 out of 9. I mean, I'm going to write a newsletter post about this, but Doeberl, this tournament, I do quite badly. Like 8 of the last 10, I've lost like significant rating. Like the last what was it, last 6? I've lost like 100 FIDE points from the last 6 and like 60 from the last 3 or something. So it's probably that I'm playing less now because I'm working full time, less tournaments. So each tournament, maybe I'm putting more pressure on myself because I don't play that often now, and also because it's a home tournament in Canberra for me, where I live. I've always lived here since I was born here. Maybe there's that added pressure, but this time I sort of was able to focus on the things I wanted to during the tournament. Like, just doesn't matter about the result, the process mindset, as they say. But in a way, that actually worked for me. Which I think in the game, next game, I'll mention more against Timur because I was definitely having a lot of that mental self-talk. Yep, good question. More to God. Yeah, Black's ideal pawn setup. I would say you don't want to play f6 just because, well, as long as the bishop's still here, it's just very. Although, yeah, it's something to consider. I guess you could consider it. I was thinking originally, this is dark square bad, but no, it's not so simple because it is double pawns, so it is hard for then white to break on with the g file. So very good question. I guess g6, just that this is on, so I guess black has already like concessions, like this is a weakness. So f6, like you'd have to think hard as black whenever you're going to make a pawn move here, because you're already worse. So it's like, is there a point of, am I gaining more from doing that pawn move than, allowing some drawback? So g6 potentially, as long as you have this covered, and then, but even after that, it's like you stop knight f5, but then you're tied to this pawn for defense. g5 you definitely don't want to do while the knight's still around, because I think just more weaknesses. I think what's annoying for black when the knights are not exchanged is, it's just that difference. White could potentially go d5 or f5. If black wants to keep the knight out of f5, they need to move this, but then this is going to be weak. So it's like black's knight has to sort of stay here guarding this square. Well, black can't go, there's no outpost for him, like d4, no. And f4 as well, no. So it's just, like in this position, when you ask an engine, these things aren't going to matter. But when it's a human game, I think they're very, just knowing that your knight has no like good future as black, it's very annoying to just be on the passive defending side. Yep, yeah, that's a good point. f6, king f7. So it does look like a pretty good setup because you stop g5, and if I go g3, f4, and then g5, you're definitely going to swap off some pawns when white's going to get some weaknesses as well, or it'll be more drawish just because lack of pawns. Oh, what was that line? I've been reading a Dvoretsky Yusupov endgame book at the moment. What was it? It was something about advantages and swapping off pawns. So one thing is definitely when you're worse, you want to swap off pawns. Like this is a good example, like because the minor pieces, white's definitely better. So if black manages to exchange some, let's say these get exchanged, just hypothetically, then you just have that less to worry about, On the king side, it's harder for white to make a good, find a way through or make a good structure. Because if you have less pawns, it's just less bad things can happen, I guess, and less weaknesses in this case. What was the other part of that quote? So the worst side doesn't want to swap pawns. Oh yeah, and I guess it's like, okay, if you're material up, obviously you want to swap pieces. Yeah, it does depend a bit. I think it was something like if you're better, you... no, but often wanting to exchange pieces, that's not really right here. It doesn't apply here. Because if you swap off every piece here, like pawn and game's just obviously equal. So I guess that was material advantage. You want to swap off pieces. Or was it just that if you're better, I guess you want to keep more pawns on. Yeah, I feel like there was another part to it. But yeah, you get the gist of it. Okay, rookie d1. So black definitely, he did play f6 in a couple moves, which we'll see, because it was a pretty good defense. Knight c6, okay, the knight left, so I might as well improve my knight. It can potentially go here, and it's hard, now black definitely can't go here, so f6 is a thing. Trading knights. Yep. Yes. Oh, right. So you're saying white might not want to block because then white, the king can't break through from white's side. So let's say the rooks and knights all swapped off, and then like the bishop's horrible, but how does white actually win? That would be a good question. It might not actually be easy. It'd have to be something on the king side, like pawn here, king here, a5, like b4. This is very hypothetical because it's too many moves, but so I guess, yeah, as white, you don't want to let exchanges too easily but okay, it is not easy for black to allow those exchanges, but that is definitely a thing. Yeah, always thinking of, can black play this now? Because if the bishops get exchanged, is my advantage getting smaller? Like here, for example, it's just making too many weaknesses, I think. So like take, what's the most accurate way? I mean, yeah, probably take here. No, it's not easy actually. I mean, what was white's most accurate way? Knight takes, knight d6, b5 looks okay. So maybe there's something better. So maybe it's rook. No, rook takes also allows rook d5. I guess you could go rook d5, but I feel like there was something here. What am I missing? I thought white could get more out of that. Knight d6. Okay, but allowing double pawns, that's a question. Maybe it was just take, knight. Oh wait, not rook takes. Maybe knight takes. Oh, it's not so obvious though, is it, that this is that good for white? Maybe I'm missing something obvious. But knight e3 followed by a4, potentially. I feel like there was more here though. c4. Okay, I feel like there was something better here. What am I missing? Yeah, you could go for d5. I mean, it looks pleasant, but if black manages to swap off the bad bishop, it's that much closer to equality, I feel like. So let's say takes. Yeah, rook d5. I mean, white's definitely the one who's better, but it feels like an improvement for black. So maybe it was worth black considering exchanging bishops around here. Maybe even f6 and just hold with knight c6. Okay, white's still better for sure, but definitely worth considering as black here. But maybe he thought he didn't have to do that. And he probably didn't have to, honestly. Like, the game was questionable if I took the right approach. Okay, so yeah, I could play moves like rook d5, a4, but okay, king f1. I just improved the king because I didn't really see that this would immediately alleviate the pressure so much. Although, as we just saw, maybe it might have a little bit. f6. Okay, so we get to the defense that you guys mentioned. Okay, king e2. Okay, well, b6, yeah, I didn't like because, yeah, I mean, c4, maybe it's worth considering here. And although I'd probably get the d file with the rook, but b6, yeah, it just kills the bishop completely. Oh, yep, rook d5. Let's go back a bit. So that was probably here. Let's say rook d5. Oh, yeah, f6. Oh, yeah, rook d5, right. Could be. Although take, you do have to make sure you're not swapping off too much. So that would be the concrete, like, potential drawback. But yeah, rook d5. Let's say f6. Oh, wait. Rook d1. Oh, I've black played c4. Sorry. Yep, c4, rook d5. All right. Now the question is, yeah, should black just swap and then defend this with b5? But let's say f6, as you say. Rook d1. Bishop. Okay, take first. Take rook d5. F6. D1, c6. Yeah, here though, probably white has this tactic, knight e7 check. That could be winning. Yeah, you look like you get a pawn at least. So that could be winning, knight f7. And otherwise, it's hard for black to deviate, isn't it, from this line? I guess instead of f6, you could go knight c6 first. And then maybe king f8. maybe it's more accurate to avoid the tactic. But yeah, I feel like when the rook's off, there is a real chance that black's gonna just be okay. It feels like white should have something, but it's not. It's not obvious to me immediately that there is something. Like maybe rook d7. Although I'm not sure what I'm doing after that, because I can't move this one. Okay, rook d5, and then maybe rook takes b7. Yeah, like obviously white's the one pushing, so black's probably concerned about lines like this. Yeah, it's interesting to think about if this was better for black defensive chances wise compared to like the game where it was f6. King f8, f6. Yep. So the next black move I wasn't a big fan of. So c4 potentially here, maybe. But yeah, white's always going to have ways. Like maybe knight e7 here. But yeah, probably knight d6. White's always going to have like some sort of way to ask questions and yeah, make play just because black has pieces that are just so passive. But b6, yeah, I wasn't a big fan of. Like, okay, it defends this one, but the bishop is even worse. I guess black wanted to maybe just swap off and hope that the minor piece endgame, as long as there's no entryway, black might be okay. So let's think about this position. What are the candidates for white here? Because, yeah, if you haven't seen this game, the move I played is probably not one of the first ones you think of. So there are lots of good moves here, as we've been looking at. But what would you play here? Have a think about this position and decide. I'm just arranging lunch because I'm doing a stream while probably eating lunch too. So my partner's just preparing for me for today. Rook d5. Hello, chess guy Ben. Yep, rook d5. It's a candidate. I'm hoping I'll get a few here to compare with the move in the game, and it's a very interesting endgame to think about in terms of what is the best way for white to play, because definitely advantage, but what do you actually play here? Oh yeah, f3. Yep, that's a very solid positional idea. 93, and then knight d5. It's like the beautiful knights. f5 beautiful, d5 beautiful, but what are you going to do after that? So at some point you have to find some concrete action. So there's other So I think the tricky thing with like when you have an advantage is like you don't want to complicate if you don't have to, but at some point you just have to go for the concrete approach where usually calculation is required. And because often, I've had in many of my games too, I have the advantage. Let's say I win an exchange, but then I relax too much and allow counterplay, or I have this really pleasant endgame position for ages, but the position is nice, but if you don't do anything, eventually they can improve their pieces and maybe you don't have that advantage as much so more. Although, it does take a few moves for black to get somewhere decent because it's very hard for them to like break out permanently. Because even if you swap off rooks, like white can still push in that endgame, but yeah, there are some chances to hold. Yep, rook d6. Yep, it does look good for white. Yes, even with the rooks off. Yeah, it can never really be a fortress. But if you allow, let's say, if black's king is not tied to this pawn, like if the knight can get to e6 and the king is like, let's say, c6, the bishops, just come here or something. Like it's still super pleasant, but it's not easy to see how to actually win. And if my king goes like this way, then black will defend it. Yep. limited infiltration points. The classic endgame principle is, or when you have an advantage, is the principle of two weaknesses. Okay, here it's not clear anymore what the main weakness is. I guess it's just Black is just generally worse in every department. The bishops, the knights in terms of activity, weaknesses, and just less active plans for Black. Okay, but since you guys are looking at this and commenting, I want to see if you guys can keep suggesting until you come to my move that I played. So these are all healthy moves. So rook d5. I guess it's that. Yeah, even that exchange, it looks very healthy for white with this bad bishop in that endgame. And like chronically dark square pawns. Rook d6 doesn't look too scary like after the exchange because you're not improving white's like structure that much. So Black's probably happy to exchange. I mean, white's still better. And then there's that f3 improve the knight. Looks fun as well, but Black will probably improve the pieces a little bit. Yep, a4 is decent. Trying to make potentially another weakness with a5. Yeah, combined with knight d6, which you can do at some point. So we've got a4, f3. I think maybe knight d6 immediately. Hasn't come up yet, but rook d5, rook d6. Still haven't got to my move. Yeah, this is a move I'm pretty proud of. Objectively speaking, I don't know if it was good. Oh yeah, and a king run is another option. King, okay, let's say it gets here. Okay, once it gets to h5, Black can, okay, they have to have this covered, but as long as they can go like, yeah, it's a decent plan. I mean, you have time a little bit. So this could be, if you can get there, it looks good. I feel like Black is in time to stop it, but it is a plan. Yep, we're getting to the more creative ones because we haven't found my move yet. G5. Yeah, obviously you know that, yeah, this is a little bit speculative just because it's hard. Yeah, this takes a few moves. After maybe this first, but then it's like, you know, Black should have time to improve the pieces somehow, like rook d7, knight here. Yep, so king, this is a pretty cool idea. I feel like Black should be able to, you know, stop it in an effective way, but definitely an idea. But we still haven't found my idea. I'm not giving any hints yet, because if I give a slight hint, you guys will probably get it immediately. Okay, so we've found a lot of moves that look all pretty good. Knight d6, f3, king f3, rook h1. Oh, we've found the idea. Yes, can we sack? Yep, Chess Guy Ben, that is what I played. I'm bishop takes h6. So objectively, I don't know if this is good because I haven't checked with an engine. But like I felt like after b6, it was just, I just felt like, oh man, this is the moment I have to like do something. The bishop is just so bad, these pieces. So I couldn't calculate it out, but I felt like, okay, and I really want to play like this and see what happens. So Black has to take because you have the in-between move. And I think it was quite shocking to him as well. I could tell by his reaction. He wasn't expecting this. And honestly, maybe bishop takes h6 is a bad move. But I just had to play this after seeing the idea. So Black's pieces are so bad that I thought I would have enough time and enough pawns to get compensation. So Black has two like approaches. One is to go king f7, defend this pawn. The other one is to try to swap off knights immediately. The game was king f7. Let's see what happens if knight e7. So I take Black. Okay, knight g8 looks very passive, like rook h7, and this rook is just so powerful. The bishop and rook are just horrible. It's hard for Black to make any moves. Okay, maybe bishop b8, rook a7. That might be similar to the game actually, but during that time I can probably do like rook b7 or bring the other rook in potentially, or the slow plan of making a pass pawn. So let's have a look at takes. So here they managed to swap off the knight, but I thought I have, you know, enough pawns. I might even win this one. Because if Black, yeah, so I already have 3 pawns for the bishop, and it just takes him time to get this bishop in place. So I thought, like worst case, the 3 pawns will be at least as good as the bishop, and they're all going to be pretty mobile. So that was another way the game could have gone, but the game went king f7, which makes sense. Takes. So my threat is g5 and also check and get the other rook in. So yeah, compared to the other options you guys suggested, I felt like this was, well, it's what I wanted to play. Maybe another master would have played a slower approach and that could have been better, but I wanted to play this way. Okay, cheat. So yeah, I think black's bishop is just so bad that I do have enough time to at least have enough compensation. Takes. Again, g5 and check are both threats. 98. So yeah, 96 looks good, so check. These get mated, so they have to go back rank. But here, honestly, I thought it was better than it was. Like, I thought I would get more. But after king f8, there's no obvious knockout punch. Maybe I was hoping for a bit more, but I knew that worst case I'd have enough compensation. Like, it's just 2 pawns for the bishop, but the bishop is so bad. So went g3 just to create a passed pawn. And it's hard for black to make too many moves. Like knight f7 loses another pawn. So, and bishop b8, which was played. I mean, it's a bit slow. But I do want to avoid the rook swap. So rook d7, king e8, rook h7. Oh yeah, so, oh yeah, was it here? Or here. I was setting some trap, but maybe it was soon. Oh yeah, it was here. Yeah. If rook a7, this was a bit of a trap where, yeah, I would go check and the bishop's overloaded. King f8, and probably a couple ways to win. Probably this is the simplest. Rook h8. If king g7, I win the knight. And if here, then, yep, I fork, and this is winning. So he has to avoid that. And he played knight f7. So he has diffused like the first wave of the attack, like just with the rook and knight. But yeah, I feel like he had a better defense around here. Maybe just rook f7 immediately. Oh, but rook g7. I always have these annoying threats. Like this would go for check as well as rook g6. And it's hard to calculate this with not much time. I think we were both pretty low at this point. Yep, b5, b4 makes sense. So, b5 either to go c4 and open up the bishop, or b4 to try and generate some counterplay. It makes sense. Yep, so this was the game. f4, going on with my plan of, it's slow, but black can't break out immediately. So it's hard to say if b4 was better here or c4 as in the game. c4, it makes sense, like to go bishop a7 and then get the rook out. So I went rook g7 to set up g5. And again, if rook a7, rook g6, I get another pawn and then I have pass pawns that are coming. So check makes sense. King e2. I think he played this bit pretty well because I honestly underestimated that black could defend like adequately. Yep, you got it, Motor God. Yep, bishop c5, and then yeah, so I completely missed this in advance, like that he could sort of get the bishop to the defense. But I do have enough play. But honestly, I underestimated black's defensive capabilities after g5. I thought that it was winning at this point, but there was one detail I missed that black can defend. Like it looks like it's game over after takes. Maybe takes was an option too, but this made more sense to me. Going for this, and I thought it was game over, but it wasn't. Well, I haven't checked with an engine, but as far as I thought. So 98, g6, 96, and I thought g7 was winning originally, but then black has takes, and black wins, king f7. Okay, maybe I can grovel to a draw, but okay, let's say black's winning. So I was like, oh no, I thought I was winning, but I have to, find something else. So good defense by him around this phase. So I went rook h8 to go for this, but so I think he was unfortunate. I think he blundered here just from the time pressure. Because rook a7 makes sense to stop g7. And I think, yeah, maybe he thought check was losing because if here, Oh wait, that's okay. That's play. Oh no, if here then take. But even after that, he probably has takes, so it was okay. Yep. So either there or probably king d8 is playable too. Okay, I get one pawn actually, so that he wants to avoid. But probably maybe he saw this like with the seconds ticking down, and maybe he missed this. It's very hard to defend these positions low on time. Yep, that sounds good. Mortogod, yeah, blocking on g7. So this was probably a critical moment where after this, I'm not sure if I have anything. Yeah, so maybe even black could be better objectively. I'm not sure. So yeah, so in hindsight, then that means probably my sack was maybe it wasn't what I should play because of all this. Okay, this wasn't completely forced, but looking back, I feel like okay, practical chances definitely from this way. I mean, it worked, but yeah, it's hard to say if this was the best like chance for like if you guys get this next time, whether you'd go for this sack or not. Like without the knowledge of too many of these lines, it's I'm still not sure which approach is better. But I don't regret my decision. Yep, rook h7 makes sense. So if takes is a nice win, but probably black can block. Let's say, what's the best way? Bishop g7 or knight g7? Has to be one of them because I feel like if you go back, that must be good for white. Yeah, g7 works still, so I have to block with one of the pieces. They both look pretty solid. Let's say bishop g7. You allow check, but I feel like black's okay. Yeah, knight g7 looks fine too. Bishop g7 I liked because the knight's just better here than this bishop that's stuck here. But I guess this probably works too. And it's probably hard for white to win. I don't see anything clear here, so I was a bit lucky that in this game at least, rook d8 happened. So now I win the piece back, and I'm a pawn up. Yeah, true. After that, probably black is just better because my pawn's stuck and he has an extra piece. Yep. So the sacrifice could have backfired spectacularly. So here, this should be winning, although it turned out a bit more adventurous than I would have liked. He defended really well after this. But objectively, he should be winning because extra pawn and some weaknesses. I think if he just played patiently, I'd get this pawn up. So he wanted to complicate it, b4. But I should win another pawn. But there were some moments I didn't play this so well afterwards. Takes. Yeah, so I want to keep more pawns on if possible. So takes check. So I thought this was okay. And I should be winning one of these pawns. Bishop b4. Okay, here maybe I can check, but I wanted to be careful about rook c8 and this one promoting. So just knight e3, stop this one. Yep, so 2 pawns up. But his bishop is sort of like the best that's been in the game. It's not a bad bishop anymore. But yeah, the 2 pawns should be enough. But yeah, I probably had better ways to play after this, but he defended this really well. So 2 pawns up, but I just need to not let the black, rook get in behind me. But yeah, I should be winning. So I want to first get black's king onto the edge. Check. But I do want to watch out for a4. Because yeah, if it's double pawns, it's not as clear that it's good, and they're harder to move. So rook a6, rook b5 went passive. Yeah, but potentially he could maybe go for this, but I think this should be winning, and this bishop's going to be pinned to the rook, or I'll also win this one. So 2 pawns, I should be able to keep the advantage. Yep, Mortogod, you sound like an Australian player. Well, it's hard to say. I mean, yeah, he's pretty good with like tactical play, I feel. Somehow in my games against him, I've often done well with a more positional approach. But okay, he's an international master and he's been Australian champion, so he doesn't have particular weaknesses. But maybe he prefers, as black at least, to have more active play. So maybe the having to play positionally slightly worse is more annoying for him. But yeah, at least for me, as when I've been white, the positional approach seems to have worked okay compared to tactical, I think. But yeah, it's hard to say. Probably I've just ended up playing positional for some reason anyway against him, even though I didn't plan to. And as you saw in this game, yeah, he could have played rook a7 and maybe he would have won that endgame because the piece, my 2 pawns weren't enough for the piece. Yeah, Ian's a great analyst and commentator. Oh, that's funny because g4, g5 my favorite moves in chess. So I didn't know he's a fan of that as well. Gary Lane. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's funny because I have a bit of a tendency to play those historically, and they haven't been so good. Yeah, so I guess in that sense, and he's published books on tactics and things, and maybe he slightly prefers the tactical kind of game, especially as black. As white, obviously, he's good at both. So practically, yeah, it should be lost, but he defended this really well. So gain some time. No, I should be winning another one. Oh, but here, yeah, I feel like I could have been more careful because he kept finding the annoying moves like rook d5 check. And like this should be winning this endgame, but yeah, but I don't want to risk, this potentially being one of those miracle saves. So I didn't take, but he kept finding all the moves like that. But okay, now it's 3 pawns up, and as long as I'm careful, it should be just winning. But he played all the best like practical options. So he needs to stop this mating net. He would have check. Like if I didn't have this pawn, it would still be interesting because these block my pawns, but yeah, the 3 pawns should be too much. So check, gain a bit of time, get out of this skewer, gain a bit more time. Yeah, when you have an advantage, just as they say, don't rush, and when you can, gain another minute and make sure you can find the good lines. And do that again, check and check. Yep, a4 just to stop him taking, check. Rook f5 check. What was that? Check. Oh yeah, king e3. Yep, good point. Check. I guess I can go here, and yeah, I'm threatening knight takes e5. Maybe he has something spectacular. Bishop d4. Oh no, but I can take and probably take. I think it's like with the pawn plus the weaknesses that are always attacked, it's even if he finds these tricky moves, it's as long as white finds a good enough move, I think it's hard to get enough back as black. But yeah, good question. I'm guessing it was that position. So went to a4. Check. King d5. e3. Yeah, just play. It's still possible to make mistakes, but yeah, as long as you have a 2-3 minutes, it's a big difference to 30 seconds. With 30 seconds, really anything can happen, as you saw many times. And if you're following this tournament, not just me, but many big mistakes in the later stages. Rook d3. Yep, rook e5. Just defend the knight here. b7. Yep, knight c6, and yep, check. I'll just go b5 or something, and it's winning. So black resigned here. So round 4 was a win, and at this point I was doing well than probably the last many Doeberls. I'm usually dropping some points on the first 2 days, but 3.5 out of 4. And the next game was against the Australian. Oh wait, maybe he's not the current, but Australian number 2, GM Kuybokarov. I am gonna have lunch soon. Lunch is maybe in about 15 minutes. Maybe I'll just start the Temur game. But yeah, I've been going for 3.5 hours and 4 games. Pretty solid. So I was wondering if I'll go for 9-10 hours, but maybe I'll finish 7-8 hours if I do the 9 games. Because I just want to get this done today. And then from tomorrow back to sort of normal non-chess player life. So next game was against. Now the funny thing with Kuybokarov in terms of my results against him is I've played him 5 times. I think from like 2016 or 17 to 2021 or 22, and I've lost every game as. I think I've been white in 4 games, black in 1 maybe. But I've lost every game, so it's like a personal challenge for me to play, like get a draw or win. And as you see in this game, we'll see if I managed. Okay, some of you might know the result already, but ooh, which states? I'm honestly not an expert on juniors of other states, especially. So hard to say. I feel like Victoria's been like overperforming, right? I'd love to know your thoughts on this question as well. But I think just population wise, New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland are going to have the most, and they have good, I guess, systems in place. Especially Victoria and Queensland, I feel like they're doing pretty well considering like the number of players and the general population. So underrated. I feel like WA does well considering like they aren't historically producing so many juniors. So I think WA's like they don't have as many opportunities to play because they're so far from the main tournaments, right? So they have to travel, so it's that much harder to play the main tournaments from the junior level. So yeah, so probably New South Wales and Victoria, they I guess aren't underrated, but Victoria I feel like is performing really well in terms of like junior talent. I guess they're doing well, is my impression. Because I feel like this wave, there will finally be some who break through to IMGM, like the youth players now. I feel like because there hasn't been that many in Australia, like becoming like 2400 IM, and then looking for seriously like 2500 level FIDE. So maybe Queensland, in that sense. But so I guess Victoria, I'm just thinking of the ones who are already quite strong, and so they're not underrated, I guess, because they're clearly strong and people know that. So Queensland, you could say WA, probably those two, because I think the others like ACT, South Australia, for example, and Tasmania, they just don't have enough volume. But they definitely are talents, but not enough to they need to still play more and play for a few years, and get to the higher levels, I guess, level wise. Okay, I might go for a 2-minute bathroom break. I might just leave another poll. How did this one go? 23 votes. Most people, wow, most E4, 57%. So E4, very heavy stream. But yeah, I guess that's sort of expected. Okay, there was that poll. I'll leave a poll before I go to the bathroom, so I don't just ghost the stream and someone tuning in will think there's nothing going on. What should I ask next? Okay, I'll just go a boring one with black openings. I should think of something else actually. Okay, I am doing a poll. Just to leave you with something while I pop out for a couple minutes to the bathroom. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, hello, I am back. In case you are watching this and you don't know me, I'm International Master Junta Ikeda from Australia. I just played a tournament last 5 days. Classical 9 rounds against Masters in every game, so I'm going over those games. I am having a lunch break, so um, the next game is probably the most interesting one. I think it was I would say, could be the best game of my life against GM Kuybokarov. I'll put that on the stream, but I think I'll eat a bit. Anand just has a questions before going into this game. So if you have any questions about chess, like it can be about training, studying, how you should work on your chess, open to any questions. So please ask away while I have lunch, because I don't want to like share the game while I'm eating at the same time. So this will be a lunch and answering questions segment. There may be 0 questions, but then I'll focus on the food. No, his name's too long. Yeah, this game I'll cover in a bit more detail because it left a big impression on me of some moments in the game. Oof, only 1 vote. Yep, middle game. I guess I'll put it in the chat too. I wonder if anyone who played in the Doeberl has been watching this, but yeah, it was a good event. There's a Sydney one in a day or two, I think, starting, and Melbourne after that. So yeah, I would have loved to play all 3. I can't this time, but maybe next year I'll try and play all 3 tournaments. Yeah, let me know if my eating sounds are too loud in the mic. Yep, thanks for the question, Mortogod. Do you think you should change the style of openings you play over specific opponents? Yes and no, I guess. I think it's important to always, like, if you have a universal style and you can play any style well, obviously, no issues there. But I think in general, there is a certain style that that suits you. So I think you should always put that first, like what suits you rather than what might work against particular opponents, at least in my experience. Because when you think too much about the opponent, you can sort of like lose perspective about what you want to do with your own chess. But of course, if you have the sort of capacity and level to play in different styles, and you have the time to like actually prepare, like find out what kind of style they are, what kind of player, and what would work best against them, as we mentioned with that previous round, Gary Lane, for example. So yes, but always put your own chess first. I don't know what that would be like in your case. Happy to hear more details. I always love hearing about any other chess player that's commenting on my stream, really, because yeah, we all play the same game. I happen to be the one streaming at the moment, but it's just a place where we can talk about chess, whether it be me and you or people commenting on each other's comments. Like, I'm curious what you mean by like, do you have any detailed things in mind in terms of what openings you play, or is it more of a general question, like for my chess, or is like rather than being your own chess? Yeah. Of course, it's best if you can like think of what's best against each opponent style wise. But in Australian tournaments, at least, it's very hard to like get that much of a psychological profile of the opponent before the game. Like, okay, you might get a few hours and you might be able to diagnose what the chess is like, but to match like their weaknesses or what they might find unpleasant with what you're able to play, like your repertoire wise and style of play, it can be hard to match those up sometimes. But of course, I think it is important to look at their games and look for things like that, not just openings, but when they lose, is it often because it's a positional game, or do they often, if they get attacked, do they just crumble? It is important to find those things before a game. But with tournaments like Doeberl, in most Australian tournaments, it's multiple rounds a day. So in the second one, especially, it's very hard to like go that deep and find like weaknesses. Like if you can find even one thing that is useful. But okay. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, cool. That's like a that's like a model approach, I think. And I think another question for you though would be like, and it's like when you don't do well or when you get comprehensively outplayed in things, I guess think about, yeah, if you're aware of like your, it sounds like you would be, but your weaknesses and what opponents would like think looking at your games and how they would approach you. So obviously, you want to be universal and be able to play in different styles and diagnose the opponent before the game. But personally, I think people should put more weight on like the kind of chess they want to play, whoever the opponent is. And I just think if I were to given a chance, I would prefer to play my style, even if my opponent prefers that style as well, compared to doing something unpleasant. They would find unpleasant if, okay, like that you might not care so much about. Like it's a bit like prep against particular opponents opening wise. Like you might find holes in the opening and you might find this like trick line that does well, but you're not like building your main repertoire. So it's like ideally you want this main repertoire that you can play against anyone. Like that's your weapon you're confident with, whatever they play and like whatever style they play. Like it's a bit idealistic, but oh yeah, no, that's cool. Fatigue, okay. Hmm. No, I guess that's something you can work on, like stamina and it is hard to do this outside tournaments, like proper calculation and really putting that strain on yourself, like at tournament conditions, or really concentrating that hard. But no, it's not cocky. I think it's a good thing to like. It seems to be coming from fact. Yeah. Yeah, like in terms of prep against strong players like Timur, like this game I'm going to show next, and especially because I lost all 5 games I've played against them in the past. It's yeah, I think I was before the game I was thinking, yeah, just be very practical because against stronger players than yourself, like if you get low on time, they can just punish you that much harder because they're already better like on equal time footing, you could say on average. So if you're low on time, they'll just punish you in the critical moments because being a better player means just they can play pretty much all positions in general, just that slightly better. So you don't want to give up another advantage on time. So yeah, be practical. And yeah, I thought I'd just stick with one opening this tournament against E4. And yeah, although it still has holes as you'll see, especially against e4. Like the last round, I was punished, or like I couldn't navigate the opening like adequately. But yeah, sure. If you can paste the PGN or something. I feel like it's mostly been Australian viewers so far, but if you're watching this and if you're not from Australia, I'd love to hear where you're watching this from. Yeah, not sure if I've ever eaten a meal on a stream. Oh, I guess I did a 9 or 10 hour stream once in Japanese. Uh, okay, that's interesting. Calculate deeply. Okay, maybe I'm done already. I ate a bit too quickly, actually. I'm just gonna come back. Okay, I'm back. Are you looking for the game or? I guess yeah, I'm done with lunch, so I might move to the next round. But oh, you sent the link. Did I miss it? Where did you send it? You mean on the stream or? I'm not seeing a link. Or am I missing it? I wonder if it suppressed a comment with a link. Oh, you sent it in the chat? Yeah, I don't see it. I wonder if some moderation things in. Oh, sorry. Yeah, haven't seen it. Let's see if it's in the studio. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm trying to find it in my studio, but I can't see the links either. It looks like it's been suppressed by moderation. I'm trying to override the moderation now and find it, but I'm not seeing it. Damn. Oh, sorry about that. You were waiting, and yeah, I can't find it. Damn. So that's how links work on YouTube chat. Okay, I would have liked to see it, but I think we'll move ahead with the stream. Yeah. Yep. No, I don't see it anywhere. Any link or something. So. Yeah, sorry about that. I think I'm done with lunch, so I think I'll continue with my games. But no, I was gonna look at your game, but looks like the links are too difficult here and moderation wise for some reason. Yeah, I tried to find it in the YouTube studio. Thanks for sending that. Yeah, so hopefully there'll be another chance for that. Another stream maybe. Maybe I'll do those. But okay, let's move on to the round 5, halfway. Okay, so I'm playing the Australian number 2, Grandmaster Kuybokarov. I am 5 losses out of 5 games against him in the past. He played e4, and I played the Sicilian. I was a bit surprised he didn't play the Open, because the Sicilian I play, the Khan is definitely not the, objectively strongest. But okay, he decided to just play nice e3, and it turns into an Open Sicilian anyway. Bishop e2. So in case he goes d4, then it's, I guess you could still say it's a Khan, but it's a bit like a Scheveningen or Najdorf structure. So this could have happened from the Najdorf. If you start with a6, bishop b2, and I just played e6. So it's like a Najdorf. So just a very standard Sicilian game. Both sides develop. Yeah, and a bit surprised with g4, because here I felt like it wasn't that good. Like sometimes you play g4 and then the bishop comes this way, but with bishop e2, it's like bishop e2 usually signals a quieter approach. So g4 is like, in terms of ideas, it feels slightly inconsistent. Not a inaccuracy or anything probably, but okay. So this is annoying in many Sicilians because they get this tempo and more space and potentially a kingside attack if I'm castled. So the classic counterattack is in the center, d5. Yeah, that's the saying or principle, if they counterattack in the center versus a flank push. Because like h6 or something you could do, but eventually white might castle kingside and then get this hook, so it would be hard for me to castle after playing h6. So d5 makes sense. Okay, maybe Temo likes playing that thing. So, you're very well versed in Australian chess games. So, I mean, you might. I'm guessing you weren't playing Doeberl, but you sound like a very competitive player, beating masters. Takes. Here pawn takes g5. I don't really see why allow that. So because this pawn will look a bit funny if they haven't gone to g5. It's like a normal opening, but this pawn is. They'd probably prefer it to be on g2 if they're not able to follow this up consistently. Okay, take. Yeah, I don't want to get an isolated pawn if I don't need to. Take bishop f3. So queen moves. This game I was definitely remember having quite a clear thinking process that worked well. So it was thinking of options. So recently with coaching, I've gotten back into it a bit actively, or as much as I can, outside full-time work. But I've been asked what sort of thinking process should you use? And this is a very it's such a broad topic, because there's no one size fits all. But in general, I've been thinking of, what do I do in my games that students at different levels can also try and at least use and make some use of. So yeah, firstly, it's the forcing moves. Like, do you have something on your side? Because if you do, then you don't need to think of other things like the opponent's positional goals or some little pawn structure things. So firstly, it's what you have. Like in this position, my queen's attacked. I don't have anything like clear for me that's best. So then it's the next stage, which is, well, okay, your queen's attacked. So it's looking at what the opponent's doing. And then here, yeah, it's very urgent. So I need to do something against that and come up with options against it. So I guess, so queen a5 check looks like one. It gets a tempo. Queen e5, I think was the other one I was thinking of. And queen d8 just going back. So out of these, for example, I mean, queen a5 check felt natural to me because it's a tempo move. Okay, even if they move the pawn, they can't play another move on the same go. So, and queen e5, okay, like maybe bishop g5, you're going for swapping off a bishop, but okay, worst case they can castle, and then the queen is just, it doesn't really make sense for it to be here, I felt. Yep, queen a5, queen c7. Yep, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly the same thoughts as I had. That just seems more useful than like queen d8 and going back where the queen is not doing as much compared to a5. Yep, so queen a5 check. c3. Yep, and here's another option. So this time there's no threat. So okay, there's no forcing thing for black. There's no immediate threat from white. You can think of what ideas they're having, and I guess they want to castle at some point. And I wasn't sure if they wanted to go this way or this way. Because kingside, it looks a bit funny with, they've already pushed this pawn. But queenside, there's potential for black attack, like not immediately, but this is the hook, and black can target the king on that side. So you're looking at what white wants to do, and then what should we do here as black? So what would you say are the candidate moves here? So queen c7 could be one, but probably you don't need to immediately because there could be more useful moves. So I was thinking of castles because I'm definitely not going to go this way, so might as well castle at some point. But is there a move that's more useful? So there's castles and knight d7 I was thinking of. Queen c7, bishop d6, knight c6. Bishop d7, yep, queen c7. Yep, that is another plan. So that looks very healthy. But I think when you, yeah, so it definitely makes sense to go for these. And yeah, I think compared to what I did, it was, I think that feels like more, you're totally happy with a completely equal middle game. Okay, like this pawn looks a bit funny, but I think you're just happy to maybe just get developed. Piece exchanges are fine, but I felt like I could go for more here. So maybe I feel like I did consider this, yeah, getting the pieces out. But I feel like this is a bit weird. So it's like black could look for more in terms of white's. I just feel like this didn't make that much sense, like in this position. Because if they go kingside, it's a weakness. If they go queenside, it's, I don't know, it just feels like I haven't even castled yet, so it's not clear that white should attack on this side. So I felt like rather than this, I felt like I could potentially go for more. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but that definitely is the thing. Like, these are hard to develop. Okay, the knight can get out, but again, this bishop, in so many openings, right? Like, this bishop is the sort of drawback. Okay, French players are not going to care, but Caracan, for example, you often get the bishop out at least. But in so many openings, right? Yeah, this bishop is hard to develop. So, yep. So that's one plan. Oh, sorry, queen c7 and bishop knight c6. Castles is the natural move, but I felt like knight d7, what I played, I like this more than queen c7, bishop d7 because I feel like there's potential for black to, I don't know, get more than just queen c7, bishop d7, knight c6 because of this slightly weird looking move. So depending on what white does, I thought I'd go knight f6, improve the knight. And then I could go bishop d7 with a slightly improved version compared to having the having to move the queen back and then knight c6. So like the knight would be like d5 instead of c6. Yeah, it just felt like it's better there. And there might be some lines where I go knight e5, go this way. And yeah, I just felt like this was more useful than queen c7, more flexible, I think. Yep, so I do think your plan is logical. Queen c7, bishop d7, knight c6. It's probably enough for at least, probably enough for equality. But I don't know, I like this position as black, so I thought I can go for more with a knight d7, a bit more flexible, and I have, I could go here first. Yep, so more flexible. I think I just like flexible moves in general. Well, with this one, you're sort of tied down to this one plan, I think, if you're going queen c7 here. And yeah, I just prefer this one. But who knows, maybe queen c7 is more accurate. I'm not sure. But so that's why, yeah, also castles, it felt a bit too automatic here. Like, I felt like this gives black more options depending on what white does in this position. Okay, so he went knight b3. A little bit surprising. Like, it's clearly not a bad move, but it's not that scary either, and it gives me a pretty easy option. Queen c7 is clearly, I thought, best here. And then the knights, in Sicilian, it's just always so good on d4, controlling so many squares. So queen c7, but yeah, queen d4. You wanted to activate the queen and attack g7. I thought here castles makes a lot of sense. Like, other moves feel a bit weird, like bishop f6. Worst case, they can stop castling. And I didn't really want to have a repetition there. I'm sure he wouldn't have done that anyway, but like, yeah, bishop f6, queen b4, bishop b7, maybe he would have, I don't know what he would have done. Queen f4, queen a5 maybe, and just pressure the queen side. And knight e5, like, it's a threat, but bishop b2, and then you're potentially allowing, f4, queen b6, because it's one of those structures where with a queen swap, okay, I mean, it's equal, but yeah, white could, once the queen's off, it's probably easier for white to target like the queen side kind of thing compared to black generating play. Like, it's completely equal, but so castles make sense. Okay, castles. And here was, yeah, let's see if you can, if you're still watching, what would you play here for black? Because I feel like, you're going to get very solid moves every time I ask. But so here's another opportunity. Okay, so white's committed to the queen side. So if you don't do anything, okay, white might. This takes a lot of moves, but there's the potential for kingside attack. This bishop's still hard to develop. So how should we? Yeah, what move should we do here? So I had a few candidates. So I think sometimes in middle games it's hard to decide between how hard do I think? How much time do I spend? And okay, that's a good question. How much time do I spend here? So I was going to put these minutes into the lichess, but didn't get around to it. So here I had 69 minutes, and I spent 8 minutes here. Yeah, I was thinking of a few options. Oh, Morogod, yep, that a5 is what I played. Yep, so one plan is, yeah, just to soften up the king side. Hello, burger, p6y. Yep, rook b8. Interesting move. Yep, b5, b4. And, oh yeah, get out of the pin. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too, actually. And go for b5. Yep, so a5 and rook b8. Yep, they look very solid. I think I was also considering, like, you should always consider forcing moves and like meaningful pawn moves. So e5 was a thing, but I didn't quite like it here. I think because after the queen moves to, I'm not sure where's best, d5 or, yeah, d3. I mean, what do I get out of moving that pawn? Like, maybe knight f6. So there's like e5. So there's a few ways to play here. Maybe knight f6, but I feel like that allows g5 when you don't need to. So it's e5, a5, rook b8. Seem like good candidates. I'm not sure if there's anything else. So a5 I played in the game, but yeah, rook b8 is interesting too, going for b5. So, I mean, after b5, okay, worst case, white can just do the usual Like when you castle queenside, usually you do another move to make the king in a better place. And it just applies to so many positions, and this one as well. So it could start with king b1, or is there something more incisive? Okay, these still take a bit of time, but yep, great question, Burger. Yeah, the bishop stuck on c8. Yep, so I guess that's why you wanted to go b5 to potentially go bishop b7. I guess you need to do another move because this is on. But yeah, I think it's a comparison of, I think tempo does matter a lot here, but like developing all your pieces is, I guess, only one potential like objective. And here, like a5, it doesn't help with the bishop, but you know, it goes for a4, a3. And while moves like e5, you might vote for because it can help the bishop get out this way. So I feel like development itself, like I think just going this route of, like if you want to develop the bishop, at least in the game, I didn't think of it as the most important factor. Like obviously when you say rook b8, there's other things you want to do. It's not just about the bishop. But I think it's similar to the thing from before, like the queen c7, bishop d7, knight c6. That's like going for equality. Like you're happy with it being totally equal just to develop. And in some sense, this is similar, like wanting to develop the bishop ASAP. But I guess it's, you know, comparing other moves and what they do versus trying to get this out ASAP. And I feel like here, like the bishop is obviously not developed, but yeah, I think with a5 too, one of the reasons the bishop is ugly here is it also stops the rook being developed. But with a5, you do give potential for the rook to be developed this way, which I did think about during the game, like rook d6. And then you get the bishop out. And also a5, a4, potentially rook a5 as well. And then the bishop's ugly here, but you've developed another piece instead. And I felt like rather than just focusing on the minor piece, it was a5. It felt good to me to create play and also potentially develop the rook, and then you free the bishop that way as well. Yep, that makes sense to me. Hey, Aussie, welcome back. Yep. Yeah, I'll be going for 5 more games, including this one, so we'll be a few more hours for sure. So, yeah, I guess it's about 1 hour per game so far, so we'll see if it gets to 9 hours. Well, I knew that I wanted to do, it has to be inside 10 hours because that's the limit of streams that I think stay as a archive. But, yeah. And, yeah, I mean, these 5 days I've been playing, like, some days, like 8 hours of chess, the 2 rounds, so... I think that's also why I like doing streams right after the tournament because you're still in chess mode. But if you give it a few days, I would have forgotten many lines and things I thought during the game. And yep, so the day after is just the Berg day. Yeah, e5. Yep, and it does take away from potential knight e5. Like here, it's probably not important, but yeah, as you say, e5. If you can follow up with knight f6, it might make sense. But white probably has some options which. It's probably hard to stop knight f6. Hey, so e5 is worth considering, but I feel like a5 is more, it does more things here, like potentially attack and develops the rook. But rook b8 makes a lot of sense. But I guess after b5, you do need to make another move like knight. Okay, knight b6, but then bishop f4. So it's one of those things, like without engine, we need to sort of come to a consensus about does a5 make more sense? Like some of us thought it does, while some people might be more concerned about, okay, I need to get this bishop out as soon as possible, so maybe rook b8 or knight f6 e5 kind of thing, rather than a5. So it's a very subtle thing, but I feel like a5 it has the most potential. I thought, like potential attack and activates the rook as well. So Temo made a pretty committal decision, a4. So obviously blocks the pawn and could be a potential weakness, and white has this potential outpost. But yeah, here's another good time to think what are black's options, and yeah, what would you play here? So I was pretty happy around here, is like thinking of these options. Like a5, I'm pretty confident is a good move. And then what to do here? Oh, sorry. Yep. Good idea. I hit it before. But yeah, it's better not to be able to. I mean, I could just hide it for you guys, I guess, but I think I just like having it there to show that there's no engine being used. So I can show that this is all very human analysis. But yeah, I could hide it on the stream. Other than there'll be a weird black space. So I'll just hide it for you guys. Rook d8, knight c5. Uh-huh. Okay, that's quite tactical. But what are you getting from knight c5? Like, is your plan to exchange knights or just to, like after queen c4, are you going to exchange or, yeah, because there's not much else you can do. And yeah, the sack's probably okay, but, oh, is my stream okay? Just stopped for a second. Yep, okay, 6. And rook d6. Yep, that's a cool rook lift. Yeah, I was definitely thinking of this when I played a5, the rook a6. And then b5 potentially. Yeah, very aggressive. Yeah, potentially sacking a pawn to maybe go a4 later. And burger e5. Yeah, bishop b6. Yep, the light square is juicy. So yeah, one of these moves I did play. Yep, so rook d8, I think. Yeah, okay, it also goes for knight e5 actually. So let's have a look at this. What should white do? Probably knight e5 is, knight e5 allows, well, okay, this is on. So white should probably just get out of that tactic somehow. Queen f4 gives tempo, queen e4. Well, I'm thinking of what's white's best. Like they could move the bishop, and then if knight c5, queen c4, and I'm not convinced that's that good for black. No, it's not bad, but I feel like we want more because I feel like that's just going to be, like if white manages to make some moves, there's more potential for white to, I feel like, improve their like active chances, like knight d4, knight b5, or in some cases if they swap queens when this knight's not here. Okay, I guess they're both a weakness, but this is a weakness too. So rook d8, let's say, what makes sense? Let's say, and the other move is just moving the queen, but okay, let's say bishop b2, and it's hard to say. Like it's all very, probably evaluation wise, it's very similar. Yeah, burger. I think that's a decent way to think about it. Yeah, rook d8. I guess that's the question. It's like, do exchanges, who do they favor? And I feel like here, black's the one who... So firstly, they don't want to give white too many spare tempi because then they, for example, get this outburst. That's one thing. And the other thing is, yeah, the dynamic possibilities do go down if you play moves like knight e5 and ic5 and swap off minor pieces. And okay, white's position does have its potential weaknesses, but in terms of where the players, like white's pieces are very in strong positions. So like white's not going to be worse, I feel, if you just go the exchanging pieces kind of, not even if it's not actively exchanging, it's, yeah, the dynamic possibilities, I do agree that they might go down a little bit. But rook d8, yeah, so it didn't come to my like choices too much, but only when we get into it concretely. It's like white does have to do something against knight e5, and I'm not sure what that is yet. What is best, bishop b2 or maybe move the queen? I'm not sure. Like move the queen, make space for this is tempting, but let's say, okay, just have a look. Let's say queen e4. And then, okay, this loses a piece, so we can't do it. Knight e5 also takes bishop e2. And I feel like, I'm not sure if that's an improvement for black compared to before rook d8. It's very subtle. But that's one option. Okay, and rook a6. Let's have a look. So what's black going for? I guess you're out of the pin, but you still don't want to play b6 because then that rook's horrible. So you want to play rook d6 first and then maybe b6. Okay. Let's say, Yeah, it's not easy to, decide a white move either. But because if you move the queen, you give some concession. Like this might be a tempo. Yeah, this allows a fork. And okay, it's not like rook d6 is the end of the world for white, but they do need to come up with some good move. Like king b1 might be a thing. Yeah, I'm not convinced queen e4. Like compared to rook d8 lines, now knight c5 I feel like is not as bad. Or like not as like you don't swap the rooks. Still looks equal, but I feel like the rook has improved and then this is still a weakness potentially. Nah, it's very similar though. Like it is a bit similar to rook d8 as long as you're going knight c5. Okay, but it does give this tempo. I just wanted to check what this looks like because after queen c2, it's this bishop gets. Oh, okay, e5 looks pretty good there because you also stopped knight d4. That was why I wanted to vacate d4 with the queen. Yeah, but this g5, knight g4, that looks decent for black too. Yeah, rook a6. I'm not hating it. But I think it's like after this, the goal is either to like get b6 and develop the bishop, or in some lines we've seen e5, knight f6. So I think just comparison-wise, I preferred e5 immediately. Because I guess, again, it's like priorities, I guess. I felt like knight f6 is more meaningful here than like rook a6, rook d6, b6. Knight f6 immediately opens up this bishop, potentially knight g4 if g5, and maybe like bishop d7 immediately targeting the weakness. So small margins, and this is subjective, but I felt like this gets the most out of this position because white does have these potential weaknesses, and rather than just exchanging, I felt like black could go for more dynamic possibilities. Okay, queen d3. Yep. So, like you could go knight c5 and, okay, but again, oh yeah, so knight c5 is definitely a move here, and black's not unhappy. But I feel like this goes for even more because you're targeting this weakness. If white does nothing, the light squares are very juicy. So like rook a6, rook d8, like not bad moves, but I preferred like e5, knight f6 to like go for more. I could be wrong. I haven't engine checked, but it's what I felt during the game. Okay, played queen b5. Oh, we played queen b5. I'm like reliving this game all over again because for a moment I could remember what white played. It's definitely a thing I've noticed. Like some masters, they remember like maybe not every game, but like if they just finished the tournament, they'll remember like every move right from the 9 games. But for me, I'm not as like good there. I'm not as gifted or talented, you could say. Maybe some of it is practice, but I feel like even after a game, when the opponent says, "Oh, couldn't you do this move?" and even this tournament, I had to say like, "Oh, sorry, which position are you talking about?" Because I've like, yeah. So maybe that's a sign of talent at some level that I don't remember the games as well as my master opponents often. What do you guys find that in? Do you remember your games like after tournaments, like every move? From opening prep, okay. I wonder how much of it is that. Maybe in the opening phase I'm too much of a vibes person, and I don't have that the universe inside me where like opening variations and their moves link to what happens in my actual games. Because I don't know, of course I know some openings I've played for like 20 years, but there's probably many factors involved in this, like recollection of like exact moves and positions. Like it's not exact chess talent, but it is sort of useful in many aspects, of course. Like blindfold or just retaining positions. Of course, it's a good skill to have if you're a chess player. Burger, yeah. So no, it's hard to remember. Like it's a bit embarrassing. Like after the game, some opponents in this tournament was like, "Oh, what did you think of this?" And I'm like, yeah, could you just remind me which position you're talking about?" And so I don't know if I lose touch with the positions after some moves have elapsed, or obviously I can remember some games, like all of it, but like this one I was like, oh, I can't remember what I played here. Yeah. Oh yeah, painful losses for sure. Yeah, so opening prep, that's an interesting thing. Okay, so knight f6, queen b5. So basically this is so white has to give something up here, because so either the pawn or some other concession, like you could play g5, but I wonder what's black's best here. Like knight g4 is the healthy move. You could go ambitious and go like sack a pawn and go for the light squares, but I feel like it's a bit speculative. There's nothing clear. So probably just knight g4. Oops, g5, yeah, knight g4, and you're going to get the two bishops, which happens a lot in this tournament so far, but that just seems very healthy here, because you get the bishop, or one of the bishops, and then this light square bishop is left really strong compared to like this knight. So that was a bit ugly for white, I think, practically. So, and like rook g1, for example, that gives black time to, let's say, bishop e6, looks extremely like healthy. Like you can't go here anymore, you have to maybe go back, and then rook d8, potential for e4. So I feel like black is the one that has the potential to become better. So he made a practical decision to sack a pawn here. I should have asked the question there, but so I didn't take immediately because knight takes g4, I guess bishop b6. Yeah, my queen would have to go back, and okay, worst case they just take this, I guess. And so rather than that, like it's obviously black's doing well, but I think e4 I felt it was better because, okay, I guess bishop b6 is coming anyway. And after this, so he went g5, but let's say he just goes back, then I guess it's an improved version. If I take on g4 with one of the pieces, let's say take, and then if white does the same thing, I have check, for example. And like as one sample line, maybe white still wins this, but having that pawn already moved gives me this option, for example. So e4, he again made a decision to sort of complicate it. So I still win a pawn, but white could target it potentially. And so now I do have two bishops, but okay, these are potentially both weak. So yeah, no doubt black's better, a pawn up. But interesting position. Rook g1. So this is a big theme in this second half of the game. Like at some point, maybe I should have just played g6 to avoid any threats. But yeah, so in return for the pawn, he has this little bit of potential play here, and the dark squares, some play like bishop d4, bishop g5, bishop h6. Oh yeah, rook a6. Yeah, this seemed like a good time to stop bishop b6 and also take care of the king side, any potential threats or tricks. Okay, knight c5. Oh, I knew this was coming, but I couldn't see anything better. And at this point, we are down to, I have about 25 minutes. We both had about 25 minutes here. So, of course, it's always better to have more, but yeah, in hindsight, it's like when you're explaining this in analysis, it's like, oh, I could have made these decisions quicker. But during a game, it's so hard because, yeah, you don't know what's best. Okay, I don't know now because I haven't used an engine. But yeah, knight c5, so improves the knight, and rook c6 makes sense. But knight e4 if I lose this bishop, this is a big weakness. Like there's many lines where if I just do some random move just to show you the idea, like already here, probably this sack is good because this pin is that strong. Like, okay, maybe I can defend, but as an idea, I need to watch out for this rook being pinned here and he can sack here. See, the problem with me hiding the moves is, you don't get tempted to see the move. So when I ask what you want to play, you don't you can't see it. But also, if I'm not seeing the next move, I'm like, should I ask a question here? It's not as easy for me to determine. Okay, 94. Yeah, so I think I have to avoid exchanging this because, yeah, then the dark square bishop is very strong. So bishop e5. h4. So bit of a waiting move, like, because his argument is that black actually doesn't have too many useful moves here. And I think this is always a good skill in chess, like to determine when you don't need to like force something and play something very... Okay, this is active, obviously, as an idea, but it is a bit slow, but he's determined that black doesn't have any like immediate threats white needs to watch out for. Okay, so it's black's move. Let's have a think. What should we do here? Bishop f5. Yep, the bishop is finally getting developed, and seems like there's nothing better than this tempo move. Bishop f5. Burger, bishop e6. Oh yeah, sneaky trap. Yep, bishop moves. Yep, so yeah, they both look very logical, moving the bishop. Motagor, f5. Yep, that's a forcing move. It does need a bit more like bravery to play this because it does, soften up your king a little bit. But definitely worth looking into because if the knight is removed, you have a potential rook takes c3 check. Man, I should have looked at that more properly. I'm not sure if I even thought about that so much here. Yep, so I think we've come upon like 3 really good moves. I'm not sure if there's anything else worth considering. Okay, like there's other healthy moves like king h8 and just avoid the pin, and maybe there's other moves. But yeah, I think these 3 are enough to go on. Okay, so how to decide between these? So they're all very forcing. So a lot of it would be calculation. No, f5, I'm not sure if I even considered here. So looks very interesting. Let's have a look at f5 because I'm very curious about this. Okay, so white has to do something immediately. If they just go somewhere, you have potential sack. I'm not sure if you do, but potentially you do. Okay, nice e5. Doesn't look that scary, like b6 or something. What else can white do? Okay, let's say knight d2. They just go back. No, that's very dangerous though. Like f4 could be winning. Okay, this is tempting too, but I'm not sure if after king b1 you actually have anything more than a perpetual. Maybe you have something, but f4 looks even better, right? Because you're trapping the bishop. Wow. I mean, okay, maybe bishop d4 and then queen d5. Or maybe bishop d4 and takes, check. And as long as they manage to swap off one of the bishops, okay, like it feels like white's not too unhappy. Like this is weak, and black's definitely not going to have anything tangible, and this is a bit softer. Okay, maybe there was something for black in that line that I missed, more critical. But okay, you don't need to play f4 either. And this is the other critical move you need to look at. So let's say, okay, let's look at the sack, just because it could be winning potentially. Bishop, let's say bishop e6. I mean, what are we threatening here? Like even if it's black's move here, do we have a win? I guess yeah, we win, I guess. But okay, like, but white can stop that. They have one move for sure. Man, f5 I really didn't look at, but it's very interesting. Okay, but white has a move here. Surely they have something that should be enough. Rook c1 even. Oh, f4 instead of bishop b6. Okay, we'll have a look. But just to quickly look at this, does black actually have a win after this? Check is forced. Let's say check. Okay, this is extremely, like, it's a very black and white thing. So you could probably calculate this to a verdict. Okay, that's mate, sorry. Rook c3. Yeah. So, okay, there's potential for like a win here. So, wait, how much of this was forced? f5. Okay, sorry. This was just an example move, but white does have other options here as well. Yep, and yeah, queen e8. That could have happened in one of the lines. Okay, is there anything better? Okay, knight g5 stops bishop b6, but then f4 again. Okay, knight c5, it blocks this, but f4 first or b6, they both look pretty good. I mean, that might be winning if white's not careful. But yeah, and after, let's say, takes... Yeah. No, this looks winning too, right? Okay, so knight c5, I don't think is good either. Knight d2, I think you wanted to look at... Oh, take, right. Check, and then f4. But that allows a swap, I think, if you're talking about this position. Yeah, fascinating lines. Okay, so what does white do? After bishop b6, maybe they had something else, but it wasn't obvious. Yeah, wow. Okay, so f5. What is white doing here? This loses. This looks... Oh, okay, I mean, after knight d2 check, I guess there's also king b1, but surely black's... You'd think black's okay there, at least. Rook c2 or something. Oh, the swap. Knight g5. Oh yeah, so this stops this one. Maybe that's enough. I was thinking on run if black can even just play h6 to try and do that after this, but then queen d5 check. So maybe knight g5. Wow. But yeah, and if h6, like if white goes... Oh no, yeah, that also attacks the bishop. So that's probably enough for white too. Okay, so we have a winner, knight g5, maybe. Like takes is probably fine. I feel like white can check and then take as well. Okay, so knight g5. Yeah, and I don't think this works because you don't have a follow-up. Like you have perpetual, but you can't go bishop b6. Yeah. So good analysis. Yep. Unless we might have missed something, but okay, so f5. Wow, fascinating. I did not consider that at all. I'm sure he would have found knight g5. But yeah, it took us a few minutes to get there. Okay, I mean, in a game, I guess I'd think differently rather than just playing one move immediately on the board. But yeah, I guess I'd as an achievement, I would take a draw versus Timur because I've lost all 5 games against him before this one. But yeah, I think at this point I wanted to go for more. So bishop e6 is the other one. So going for bishop c4, but it does give white time. So like worst case, bishop d4 might swap off this bishop. Okay, you might avoid it with check, but then this is loose. So like worst case, maybe white has this. Sometimes when you're thinking, it's like, do you think of candidate moves? Do you immediately jump into one? But sometimes a practical thing, which some of you probably already do, is you come up with a move that's at least good enough, or it looks like, so then you have some sort of conclusion on, okay, white at least has this if there's nothing else, or if you don't have much time to think of all the options. So it's ways to sort of abbreviate the process. Knight c5. Oh, you reckon? Knight c5. Attacks the bishop, but okay, stops bishop c4. Okay, but bishop f5, and white doesn't actually have any threats, do they? Because queen takes, you have rook takes, and knight takes, then you have check, which probably leads to mate, or close to, after king d2. Yeah. So maybe bishop back. Like, I feel like this knight is not happy here in any line we've looked at. Okay, and black, okay, maybe they have a slow threat of b6 now. It might be a funny line. This is just more for the geometry, but we have all these pieces together, and it's not often you see that. And it's probably not a bad move, just because after b6, maybe there's something, but yeah. Okay, so worst case bishop d4. Knight c5, I feel a bit, I'm not sure about, but worst case bishop d4. So how long did I spend here? I spent 5 minutes out of the 18 I had to play bishop. I played bishop f5, but yeah, all these moves are very interesting. But I went for f5, which seems like the obvious one, but there is a... But again, white had this bishop d4 again. You know, as an idea, it's like black's two bishops were very strong. So again, as long as white can swap one, a lot of the pressure is alleviated against the king. No, I have my time because I write down how many minutes I have after each move, and I've got this score sheet here. I guess you could download that from the PGN, Lichess maybe as well, because it was live, but yeah. Oh yeah, I know there's a time, but when you download it, does it? But I like having it like in this format of how many minutes left after each move. So it's the old school way rather than I can't remember if the Lichess one displays like how much you have time left, or if it's only how much you used on each move. Okay, so bishop d4. Oh, so at first I was thinking, okay, takes, it's just an exchange, but no, they might take this one. And then, yeah, and then the positions are a little bit tricky because this is weak. And white might be the one with the actual initiative in that position against my king, which I didn't like, so I kept this bishop check. Oh, yeah, okay, next to the piece imbalance. Yeah, maybe we're talking about the same thing. Okay, they have to block. Oh wait, yeah, I'm guessing rook d2 doesn't work because rook g... Wait, what was I going to play? Rook g6 or... Oh yeah, well, I take first. Rook d2 takes... Oh yeah, and queen f4 maybe. And yep, that should be winning for black. Like what? And then rook g6. Yep. Okay, so they have to go knight d2, and they can't go bishop b3 because yeah, take and take. Yep. So knight d2. Yeah, this is a tricky position. Bishop's on, pawn's on. Like bishop g6. There's h5. Rook g6, there's takes. So I took. So if king takes, queen f4 check. bishop b3, you know, as long as the bishop's back, they're not threatening this one. So black's going to be fine. Queen e4 or something. So rook takes, and then rook g6. So it is opposite colored bishops, but like here, there's rooks and queens, so it's not drawish or anything. But obviously, it's not the most simple pawn up position. Okay, rook e1. So at this point, he has 12 minutes. I have like 4 minutes. My bishop's attacked. So, oh yeah, I was happy with the draw at this point because it's quite a tense position, and so if he went back, I would have gone back, but I think he sensed blood, so... Wait, did this happen? Oh, and then he went here, yeah. Yep, so... Yeah, it's always crazy, like even with chess, you know, with endgames, they're so complex, like pure calculation-wise and theory, and it's amazing that, you know, all the 32 pieces can fit on the board when you think about it, and it all works out. Okay, so we're still a pawn up, but it's hard to say. Like, white probably has slight initiative, you could say. Like, yeah, maybe bishop c5, going for back rank stuff. So black's the one who has to be a bit careful in that regard. So yeah, it was hard for me to find a good move here, but I wanted to avoid takes and moves like bishop c5, potential back rank stuff, so I attacked the queen. Queen c5. Again, I can't take here, or I don't think I can, because, yep, tactics. And if takes, like take. Yeah, rook d8's probably winning. Yep, he saves their bishop, and I can't. So rook c6. Rook g1. Oh, this was a nice move. I mean, he's down to like a few minutes, but this is a really nice motive. So what happens if I take? Oh, wait. Is that the right position? Wait. It is, right? Yeah. Oh, I thought I missed something for a second. Oh, man. I had something wrong there. I just realized. Like, damn. There was something I missed, but okay. It turns out to be the same thing, but okay. There was some oversight I made that I only realized now, that in the game I missed something completely. Yep, so windmill stuff. Oh man. But what I missed was, I thought the rook was here in my mind during the game. I just realized that now. So if I took, I thought check, king h8. Okay, and check I think is winning. Check, yeah, check. Oh, is it winning? Yeah, I guess he wins some pawns, so it is winning. So yeah, check. And if rook e5, then which one's best? Probably takes is enough. And I mean this, wait, we need to calculate that. Check here, oops, here. Wow, it's not so simple, is it? Man, I completely missed something. Yeah, during the game, I thought, I'll just show you. Like, I thought the rook was here, so I thought he could play this move, which I had to, there was this funny GM game, a swindle I did, where I used this tactic to basically win. And then I thought the rook was going here. Oh, wow, I was not seeing things correctly. Okay, that's time trouble for you. Okay, so instead white has to go rook takes f7, I guess. So this looks losing, check and check. So rook e5 is forced. So yeah, I'm seeing this for the first time. This is a bit embarrassing, but okay, so things were not what I thought. I guess white probably has to take, because check, I don't see a follow-up. immediately. Man. Yeah, it has to be rook takes d7, right? Because other moves I don't think white gets enough. Takes. And takes loses. I mean, that rook endgame, yeah, white's a pawn up and they can swap it. Yeah, they can swap. So that's winning. So I think I have to go queen b8, right? To keep the rook attacked. Defended, I mean. Oh, Pillsbury's mate. Nice. Oh, I don't know that. Yeah. But yeah. Pillsbury, he has a nice couple games in the world's greatest chess games against Lasker, maybe. And okay, queen b8. So yeah, no, I'm seeing this for the first time. This is very embarrassing, but reverse Morphys. Okay, so rook e7. The rook f5. Wow. Wait, but does white have something there? I'm not convinced. Rook d5 just seems to give... Oh, wait, rook d... Oh. Yeah. Wait, rook e7, rook f5. Does white have something there? I'm not seeing it. The other one is rook d5 to consider. Which I'm leaning more towards now, but I don't think they have enough. Because rook d5, I don't think you can defend because then white wins your queen after bishop takes either way, and then rook d8. But I think you can just avoid the... Yeah, so you avoid this with like king g8. But this must be good for black, right? So, well, I have to calculate this, but okay, man. But that was a very gross miss by me. I somehow thought this rook was going here. Yeah, this isn't so clear. Like, isn't black just better here, potentially? Like, rook d1, but surely you can defend that. Queen g6 or something. Oh, but then there's rook d7. I feel like black should be able to win this, though. Like, if white has nothing immediate. Oh, man. So that queen sack, I thought was, like, instantly working. I'd missed the main thing, so maybe I could have taken the queen. Oh, I had no idea. Oh. Well, that's not the last dramatic part of the game, but wow. Okay. See, this is another reason you should you need to keep time for critical moments. Okay, this is very hard to calculate during a game with minutes on the clock, but yeah. So this could have happened, I think, and I feel like black's okay. Like queen g6. I don't know. Rook d7. Yeah, I mean it's still not simple, but oh wait, no, that wait. So yeah, it's still not clear. Like white does have threats that it's not so easy to parry. I'm not sure how far he saw, but I wouldn't be surprised if he saw this far. Because I got one book by... Wait, was it by him? I don't know. I think there's one book by him, but it's like insane calculation. Like the level is just like master level, like possibly GM level. So obviously he's a monster at calculating. But okay, so this still not clear, but wow. So this could have happened, but yeah, but I thought this was working here. And then mating. So, whoops. So that did not happen. And I went f6. Okay, so he gets the pawn back. Queen d5 check, queen takes f3. He got the pawn back, and my king's the one that's seems to be in slightly danger. So, okay, but we're both down to a few minutes here, I think. King h8, okay, I avoid the g-file. He pushes. I need to stop h6, so 6, rook g6. So the tide's been like turning, like it's been going well for white, but here I realized bishop b3, and maybe white's king is in danger as well because it can't move like out of this cage. So I just need to get back rank, and then as long as white doesn't have like something here, it looks very like I have a few ways like rook e6, and the queen can also go this way. Queen takes a4. So after bishop b3, we probably both missed that earlier. He probably shouldn't allow this, and it's very scary for white as well, especially with no time on the clock. But yeah, Aussie, as you say, yep. Hard not to trust the GM for sure. Yep, and mutual blindness. Oh, I don't know how far he saw with the queen sack, but it was clear that even at the end, maybe he was getting the queen back. So rook e2 to stop me getting on the e file. Queen d7, multi-purpose move. I guess white has no immediate threats. This is secure. So the idea is rook e6 and then queen takes a4, or I take back and then I'll be going for mate. So here I was feeling good. I was like, oh wow, black's probably the one who has the good attacking chances. Queen f4. We do need to make sure this is okay. But I judged that it was, because I think after takes, it's better to just go king g8. Yeah, otherwise it's a perpetual. And then white's got a rook attacked and a mate threat coming, and this as well. Okay, queen f5. So we're both on increment here. And okay, I want you guys to calculate, does queen takes a4 work? Calculation exercise. Write down as deep as you can, like in that line. And at this point, during the game, with this game, I was thinking like, so I don't use up so much time in the middle game when it was complex. I told myself a few times, doesn't matter if you lose this game, just play fast and just play with confidence. Which is, I mean, against this opponent, he's beaten me 5 times, as I've said like 5 times now. So I really wanted to just play a good game, because as a player, he's clearly better than me. But in one game, as long as I play my best, I have chances, and I just wanted to play a good game because I'd gotten close against him before, but always failed at the end. Could be foreshadowing for this one, but let's see how you guys go with this position. Yep, all good. Yep. Okay. Yeah, Burger, maybe you can like write down to where you calculated. Yep, Aussie, you're looking at the right thing. Yep. Look, see if you can find one move further from that position at the end. Yep, so like after king e3, what should black play? To like all 3 of you. Some of you might have figured it out already, but Burger, yep. So queen e1. Or should we go bishop takes e6 first, rather than queen e1 check? Or is there a difference, is the other question for that position. Because the position after king e3 is actually the thumbnail picture for this stream. So I probably wouldn't have put that as the thumbnail if I made the right decision there. Oh, maybe that's a weird way of putting it, but that could be the most critical moment of this tournament. Oh, queen takes rook g7. Wait, oh yeah, but rook g... Oh, okay, yeah. Queen takes rook g7, I guess queen a1 check is winning, yeah. Burger, yep, thanks for looking that deep. Because at this point I was honestly thinking like this is probably one of the best games I've played in chess. But we'll see what happened over the next few moves. I still think it's one of the proudest because in the middle game I felt like I outplayed him, and this phase of the game he was probably had the initiative, but then I counterattacked in this phase. But it all comes down to that line and what happens. Oh, yep. Burger, you saw further than me. So Aussie and Mortogod, you might still be thinking, but I think we're getting to the same kind of place. So let's have a look. So, yep, queen takes a4. Yeah, white has to take. Otherwise, they're just checks coming, and I don't think white has anything else. Check doesn't work here. Takes. I have to check. Check. Yep, and here we get to the thumbnail image. And oh, yep, and there was also queen b1. But yes, take. Yeah, black's a pawn up, and yeah, probably you're gonna win this one. Or if white has to, be tied to its defense, that's very ugly. So it's probably, you could say, like as long as you get this pawn, you might lose one here, but I think there's decent winning chances. Yep, in that line as well. So that was the other line, but he went for king d2, check, king e3, and like this was like the only time I should have taken longer. Like during this game, I've been conscientious. I've been checking before making moves. This was like the only time I didn't properly make a blunder check. So, and I made the wrong decision. Like for some reason, I thought bishop takes first is fine, and it's just for some reason I thought it was an improvement compared to check, but I completely missed what white can do. So forgot about the cardinal rule. You have to follow that. Always blunder check and look for what they can do. Oh yeah, bishop c2. Yep, that looks good in that endgame too. So okay, so check is best. Let's say king f4. I take with the queen, and it's similar to that line we just looked at. The king's in a different spot, but well, it's not so clear actually. Like queen takes, maybe white can be greedy. Bishop c2. Okay, it looks like black might be winning or close to winning. And if they take, again, this is weak, and black must have decent winning chances here. Like with this is weak, and could be 2 pawns up. And even if they get 1 pawn back, like this is a pass pawn, so yeah, black's the one pushing for a win. But unfortunately, in this memorable game, one of my best for sure in my chess career, I I played bishop takes a6 thinking, I'll just play this first because it's fancy, as Berger said, and I felt like I have choices for checks next if I take first rather than check and take with the queen. But as you found, white has rook takes h6 check. And yeah, because when I played this, I had like a minute and a half, right? So at least a minute when I played bishop takes e6. So I was like, oh man, the only time I didn't blunder check. And of course it happens when he was going to decide the game. And I think white is winning here, unfortunately. So it's one of those things. It's like, yeah, I tell my students, always blunder check. And I'm always very careful with tactics, but it must have been the excitement of, I thought I was winning, and I just completely lost my guard that white might have forcing moves and checks from their side. So, very, very painful lesson, but I mean, goes to show you can't relax, at the end. Yep. And yeah, as you say, bishop queen takes e6 is absolutely no risk. But yeah, I guess it's just confidence. And I thought, oh, I'm winning either way, so I'll play bishop takes e6 first. But always check. And of course, yeah, during these times in competitive games, you can just forget because your emotions are heightened, and it's easy to rationalize it. But honestly, like even with this, I still think it's one of the best games I've played. It's definitely up there. Like could be the best, could be top 3. Because yeah, I respect Timo so much as a professional. He's a professional chess player, and he's beaten me 5 times before this, and I was this close this time. So it made me really okay. And it's not over yet. Like I could have made a choice here. I went for this one, but I think there's no hope. This one was interesting, but I feel like if white's accurate, actually here I'm not even sure which one is more accurate, but they both look winning. So. Yep. No, thanks, Berger. No, I think it's just a completely yeah. It's just forgetting that white has a forcing option. Rook takes h6 at all. Like earlier, he might have been a potential threat, but no, I completely forgot about it. Only thinking about my threats and me having a choice of wins. So yeah, the overconfidence, just clouds your vision. Okay, so here, what's white's best? They both look pretty good, to be honest. Like check. And even like swapping rooks could be winning because I don't think I have a perpetual. Or what's the other one? Check. That one's not. Okay, maybe it's winning, but I think this is just simple. Check here. There's also check and then check. Like, yeah, I don't think I'm getting a perpetual. Like white's a bishop up, so that's winning. So I think it's hopeless either way. Yeah. No, yeah, it really happens. But this is why, don't get in time trouble is sage advice, but yeah, you can't avoid it some games. It's very complex. But I think when you really think about it, it's like the risk you get into it from playing on increment is just too much, right? Compared to the like benefit you get from thinking just a little bit longer on each move, like throughout the game. But okay, I'm not I've suffered many games due to time trouble blunders, but yeah, it's something I've been working on. Like this tournament, this game was pretty good, like to get to this stage with. But okay, let's see how the game went. Takes check, and unfortunately everything just works out for white. They get everything with check. Like this is mate, so I have to take check, and they're gonna get both of these with check. So like if king h7, you check here first. So he went this way because it's going to be the same. And maybe I could have, I probably could have prolonged it a bit longer, but honestly at this point it's 2 pawns down, and yeah, Temo's not going to stuff this up. But I did make it like quicker than I needed to be probably because I didn't think it mattered. Like, yeah. And it finishes quickly than I thought because white's going to swap immediately. But yeah, it was totally lost after that sequence. So painful loss, but honestly, I wasn't too upset about this because I was just so happy with the game I played. And yeah, that's why I could keep, I think, playing well this tournament because I was inspired that I could play games like this. And because last few years, honestly, it hasn't been the best for me. Like, I'm not playing as much, but I went from FIDE like 2460 to, basically lose 100 points the last 3-ish years. So I felt like this tournament is one of the best I've had in a few years. obviously all these flaws, but yeah, I was very happy with this game and others in the next 4 as well. Yep, Burger. A bit of both. Definitely confidence. Because if you're a confident player, I don't think you'd get in like time trouble so often. So I would say it's more the it's those two. Plus, I think it's a bit like not trusting myself enough to just play the moves that I know are good enough. I think I look for more when I don't need to. So I might think too much or calculate in positions where it's more positional or slower. So there isn't that much difference between the moves. Like it's not worth spending 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but I might like calculate when I don't need to so much. And yeah, so all these things add up. You might do better in one thing in one game. Like you might not hesitate in the middle game as much, but you might still doubt when it's concrete calculation. So it's a lot of aspects, of course, and they're all connected. But yeah, it's getting better for sure though. But yeah, the rest of this tournament though, there were some games where I still used way too much time in the first half of the game. But yeah, game I'm pretty happy with. So at this point, Temo got, I guess he was in the lead after this game, but yeah, I think it was after this game. Maybe this game took a toll on him as well, just stamina-wise. But yeah, he made some uncharacteristic mistakes. Maybe in the next game, I think he lost to a 2300 FM. So that was round 5, and yep, one of the probably the most interesting. But let's go to the next one. Round 6, it was against the FIDE Master. I'll just update the name. What was his rating? Yep. Thanks, Ozzy. Yeah, I think some phases, yeah, I was the one with the initiative, and yeah, of course, it's a shame to lose, but yeah, it was overall as a game. It's like when you play a game where you're doing things better than you usually would, or like you potentially did it at a level that you haven't done before. So in some moments in that game, I think my decision making going from opening to middle game, like deciding between like the 3 options and seeing which ones were the most critical. And yeah, and then I guess in the time scramble, finding the counterplay after bishop b3, it was a bit more luck, you could say. Like it was when it's increment and it's complex position, it's obviously it can be anyone's game. But yeah, very happy with that game. And let's go to the next one. So round 6, still doing pretty well. I was 3.5 out of 5, second half of the tournament. So going e4. Yeah, so I was preparing for this opponent, super nice guy. I've played maybe once before, years ago. So I saw he either plays French or like Rui Lopez sidelines, like a6 followed by b5 immediately or f5. I had a brief look at them before the game, but he went e6. So e4, e6 I'm not too booked up on. Recently I sort of switched back to e4, and I haven't had many games with it online yet. Bishop b4, and I've been enjoying like looking at this line, knight e2. So not as common, but I just wanted an interesting game rather than like mainline theory where you have to know lots of dynamic lines. So he took, I think takes is most popular, then takes knight c6, and white has 2 bishops. But yeah, interesting game, but he went back. And yeah, this I didn't really remember like seeing this or like studying this much. So I was sort of on my own here already. And I was thinking like knight takes e4, which was the game, knight f6. So it's like a normal French, but is my knight just on a worse position compared to normal lines? So I was thinking, oh man, what's white supposed to do here? So, oh, I forgot. Let's look at the name of this. Knight e2 is called the Alekhine-Maroczy Gambit. Oh, cool name. Oh, I guess those players both played it. So from 100 years ago. So bishop b4 is the Winawer, and yep, knight e2 is apparently the Alekhine-Maroczy Gambit. Oh, that's cool. Yep, so here I was already not sure like what to do. There's many ways to play, but takes made sense. Oh, I was also looking at queen d3, and I think that turned out to be the most popular move when I checked after the game, the database. Bishop d2. So that's... Oh, bishop t2. Wow, I've never seen that before. Wow. Wait, is that in the database? It's not even here. Wait, 5 bishop d2. Because I know that probably bishop d2 is a tricky line here as well, but... Oh, e5, c5. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that. Yeah, e5 is the main move by far. c5. Oh yeah, bishop d2. Yeah, most people play a3. You know, when I was a junior or like in my teens and 20s, I think I avoided playing the French because for quite a few years because I really didn't understand these positions as white. And Grunfeld is the other one. I always avoided like playing against it because I was scared of something about it. Hard to explain. Yep, yeah, those look like fun lines too. Yep, c5, bishop d2. I think that's the second most common line at the master level, but far less common than a3. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll have a look. But I'm pretty happy with this one. It's just more rare and seems to get interesting positions. Like, I just want a game. Okay. So, yeah, I guess static, yeah. And so you want to watch out for e5 and c5. I took, but probably queen d3 is decent too. I considered it here too. But I thought black would play something similar like takes and then get a tempo on the queen, and I thought it turns out similar. But and I thought the bishop is a bit more weird here compared to the knight. But okay, it's probably all equalish here. Maybe white can go for something, but I'm not too fussed about going for opening advantage, as you've probably seen by now. Yeah, so I think you could have already gone for e5, and that was interesting. We discussed after the game. I think I was going to play d5. I could defend too, but yeah, c6, knight c3. I mean, there seems to be plenty of play in the position that, yeah, interesting middle game coming. Okay, he played knight c6, bishop b3, b6, e5 again was possible, but okay, d5, knight e7. I wasn't too unhappy with this. Although knight f5, you know, it's probably black's fine. Yeah, that looks decent for black, because I was thinking I'll go bishop c5, but after b6 I have to give up the bishop, so yeah, maybe it's not that good for white, honestly. So, I mean, the other option is castles, but then it's completely... The exchanges would get to an equal endgame, and that's a bit too much exchanging at too fast a stage. Oh, yep, queen d3. Yep, so here I went queen d3 because... Well, first, this bishop can't get developed. This is in the way. I think I preferred it to bishop out because bishop f4, I didn't like c5. Like, if takes, that's a good swap for black because my pawns are horrible. And if I have to, like, defend it, it's either wasting a tempo or, yeah, takes looks good for black. Either ugly isolated pawn with no compensation or knight takes e5 might be winning for black. So bishop f4 doesn't work, and I didn't like bishop e3. Probably, I think it was because of probably c5, and not as bad as bishop f4, but I felt like once black manages to, yeah, develop these ones comfortably, yeah, black's very happy, and I mean, it's just equal. But so I thought after queen d3, at least it avoids c5 immediately. I can take... And e5, I have the option of d5, but I guess it's mostly against c5. Yeah. Thanks for asking. It's a good question. So probably if you ask me like why I played this, like on some moments, there was probably things I'm thinking of, but unless I'm asked, I might just skip over that move. Yeah. So thanks for asking that. Bishop b3. So yeah, I thought he might play e5. It's probably critical to like equalize. d5, knight e7. Oh, no, sorry. I was going to go castles. Yep, because I didn't like the knight, bishop getting trapped here. b6. He gets the bishop pair. So I was going to play castles. And then knight f5, bishop c5, and my bishop can maybe go back here. Maybe here immediately. I'm not sure which one's better. Okay, so he went b6. Probably fine. Castles. Bishop b7. Okay, I think my next move was... Oh no, that was okay. Knight g3. I think it's the one after that. Was strange. I knew it looked strange, but yeah, I think I was missing things. So I can get the bishop pair here, like knight e4 or knight h5. But after castles, I thought the pressure on here, like, probably is good enough. And then my bishop's not great. Like, he can go knight e7 in that kind of middle game. Let's say queen takes, and then knight e7, or he can immediately pressure this pawn with e5. And I felt like he has enough play for the bishop pair, like knight e7. And it's hard to say if my bishop is, yeah, it's not very good, I thought. But yeah, definitely worth considering. I went queen c3. Like, I knew it's a weird move going into the pin, like, and it's nowhere near as good as Ding Liran's one in the World Championship match. But I think I must have miscalculated something, because after castles, oh yeah, I think I was originally thinking of knight e4, and I thought it's a slightly improved version, because I can maybe play bishop b5 and annoy this before taking here, so the knight can't go here or something. But I missed a few things here. Yep, good question, Moragord. Yep, thanks for putting it in a nice way. Yeah, openings have always been my, you could say, weak spot. There's a funny line in David Smerden's book, The Complete Chess Swindler. I have the paper version behind me. I think he said, yeah, I was known for like having the worst opening theory in Australia. I was probably already like FIDE 21, 22 at that point, or maybe 2300 when he was talking about it. And then in the Chessable version, a YouTube comment recently let me know that he put it in even more harsh terms. It was like, his openings are horrible. If his openings are good, he'd be a GM by now. That was like 5 years ago when David Smerden said that. Yeah, so, but I feel like my time management is a bigger issue. Opening, I feel like as long as I get an equal position, like even against GMs, like I'm pretty happy to play. So in that sense, you could say, like, if I'd done more work on openings, it would have helped me more, but I just wasn't interested when I was younger. And so at the moment, I think what's better for me is not openings. Like at any level, you tend to think openings will solve like some issues. And okay, for me, as you can see, okay, they could be of a better caliber, like less holes, I guess. But I think it took until these couple of years to actually understand how I should work on openings in terms of building it based on ideas and from my own games, rather than like following other recommended lines or not really connecting the opening to the middle game. But now I like how I'm working on openings. Like literally from move one, I'm questioning myself, like, why am I playing this, and what would suit me the most to get the kind of game I want. And I think not enough people do that. I don't know about you guys, but often you might see I've been there too, but you might see opening course, opening book, and that feels like the remedy for like all your chess problems, when it isn't, because the more you go for like memorization, you just rely on it more and you think less with your own head. And I think long term, it just doesn't build the skills that actually help you get better when it gets harder to improve. Like, so trying to understand each move in your repertoire of why you play it. So like even from move one, like why do you play the openings you play? Like if you don't have and I think depends on like experience and level as well. I think you need to play like just quantity of games to, learn about yourself and improve as well. But at some point you want to just play different things. You want to make sure it's something you're genuinely interested in. But yeah. Oh yeah, Moragod, I'm definitely doing that since like last year, very much, or like 2 years ago. Yeah, building them myself. Yep, it is time consuming, but it's like, it's your moves, right? Like each move, you know why you're playing it. You know why you prefer playing that compared to like another move. Well, if it's like a opening course, I keep bashing on them, but I've been there myself. But with opening course, it's like you should play this move, and often they don't explain why that move compared to another move. And sure, it's strong objectively, but it's like it's not actually building your own understanding and like skill of working out why you should play one move over others, like to play the chess you want to play. But in the end, it's like I still think openings is more people put more importance on it than needed. And in my case, I think with the approach I'm doing now, like it will take a bit of time, but I think the quality of my repertoire will just go up as I play more and study in this way. So, so for me, it's like calculation and time management are more important in terms of becoming a better player. And openings, you could say it's like as long as you put the time in, you could say, like whether it be this understanding approach or more memorization based one, you can sort of get to a decent level. But if it comes to long term, like trying to, be the best player you want to be, I just feel it's a bit more secondary compared to like the core other key areas I should work on, like calculation and time management. Oh, especially time management, which it's all connected. But yep. So yeah, you just want to get to middle game positions you find interesting and enjoyable. But obviously, I've played for 25 plus years tournaments, so I've gone through different phases of different openings and styles, kinds of thing. But yeah, so for me at least, to become a player in terms of increasing my rating and improving in this climate where I think everyone's gotten like better, relatively speaking, compared to like 10 years ago for the same rating. You see GMs, many are under 2,500 now, and IMs like me and many others, like the famous ones like Eric Rosen and Levi Rosman, for example, their rating's gone down. I think just because the chess landscape has gotten tougher, and you do need to put in the work, obviously, at a higher level. Each 100 points, it's harder to maintain. You need to put in a lot of work. And yeah, so, yep, it's definitely a big topic and easy to talk about, It's because it seems like it's easy to get better at chess just by getting better at openings. But yeah, obviously there's a lot of parts to it, as we've just discussed. Okay, so here, so I was thinking of knight e4, getting an improved like bishop pair with bishop b5, but then I realized when I thinking about this position that it was funny after the game. I told him about knight takes d4, so I think I have to take, otherwise he just, I think I have to take because otherwise he just takes this. So takes, and then it looks like white's just winning, but I saw this move, bishop takes g2, and I found this very hard to calculate. It's extremely tactical. So if takes, check, and if other moves, take. And white has two pieces, but it was one where I didn't feel like the minor pieces were that good, and like tactically, I just thought black might be doing better here. There's lots of interesting lines here. But finally, after the game, when I mentioned this position and I was considering knight e4, he told me, then I just play knight b4. And I completely missed this, but this is also another way to, it's a good move for black. I'm going for knight a2 check, so I pretty much have to take, and then it's a swap, and looks pretty cool. Yeah, but I completely missed knight b4. I was fixated on knight takes d4. So instead I played bishop b5, but here it's like, it wasn't as good as I was hoping, like with knight e4, because I did play it, but after queen d5, I don't have time to do this because he takes my bishop. And then otherwise my whole concept is sort of not very good. So I wasn't happy here, but I sort of made a miscalculation, you could say. Oh, Satra. That's a good question. Welcome back, by the way. No, we just talk after the game, like outside the hall. We walk out together and then often discuss and at the board sometimes, as long as you're being super quiet, they might not kick you out. But yeah, usually I talk after going out of the hall. So were you doing that as well, or not so much? Actually, this one I think I was talking at the board for a while for some reason. The arbiters were okay with it, or maybe it's preferential treatment of premier players. I hope not. But yeah, it was just discussing after the game. Yeah, we talk without a board. Although I mentioned earlier in the stream, I sometimes don't remember positions and moves and ideas as well as my opponents. Like immediately after a game, like without a board, but I can at least remember some of them usually and discuss. Like I just have to ask them, oh, which position, and once they tell me, I can sort of talk about it and what I was thinking. Yep. So I have to make a ugly decision here. It's like either I take and then, I mean, my whole concept of was just wrong because I've lost my good bishop. I'm left with the ugly one. Black is left with the good one. I think that's the main thing about this position. Oh yeah. I don't think there was a analysis room as far as I know. There was a commentary one, but yeah, they should have one. I mean, it's a lot of it's a lot of players, so maybe it's hard to accommodate so many sets and to get the proper room for that. But yeah, analysis room is always nice to have. Okay, maybe he. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, it's always good to talk with opponents after the game because they've definitely thought about some positions in a different way to you, or like critical moments, so you can learn from that. Okay, so there's that one, and the other option is take here first, and then get to this opposite colored bishop endgame. Oh, like not quite yet because it has rooks, but so out of these two, I preferred this one because the other one just seemed like black's probably the one who's slightly better. GM Daryl Johansson was commentating this year. Yep. The legend, him and Ian Rogers, he used to do commentary too, but it's been Daryl last few times, I think. So yeah, difficult decision, but I knew both ways I wasn't happy, but I felt like the least evil was I just didn't like this line, so I went for this, knowing it wasn't what I wanted, but it's still not over. Like if it's just bishops, it's a complete draw. But as long as there's rooks, even one pair, there's plenty of winning chances. And at least he has this bad structure that I can sort of argue that it's worth going into this endgame for. Like if this was here, it would be absolutely equal. But I thought I could push here because it's easy to, like the capacity for endgames or like late middle games where people think it's drawish. It's just so much more less than you think. Like there's so much potential to outplay someone. That's why when amateur players or club players might say, "Oh, this is just so drawish, not many pieces left." It might sound bad, but it annoys me a little bit because you just need to play more middle games and end games to realize how exactly deep they are, and like in terms of don't give up on positions just because it goes to like this kind of position because there's still so much life in this position. So I think that's one of the philosophies I want to spread. Like end games are just so deep, and I love them because it becomes more ideas based. Obviously, it's concrete as well, but yeah, it's just a different thing to middle games. And you can really think in a logical way of what both sides are wanting to do. And yeah, I personally love end games. So. Oh yeah, I hate the moves. Someone mentioned it earlier, and yeah, it does look a bit ugly. It's like okay, I probably should have hidden this pane if I'm not showing the moves on this stream because I'm not adding much by having that thing. But okay, anyway, it's my first stream, so it doesn't have to be premium quality. Yeah, Daryl's great. Extreme, like he's understanding, and yeah, obviously with age, it's harder to maintain the same level. But he's in terms of chess understanding, it's amazing, and he's taught me many lessons through the games we've played over the years. Oh yeah, it is hard to tell what move we're up to. Yeah, that is the drawback to this. But then you don't get tempted to see the next move when I might ask something. Oh, okay, nice, Satra. Yeah, very. Thanks for sharing the personal stuff. Yeah, that's exciting. Oh, thanks, Ozzy. I did. This was a bit last minute because I should have prepared all this before the tournament. But last night I was setting up like, oh, what time should I do it? This morning I did 2 test streams to make sure the audio is working and it's no big blunders. Because I've streamed like in Japanese, I did probably like 50, 60 times in YouTube and Twitch, and I made so many mistakes there. So yeah, as long as it's good enough and it's fine. Yeah. Yes, I use OBS. Yeah. Usually I use a stream key, but today I connected my channel and it seems easier. It just connects automatically. So yeah, OBS is what I like. And for my videos too, long form, I use OBS. Oh, wait, no, I don't. No, what am I talking about? No, I don't even edit my videos anymore. That was in my Japanese channel. Sorry, if you're talking to me, Sri Lakshmi, Sri Kumar. No, this stream is just for showing these games, so I won't be playing viewers today. Maybe on another stream. Okay, so here we get to this fascinating endgame. Some people might think it's boring, but no, there's like as long as there's rooks, there's plenty of play. Rook G8, Rook D2. I think I went for this one because it's just more flexible. If you go Rook G1, your rook's going to be stuck here. Well, if you start with this one, when black attacks it twice, you have the option of defending with the rook, and it's not as tied down there. So Rook D2. Yeah, and I could sense that I think he wanted to like force a draw, like somehow, even though it's very hard to do that immediately. Yep, how to plan in middle game. That's a very good topic. I guess we're past the middle game here, but in another game in the stream, I did cover that in more detail. Was that game 1? No, game 2 maybe. So I'll definitely cover that as we go to more middle games. I think this we can call an end game already. So but end game is a similar thing, sort of similar in terms of how to think. Okay, b5 makes sense. So how many of you would be happy to play this, like when you're trying to win? Obviously, it's not what you want, but yep, you can definitely try and squeeze still. So that's a good move, I think. Stops a4, c4, because I would have preferred to have pawns like b3, a4, c4. It works better with my bishop. So b5, good move. b3, yep. So potentially I want to get c4, maybe king here if he gives me time. Oh yeah, e5, this was... yeah, it was trying to force it a bit too much. So, okay, what should we do here as white? See if you can find... I think it's the best move. But white to play. What should we do? Setting of what you're streaming. Yeah, I think you can. Like this one, I think I set education. I'm not sure if I even should. Maybe it should be. I don't know what it should be, but I don't think the category is that important because I don't think anyone's going to find a chess stream just because they're looking for what, not like education or gaming or some other category, right? Chess players only going to look for chess streams, if that makes sense. So if that's what you mean with category, yeah. Oh, gaming chess, right? Huh. Yeah. Am I supposed? Maybe I'm supposed to set to gaming. I don't know. I could change that now. But yeah, right. You could be right. I don't think of that. You're right. Gaming chess makes more sense, doesn't it? Because I think that's what I. Yeah, for some reason I thought I should be doing education, but maybe I'll try to change that now. While you guys are thinking about this position. Oh yeah. For some reason on my English channel, I think I've been doing education, but probably it should be gaming chess. Hey, oh thanks. Okay, I've just added to that. I should do that for my long form videos too. I didn't realize that. Oh, thank you. Maybe I've missed out on some viewers because I didn't do gaming chess. But yeah, I've just updated that. Oh, good to know. Yeah, no, thanks, guys. Yeah. For some reason, I was thinking education, but yeah, gaming chess makes more sense. I think I used to do that actually on my Japanese channel. For some reason, in this one, I'm like, oh, education. But you're right. Probably chess players can find it better if it's gaming chess. Thanks. Okay, so Aussie C3. Let's see if someone else can come up with something else. Because yeah, C3 is fine, but you can look for more here. Although you know it's a bit different. Yeah, endgames really are like a bit different because less pieces, and yeah, thanks, Datar. Yeah, one day, full-time content creator. It's the dream, I guess. Yeah. Yep, Morgod, Rook D1. Yes, very sharp. I think that's the best move. I think it wins a pawn here, or at least gets like a nice initiative, which is a bit weird because it doesn't seem to do much immediately. But the idea is to take and then take, while not allowing takes, because you can take back with the rook and still defend this. And it seems like black should have time to do something about that, which they do. But let's say king b7. Then you can go like d5, and it's just an improved version in terms of pawn structure, because these light square pawns work well with the dark square bishop. Black can't. Okay, you just have to watch out for can black exploit this. But here they probably can't, because I'm going a bit fast. But yeah, there you can stop bishop b3 with rook b2. Anyway, this seemed like a good structure change, like this weakness remains. Maybe this is better than giving up a pawn, which is what my opponent did in this game. Because other moves, yeah, I think, yeah, take is the threat, and take is also a fork. So white wins a pawn. So, I mean, king b7 probably is okay. Like, I get a nice pawn structure, but it should still be relatively equal. Okay, maybe white's slightly better, but still close to equal. He went takes. I think he just wanted to like just go to a draw rook, draw an opposite bishop endgame. But if there are rooks, like it's not so simple. So, yep, he gave up this one, which makes sense. Is doubled. So okay, we've won a pawn, but it's still probably closer to a draw than a win. Or am I being too pessimistic? Okay, but there's definitely something here if you're a pawn up. Yep. Yeah, Satra definitely. Because, you know, with beginners, yeah, pawn's not going to change anything, right? And it's a bit like opening advantage too. Like, yeah, like amateur players, you shouldn't spend so much time, especially memorizing, because, yeah, even if you get, like, let's say a advantage plus 0.5, as the engine might say, or even +1, like, if you're still dropping pieces or you just don't have the fundamentals, it's not going to mean much. So then it's probably better to spend more of your chess time on training the fundamentals like tactics, calculation, you know, positional, like middle game, end game. Yep, so it's definitely another thing. Okay, he swapped, so now it's one pair of rooks. So without the rooks, this is a complete draw because, yeah, with opposite colored bishops, it's well known that, yeah, you just can't attack the, you know, side that the bishop is securely defending, and you can never make a pass pawn because they can block you on one color complex. But as long as there's one pair of rooks, there's plenty of winning chances. So you always want to watch out for, you know, rook exchanges, because that would mean an instant draw in many cases. Yep, a5, trying to maybe go a4. So it's still, I mean, I still think it's closer to a draw than a win. What do you guys think? Like this position? Maybe I should be more confident. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe it's 50-50. Yeah. Ozzy, thanks for checking. Wow, chess and then... Oh, there's another... Okay, wow, never knew that. Thank you. I'll stick with chess for now, but maybe that is better. Who knows? Yeah, I don't think I'm doing multi-language because I'm not a big fan of the whole concept of dubbing for some reason, but I guess it might reach more people. Oh, normal long form. Okay, thank you. Yeah, good to know. I'll definitely look into that. Okay, so king d1. Okay, so in endgames, you can definitely think of more longer term plans because there isn't as much going on. You're not going to get checkmated. So one thing I wanted to do was, in a perfect world, king supports the pawns. I eventually attack this one or this one, and I make a pass pawn and I win. So that's one like dream plan, but obviously the opponent is not going to cooperate. rook e8, and I can't cross to the other side. Swapping is a draw immediately. So I either give up on that plan or spend a lot of tempi doing things like block the e-file with the bishop and then finally get to the king side. But yeah, I felt like that took too many moves, and in the meantime, black can probably drum up some counterplay. So I think I gave up on this kingside plan pretty early. Okay, I sort of started like going for it because I couldn't see something else immediately. But yeah, a4 I think is a good move. Just so yeah, I don't want to swap immediately because yeah, if when you're better, you don't want to swap pawns in a better endgame. Wait, am I getting that right? No, I'm not. Wait. Oh yeah, probably in this position, yeah, you don't want to swap so easily as white because there's the potential that if they take, you can get an outside pass pawn. So yeah, unless there's a good reason, I didn't want to take this. So I wanted to bring the king here, maybe pressure these pawns, maybe go c4. Yep. So yeah, opposite colored bishops, definitely. Yeah, when it's just bishops, the draw rate is very high because there's just no way to win when, like, if you take this position, the rook's off, black puts all the pawns on light squares, and you just can't attack those pawns because the bishop's defending it, so you can't win any of them. Okay. Yeah, 100 endgames, you must know. Okay, so king c1 takes. Yeah, so I was a bit surprised he took immediately, but I mean, I think it's a draw anyway. But yeah, he could have waited, but probably the same. Take. And he does have potential to pass this one. Okay, rook d8. Now my bishop can't move. My rook can't go off the defense. Okay, so rook c2, I thought, to get away from that pin. Because rook endgame, a pawn up is a win compared to opposite colored bishops. King b7, bishop e5. But yeah, it's still tricky. Like, how am I going to win this? Like, I either have to go for these pawns and with my king or my rook, and then try and get a passer. But black can also like target some pawns of mine, and it's very hard to make a pass pawn. d5, bishop f4. Yep, so he's just waiting. King, improve the king. It does allow the rook to get behind, but I need to allow some concession anyway. Yep. So yeah, we need to, at least try and win these. It's a pawn up and with rooks on. Get to. Yeah, many ways to play. Like I could try to activate the rook, but okay, here probably just rook d5, and I have to go back. So bishop e5, just maneuvering. Yeah, c5 makes sense. Yep, king, improve the king. G5, swap, avoid swap. Yeah, so I could go for maybe rook h4. I don't want to play g4 too quickly, like when he can't play f5, because less pawns means, well, in many cases here, I think less chance of winning. So I want to keep these for later, like when the time is right, whether it's when I've weakened these further or when my kings manage to help. Okay, but yeah, going behind makes sense. Yeah, I didn't want to play this, but I thought c4, it's pretty good for him as well. And yeah, it's very hard to make headway here, because if I go for these pawns, he can probably defend it, and he can target mine as well. So yeah, here I thought he should push. Like, there's no reason. Well, I guess, potentially this can become weak, but this just gives so much more counterplay options for black. Like, it's a pass pawn. And so it gives black like many ways to attack, even go for initiative. So I thought this was a practical mistake to exchange instead of c4. Like, he just gives up so much potential by exchanging here compared to like c4. And I was honestly like ready to like accept the draw like soon, because black's the one with the initiative here. Bishop f5, rook b1, rook b3. I need to be careful, or like I might be stuck, worst case. So yeah, here that was probably closer to a draw, but he took. It should still be draw, but I have chances with the 3 vs 2 still. F1, bishop d4, avoid check. Okay, defend. Around here, yeah, we probably both could have played more accurately, but yeah, and I want to avoid the king coming in, because then it's easy for him to get a perpetual. Q1. Check. Yeah, so probably around here, like the c4 is the biggest chance for black, I think, to keep things very close to a draw. But now I've managed to attack some weaknesses. This rook can go for some pawns. So yeah, practically it's very easy to make a mistake or a few inaccuracies, and then white can get a tangible something. Yeah, like here was probably black could have gone for pawns potentially, but yeah, it's tricky around here to defend accurately. So avoid exchanges. Yep, Inspire Mind, thanks for the question. Yeah, so I guess it is a bit different to endgame, how to spot weakness. I think you want to look at what kind of position it is, like if it's dynamic or more slow and positional. And then if it is positional, you might look at, yeah, I guess, well, first it's like pawns and squares you want to look for. That could count as weaknesses. But it also depends on, what pieces are like in that position, the pawn structure. But I think it's important to first, like, acknowledge that it is a slower position where weaknesses would be important than, let's say, more concrete lines like forced variations. Oh yep, Satra, yeah, that's a good one. Probably it's in a little bit of play here, like in the sense that if these pawns were gone and it's all the king side, then it's much easier for black to defend because black just has to focus on these two pawns, right? And white has to try and make something on the king side. But as long as there's this pawn, and like I was just attacking it, so black still has to think about potentially defending this. So it does help, like that there's weaknesses on both sides. But probably in other games I covered this two weaknesses in earlier in the stream as well. Yeah, the principle of two weaknesses. Or maybe I didn't. Yeah, I should think about it more in the upcoming games. Okay, bishop g6. So I've made a lot of progress. I think the critical moment was the c4 instead of c takes would have been close to a draw. But here I have a bit more initiative. Probably, I'm sure both sides could play accurately here, but I'll go through this endgame without too much detail because there's still 3 games to go after this. Yeah, nearly. Yeah, it's about 1 hour per game. So I start at 9 a.m. I finish 6 p.m. Yeah, I sort of expected it might be. Like I like going deep on the analysis. So always welcome to questions about the position, about anything in chess. It is the easiest to like answer if it's something related to the position, but I'm open to any chess questions, of course, because I mean this stream I'm doing because I just finished the tournament, but I want to focus more on long form videos, and I am working on something else for chess players at the moment, outside my channel and outside my newsletter, my Substack. So it might take a few more months, but I'm excited to bring that later as well, later this year. Q1. Oh yeah, Satra. I mean, yeah, it like I feel like the tournament's only really I've like made peace with it after I've like talked about all the games like this in a stream. I think it's a bit of a tradition since I did it Doeberl last year, I think, on my old Japanese channel. And it just feels like I get closure with the games, and I can actually put my thoughts into the the somewhere, not just my mind where it's just I'm just going to forget all these ideas and what I was thinking during the game. So, some potential for h5 and then attack the pawns. So practically it's pretty unpleasant to defend this kind of position as black because one mistake could be enough to lose, but it's hard for you to generate your own active play. Oh, he defended quite well after this. Very well till the end. Oh, Satra, do you mean for my own chess? From this tournament? Yeah, of course you mean that. I mean, what else in that context? Yeah, I think this one, it was clear my time management in some games was still very subpar. So I knew about this before the tournament. Like this was my goal the main goal was to get to move 40 with 30 minutes, but I failed on that in every game, unfortunately. So maybe I said it too much. Like last year's Doeberl, I said have 10 minutes by the end of move 40, by move 40, and I achieved that in the final round. maybe it was more realistic to aim for that or 20 minutes by move 40. And I did play like much stronger players this year. So it was harder to navigate. Um, so there is that, but it is important that at least I had that goal and I was more conscious of it in each game. Yeah. Yeah, story of my life. Yeah, time management. 2 moves ago. Let's say, oh yeah, maybe something like here. Or after this, maybe here. Yeah, rook f4. Yep, g4. Game for g4 is definitely is a thing too. But I think even if you get g4 though, I was a bit worried about h5, and then either pawns get swapped, or if I push after that, like it's much harder to make a breakthrough. Like the only one left would be f5, so it's easy for black to defend. So I think I wanted to start with rook g5 because that's h5 is, if black plays h5, I still have potential to like g4 and then make a pass pawn on the h file in that case. Yeah. Oh, I don't think I've done 67 minutes, even for me. And yeah, especially with 90 minutes, yeah, if you think 67, that's like most of your time. But yes, yeah, that one is obviously he was out prepared as well, opening wise, and but yeah, usually if you're thinking for like over 20 or even 20 minutes, or worst case like 30 minutes, even if you're like it's a super critical moment and there's a million variations to calculate, at that point I think you're just repeating lines in your head, right? Yeah, because no one can like use 30 minutes pure calculation. Okay, maybe top players and grandmasters can but that would be the exception. Like most of the time, if you're thinking for that long, it's just doubting, hesitating, and yeah, you just need to make a decision. Yep. Yes, rook g5. He has f6. Yep, good point. But I guess it's a bit of a choice of two evils. Like to make progress, I guess I need to push pawns in some way, and like this way, it just seems to be more. Oh, I guess I get a pass pawn with the h file that way as well. So hard to say. But then the pawns are split up. So, but I think with f6 at least, like it could become a weakness. To like even if that comes, and then I can target it with a bishop and then I can go back to f4, and then f6 would be another weakness after I can go, maybe g4 plan again is even stronger. Yep. But yeah, rook g5, it does allow f6, which I think happened in the game later. Yep. Yeah, repeating. So yeah, with calculation, it's like there's the clarity in terms of, each move you want to make sure you're seeing clearly or visualizing, but it's also the like accuracy of the process and efficiency, right? If you keep having to calculate the same thing many times, you would have to spend a lot of time. So yeah, calculation's always obviously good to work on as a skill. Yep, so he did play f6. Really good move because otherwise h5 is coming. If h5, g4, and I'm getting a pass pawn on the... Okay, he could play h5 first and then f6, but yeah, he went f6 here. So I'd love to play rook e6, but that would lose, so I have to go back. But we've made progress. These are potential weaknesses now, and yeah, there's definitely good winning chances. Although he probably, maybe what black could have still defended with like perfect play, but practically I think it's pretty hard because these are weaknesses now. Yep, let's have a look. Rook c4. Rook c4. Oh yeah, going for this pawn. Yeah. I think here, I guess you'd start with bishop c5. Yeah, I think getting this check also oh wait, that takes. Maybe we have to start with h5, sorry. h5. Let's say bishop c2, so maybe there's some potential checks. Yeah, I guess we're getting this as white. Yeah, and this is very strong. Like not just to win the pawn, but after check, we can go like king c6, and it's close to a mating net, plus you're attacking this one. So white has many things they're going for. Yep, Inspire Mind. what should I do? Oh, sorry, I missed the timing you asked that. But was there another question you did? Inspire mind? Maybe not. Oh, calculation. Yeah, sure thing. Oh, yeah, the Ramesh book that is for masters. Like even for me, I think you mean I think I have that book. Privileges. Where is that book? Why am I not finding that book? Um, here. If you're talking about this one, yeah, definitely don't get this one. Like I I started this, but I sort of gave up because it was too hard. Like a couple years ago when okay, I wasn't in the best form, but this is way too hard for club players. Like even for masters, this is next level. So don't do that one for calculation. Probably start with like, mm, yeah, calculation is like inherently more difficult than tactics. So there might be some good calculation books. I can't think of any at the top of my head, like for club player level. If anyone watching has good recommendations for calculation books for like club player level, like let's say online below 2000 rating. Motor Gold, I'm decent at calculation, but it is pretty rare that you have to actually calculate like 10, 15 moves ahead, right? And that's very much the exception. So usually it's more like a few moves accurately is, yeah, better to train than like super long variations. Obviously, as your level gets higher, you need to get better at depth as well. But firstly, it's the accuracy of like actually finding the best moves, best candidate moves, and then finding the opponent's candidate moves, whether it be a tactical position or like more positional slow. Yeah, I think like a grandmaster, like it's a good place to start. It's from like how many years ago? Like 60. I can't remember how many, but yeah, I read that. Think like a grandmaster, but I think all books are generally helpful because I personally love chess books, and you can become a GM now without reading any chess books. I think there are examples of people like that, but in general, the books are just very high quality because they spend a lot more time, writing a book compared to like a course or a video. Me saying this on a YouTube channel, but it's just the truth. And so yeah, books like there's like just consume them. Like obviously I've been obsessed with chess my whole life, and as a kid I read chess books like every day. I think for like probably 5 to 10 years. Probably most days I read some chess books. Like not to really. I wasn't thinking of improvement, but it was just a part of my day, and I was also playing tournaments, obviously doing exercises, getting coaching. Main thing is obviously playing tournaments, but yeah, books has always been a part of me. Even now, like I'm reading like probably most days a chess book, a new chess book. So I think it's just that gives you that extra because you need to learn from games other than your own, and books are just they have comments by other people on their games or other people's games, and you can just get ideas that you wouldn't think of yourself. And it's not, but for me at least, I never thought of it as like an improvement tool. I just love chess books and was obsessed with reading them. And I think when you're enjoying something, right, it's easier to like absorb it and really make it your own, and then apply it in your own games. So I think like a grandmaster is one. Yeah, structures is very good. Although that's more, about pawn structures. So there are a few about thinking process. But back to your question more to God. So my calculation is not as good as my like tactics and intuition and pattern recognition. I'm really good at those, like as like relative to other IMs. I think my intuition and tactics, pattern recognition are really good. Calculation, I'm a little bit lacking, relatively speaking, because that takes a lot of diligent work. I've done in some periods in the past, and I did a little bit before this tournament with the Dvoretsky-Yusupov Secrets of Endgame technique book. Oh, and those were, man, those are hard. And like the first few I failed, but it was like you need to be humbled a little bit before tournaments in training too. Yeah, like you need to do the hard stuff if you want to keep getting better. Yep, Kotov. So with Kotov, there's the Kotov one. There's plenty of ones about calculation. Like there's Argard's calculation book, but I think that might be a bit too difficult for like under 2,000 online players. So, but I think it's good to just solve different tactics books or ones with different concepts. Like Invisible Chess Moves by Afek is decent. How to Become a Deadly Chess Tactician, because with tactics books, calculation is going to come into it in one way or another in like most exercises. So definitely tactics books are good. And calculation, there must be ones based on aimed at club players these days. Inspire Mind, right? Yep. Sorry, this is at the moment we're looking at an end game. So the next game I will definitely focus on how to make plans in the middle game. There's 3 games after this one. Oh man, this one's been going long. I better get a move on. But so many interesting questions. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's okay as long as you're interested in chess books, right? Just keep reading them and consuming them. And yeah, Yusupov, I think he has a series. Maybe it's for more club players. He's great. Like Yusupov, Dvoretsky, I think many of his books are a bit too difficult for club level, but yeah, definitely one of the best ever authors and arguably the best ever chess coach, right? Dvoretsky, he probably contributed to like 100 GMs at least, like no joke. Yeah, so I think the Yusupov, was it Build Up Your Chess? Was it? He's one more for amateur players. I wish I'd read those. I'm sure they're good books. He's a great teacher as well. Very much a Dvoretsky kind of style. Yep. How do you use positional judgments in your games? Yep. Erants, thanks for the question. Probably it's easier to show that in a middle game in my next game because endgame is just a bit unique in how it is. So I'll cover that more if you're still here. And you can look at the other games early in the stream too. But yeah, that's a good series. Online Rapid. That's a good question. Well, any question's good really. Like as the streamer, the stream would not exist without questions. Yeah, what do you guys think? Online Rapid, and there's a difference between chess.com, Lichess as well. But let's say chess.com, like Rapid. Where would club player end? And I mean, the other question is there something between like club and master level? Some people like saying expert or advanced, for example. So it's very much like interpretation in terms of each of these terms. And there's a thing where some masters are just not very good at blitz and rapid. Probably rapid, it's more like it comes across more the same skill set, but some masters are not that great at blitz, like relatively speaking. And I wonder what, let's say, because I know there are some rapid players, maybe that's Lichess, but they might be like 2400 rapid, but in FIDE there would be like 1900 players. So there's obviously a lot of variance. But I'll get back to the game analysis after maybe this question. But there's what book do you recommend? I was planning to do maybe a video. My next one could be on the 10 books that like inspired me the most. But I'll link in the chat because I wrote a blog post about some of the books that like inspired me the most. I need to update it a little bit, but I think it still covers a lot of the books I liked in my younger years, and they each help me with stuff. So you can go to that link. That has some of my favorite books. Probably now I'd add to that like the current Dvoretsky Yusupov series. They're amazing. But yeah. Okay. And what was the other one? Yeah, and online, yeah, it's just not the same. As Ozzy says, like it's more for training, rapid and blitz. So it's not the same. It's different in many ways, but yeah. Yeah, a video on that would be good. Yeah, thanks. And Yeah, that's what we've been talking about. Vida. Sorry if I'm not saying that right. Um, yeah, endgames and middle games, that's an eternal question as well. Like either sort of works. You have to also base it on what your chess is like, but you want to work on both constantly if you can, because you're always going to get middle games and end games, and end games are much easier to neglect. So not just like theoretical ones, but like how to play more practical end games. I think there's lots of good books you can start with, not just the theoretical ones, like the ones you must know, but what is it like Silman's Endgame one, Van Perlo's Endgame. You just consume many types of many endgame books or like play a lot of end games and read many annotated games. In the end, it's a lot of quality versus quality times quantity. And you can get each of those through playing, through like reading, through studying, training. So many ways to do it. Oh yeah, no, I'm really glad we're getting comments in the chat because first time streaming on this channel, so it could be that I get like a few comments over 9 hours. I don't know if my heart could have taken it if like in the first hour there was no comments, but just got to keep doing it. And yeah, Silman's Endgame course. Yeah, online maybe it's like that. 2400. Yeah, definitely seems like some master players would be there. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, Sartre, like I can't see your link, for example, because I think it only lets me post links and I can't see the others because of the moderation protocol or something. So middle games and games, do both if you can. Yeah, but there's never a bad time to do middle games. And so if you had to choose one, sure, go middle games. But yeah, you need to do end games as well. But sure, start with middle games. Okay, bishop c5, where are we? Oh, this isn't the main line, that's why. So that was if rook c4. The game was f6, rook e2. Yeah, Chess Dojo, I think they've compiled a lot of good stuff, right? And check. So I had to go back because king f4, rook c4. But I was still happy with the progress. Like this is weak. This is weak. I have potential to play g4, h5. Like objectively, black can probably still defend quite well here, and maybe I thought I was winning when I actually wasn't. But yeah, I think I just have a lot of things I can go for, like annoying him from this way, attacking this pawn, pushing these, attacking this one, attacking this one. Okay, that one's a bit harder, but it's like, it's not the principle of two weaknesses, but I think if you have like all these things you can work on, like this weakness, pushing pawns, it's also very hard for the defending side practically to keep defending well because you have so many things you have to watch out for. And at some point you're going to make a mistake, is more likely. Oh, yeah, probably by this point, yeah, we are on increment. Yep. Yeah, so here, yeah, rook a6. Yeah, he can take, but then I'm likely to get this one as well. And then 3 passes would be too much. So he went here. Like I could check first, but I thought I'd gain a bit of time first. Maybe he could have gone backwards, and then I took. So it's always a technique to get another minute on the clock to give you more time to think, because when you're better, you really don't want to ruin it by rushing a decision. So if you have a chance to repeat moves to get another minute, just making sure you don't get into a threefold. Yeah, and I think, man, I still have 3 games. My voice is definitely going to die after this. My throat is starting to get sore. Okay, bishop e5. So this goes for check. So he escaped, but now I'm clear 2 pawns up on one side. But man, he defended so well after this. Like, I had to be really careful. Like, you'd think this is an easy win. And okay, I probably could have played this a lot more clinically, but man, his defense was so good. Because, 3 connected passes, it should be game over, right? But you'll see how well he defended. And okay, and this pawn does make things a little bit more difficult, but as long as I've got them both covered, he can never push it. So the main thing I have to watch out for is like losing this pawn, get attacked twice, and just general tactics. So yep, this cuts off the king, so the king is entombed forever. So here I have to watch out for this one, so avoid it. So this one's the most far advanced, so he wants to stop that one. And this one was important because otherwise he can keep checking me from G1. So this is to cover G1. So after this, he doesn't have check. But I really have to be careful. Like if once I lose one, there's really a risk of like if I lose this middle one, because it's opposite color bishops, so it's definitely tenable for him to block these on the light squares. So it could be a draw if I lose one pawn. Yep. But yeah, but it's too many pawns. As long as I'm accurate, yeah, he couldn't stop all of them. And he's a super nice guy, so he instead of like groveling on a bit more, he decided to just take here and let me checkmate. I think it's like you might say in modeling, it's like a green flag, or someone's like probably pretty nice if they allow you to checkmate you. It's a very specific part of the chess universe, but I think that's what I get from experience. Like if there's someone who's like very too competitive, or like they only care about not losing, they only care about winning, I think they're not usually going to let you checkmate. They might resign or something. But something I've observed. I wonder if anyone else in the chat has. Yep. So round 6 was a win, but very tough game. Yeah, he had a probable draw when if he'd played c4 instead of c takes b4 in that end game. But yeah, managed to squeeze that out. But yeah, interesting game. So 3 more. We're into the last third. Let's go to round 7. Oh, where are we? Which is, and getting lots of long games. Like I was happy with this tournament. Like I was getting so many end games because that was one of my goals in this tournament. Okay, I'll update the text. Oh, next one was probably the craziest game in this tournament against another IM from Serbia, Radovanovic. Okay, this is probably one of the yeah. Oh, you'll see. I won't spoil anything, but yeah, this is probably the most intense game I had this tournament for sure. Like the Tamur game was obviously very intense, but yeah, this one was next level. Okay, 3 more games. Oh man, I'm getting that. Thanks, Ozzy. Yeah, I mean, there's always a bit of. I was a bit lucky there that he didn't play c4, and there I really think I don't think I could have won. It was not. No, it wasn't a Najdorf. It was a Khan. It was a Sicilian though. Game he just showed. Oh, right. Sorry, that last game. That was a French. Yeah, it'll be in the replay of this as well. You can go back if you wanted to see the opening. Yeah, sorry, the last one was a French. Okay, Khan. So I've played this for like 20 plus years, most of the time as my main thing. Like when I was 12, my coach, who was 1900 over the board, like national rating. Yeah, he was coaching me, and he was like a teenager himself, but he decided the Khan. So that's how such life, some things can be decided. Like, and I ended up playing that for like most of my chess life. Like I played this for over 10 years to when I got IM. I pretty much only played this as my main, which was probably a bit too much. I should have at least tried other Sicilians like after a few years, but I just liked it so much. But I think it was maybe going a bit too far, and I should have built another main from scratch. But I think I wanted to stay in my comfort zone, and hence my IM from GM phase. There were lots of things like that made, well, perhaps not. Maybe I had better chances of improving long term if I'd switched to something else, but I stuck with what I know. But at some point you stop learning new things, right? When you play the same thing. So you need to sort of be alert to that inside yourself as well. Okay, hedge. This is a Maroczy bind. So white has more space, while black sometimes goes for the hedgehog, which is the pawns here. I've always liked playing that, and I've on Lichess, on a blog I wrote like a very long blog post about my love for hedgehog positions, and because I've played like probably 100 classical games with it, with black or close to. Yeah, this is to stop bishop b4. I won't get into too much theoretical detail, but this is all very common. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, so you were watching that game, yeah. Yeah, his opening idea was really nice. Actually, so this was round 7. Round 9, another GM played into this Khan. So I had to improve from this game because this one white got an advantage. And I thought about, it's just that I knew this better, like what I played in this game, the standard hedgehog. But I know that objectively white has quite a few good options to get an advantage. But for this tournament, I just didn't have the time to like go deeper on the alternative I wanted to do, which is like playing knight c6 earlier instead of d6 against this particular line. Okay, so this is all standard. Usually white historically has castled here, black castles, and then usually white, gets more space. They might often grab more if possible. And at some point, black's main ideas are like b5 or d5, like going against the strongest points. But if you manage that as black, you get a lot of dynamic potential. And there's a lot of maneuvering here and there. One plan I like is like castles, king h8, rook g8, g5, g4. So there's just so many, there's like infinite possibilities for both sides, like in so many pieces still on the board, right? But this rook g8, g5, g4, people say it's like Fischer's idea, but it was actually Paul Morphy. I think he's the first who played it in a high-level game, like 150 years ago. He's a total madman, really. Okay, anyway, I'm getting too long on the explanation, but he played g4, which is pretty critical. But the really cool move is here, as Mortagod said. Yes, this is a Maroczy bind. And he played king d2, which is a thematic one in some openings. Like the Nimzo has this like king d8, king c7. Okay, so what's the point of this? So one is that after the king is on the queen side, h4, g5, and like white has the initiative on the king side. And black actually can't do much about the king while it's going walkies here. Yeah, Morphy was, too ahead of his time. Fascinating guy. So this is a really cool idea. So I smiled when he played this because I've seen it before, but I don't think I've played against it. Yeah, definitely not in classical. So I played g5 because it's like h4, g5 is coming. And then if I allow that, then also g6. And yeah, weaknesses. So g5, the problem is, of course, that this can become a weakness after h4, but it seemed better to me than allowing h4, g5. I guess we're soon in the middle game, which a few people asked about. So I'll go a little bit further. g5, h4, rook g8, take, king c2, rook c8. Yeah, let's go from here. This is definitely the middle game. So how to think of a plan here? Okay, this one, the caveat, I think, is that this was, I think white's definitely better here. So it's a good line for white. So I don't think I'll allow this again because it's just not pleasant. So why isn't it pleasant? Basically, the king safety. White's is very safe here. I can never really attack it because, well, this pawn's in the way for one. And if I open up the center, like these are the main two ideas in the hedgehog when you have these pawns here. But here, I can't do that because c-file opens up, center opens up, and my king is like, yeah, it's going to die. Because usually it's over here, and the king side is closed. But here, thanks to this g4, and I didn't want to allow g5 like so quickly, but maybe I should have. That was the other alternative, like after g4, if I go back a bit. So the other way to play is castles, but it is sort of asking for it, like g5, h4, and white can still do this anyway. So it's like my king's still the one in danger. So that's why I think this whole line, like playing at the master level is, objectively it's just good for white. So I think I'll deviate earlier next time. So king b1, okay. So king safety is the main thing. Like white has the potential to, annoy me on the king side, attack this, put a rook here. And at some point, like he can maybe go knight d5 sack, knight f5 sack, maybe f4 and open things up. Like if my king was, like it could be on the queen side. I thought about that at some point, but it's still in more danger because white just has more space and they're the ones who can do a break that is quite attacking. Yep, knight e5 makes sense. Knight c5, probably white might want to play b4 at some point anyway, so it is a bit riskier. And by itself, the knight on c5 doesn't do much, so I'm sort of condemned to this long, like I'm going to be the one defending. But in terms of plan, so like this position, I'm not sure if it's the best example because, black just has to focus on defending here, really, because I can't break out, like with the usual hedgehog moves. So I started with queen b8 because I want to attack this with knight e5, which I end up doing. Because with the queen here, it doesn't work because after take, queen takes, white's always going to have some tactic with the c-file. Okay, but check. This is also very annoying because if I go back, it's like I just wasted 2 moves. But I don't really want to self-pin either. And this one, I'm not sure if I want to put here because, well, it allows, let's say, the rook into here. So, you know, none of the options are nice. So I went king f8 because it's not much worse here than here. Like, nowhere safe. Okay, rook h6, another annoying move. Like, no direct threat, but, you know, it ties my bishop down. And in some cases, as you'll see, he has these ideas of sacking if I move the knight. So yeah, very unpleasant position. Like, I knew I was worse here, but I just have to try and defend. But he has, you know, plenty of time to sort of build things up. So queen d1, like, yeah, I still can't take because tactics on the c-file. And like, if I don't do anything, he might have like queen h1, rook h8, try win this pawn. Like, he just has so many things going for him. Like, in that last endgame, it's a bit like that. He can either go for g5 as a weakness, he can try and attack on the h-file, he could build something on the queen side and sack something at some point. So he has all these active possibilities. Well, for black, it's very hard to break out because d5 I really want to do sometimes, but here it's just knight f5 is way too strong, so I can't do d5. And b5 also I can't prepare adequately, so it's like, okay, I just have to defend. And okay, king e8. Because, well, yeah, very sad I have to do this, but I really don't have any active possibilities, or I couldn't find. Queen h1, queen d8. So around here it was funny. I moved my king back and forth. Now it's back on e8. I moved my queen back and forth. Now it's on d8. And okay, so this is the best I can do. Attack this again. But you can always defend it. Okay, bishop c6. Okay, here it's one where, you know, white has more space. So it goes with the principle. When you have less space, it's generally good to exchange pieces because then you're less cramped. Less of your pieces are in each other's way. And here as well, like, this bishop wasn't doing much while this knight has potential for nice things. So I was happy to give up the bishop pair because then after that, this bishop is a bit hard to use. I mean, white's still really much better there. He can try and build it over here after exchanging, but okay, I'm still okay. But queen d1 is better. I think just keeping the tension and pressure. So bishop f8, and this is another funny one. So another back to the original position. Oh yeah, knight f5. Yep. What was that? Was that round 1 or round 2? Yeah, seems like a long time ago. We were talking about knights on f5. I think that was round 2. Yeah. Okay, and he sacked. At some point there was going to be something concrete, and yeah, this was very strong. Like, takes, like, even if he doesn't, okay, he could go back and build something more slowly, like b4. Like, white's better in any case, but I think this sack is justified. Take. So he gets 1 pawn, plus what I wasn't expecting was, okay, firstly I have to go here, I think, because other moves, take and queen a4, I think are winning. So rook c7, and he also played this quickly. Like, my position's just very behind in development. He has the luxury to sack another piece. So I'm going to be a full rook up if I take. But after c takes, he's getting a piece back, plus the knife on f5, he's going to get a piece back. My pieces are very ugly. This is a semi-closed / semi-open. It's not closed. I'd say closed is only when, like, pawns are against each other and, like, the position is very much locked, but this would not be closed. So you could say semi-closed, you could say semi-open. 95, nice move. Oh yeah, I was supposed to hide the moves. So both pretty unpleasant, but I really didn't like this knight coming here. That's just a monster, and my bishop is very sad. So I went for bishop takes, knowing it's going to be pretty unpleasant either way. C takes. So white has a bishop for the rook, plus a nice initiative, you know, weakness here. Just better pieces. This bishop is good. These pieces are completely out of play. And I think I was down to, how low was I after c takes? Yeah, I was already down to like 7 minutes here, but it was very hard to play practically this game, like in terms of time management, because he had so many threats all the time. It was hard to see what to watch out for. C takes d5. So swap. Yeah, sack my rook. In what way? This one. Yeah, at some point. I could have sacked it for some ways. And I probably missed a lot of other critical lines that were interesting during the game, but I'll just go to the main one because this game was crazy after this. C takes d5. So, yeah, very unpleasant. Like, white just has that long-term compensation. Like a rook is supposed to be more than a bishop and pawn, but here, just looking at how good the pieces are on both sides, you could say white has, the better pieces for sure. So, okay, queen d8. That would be, right, like queen d8 or something. Nice idea. Yeah, I don't think I thought of that. Wow, that is a cool idea. And if takes, yeah, not bad. Wow, I did not consider that. Maybe I was too stressed during the game. I was like, oh man, I have to take either way. Wow, I think I didn't consider that at all. Maybe white has something else, but either way, it's looking... Yeah, I guess now you are threatening takes, so... Yeah, very decent. Take. I wonder if that's the best move. I might just cheat and look at the engine here. Like, during the stream, I've only been looking where I want to check. But I feel like that could be the best, unless I'm missing something after queen d8. Okay, let's have a look. Today's maybe... Oh yeah, queen d8's best. Yeah, no, I totally missed that. Wow, I must have been like too stressed about defending this whole game. I did not see that option. Okay, I mean, it's very much close to takes in terms of evaluation. As a human, it doesn't really mean much, those numbers. But... Okay, so queen d8. Wow, yeah, that was... white's still probably close to winning, but that was a good option. Engine used maybe once every 2 rounds, I think, so far this stream. So just to check something. Yeah, the exchange sec, yep, definitely the activity and initiative as well. Black, these are just, even to get into the game, they're still pretty ugly. This one, there's not going to be much time to improve it. So it's like activity and initiative and activity, I guess they're similar things. Yep. By initiative always, it's the ability to make threats faster than your opponent. Here, black's going to take a long time before they can make any active threats. So white has a lot of threats. Oh yeah, Satra, during the tournament, I didn't want to mention it, but that's why I don't like looking at your games right after the game, because you could be looking at it, again, not on a stream like this, but you can at least note down questions and ask yourself. But I do understand, some GMs, even this tournament I saw looking at the game right after, and there's no right or wrong. I just prefer learning from the game a bit more, because I spent a whole 5 days playing the tournament, and each game is just so it's just such a rich immersive experience. Okay, takes. So the big threat is things like take. Okay, white's going for takes. Yeah, I mean check as well, I guess. Maybe knight c6. Yeah, so I need to just survive here. So I need to give up a bit more, a pawn, just to survive. So, okay, he took this one first, which is annoying because, at least with this, I can take, and then, my king has more squares, and the position changes a bit. But as long as he keeps this here, I still can't take because the knight is just going to be so good. So, desperate measures, but I have to do something. Takes, check. So many interesting options here. He went for takes, which looks like the most critical. But there's also, he could just take. Check first is decent. If takes, I think, I guess maybe king f6. It's no safer here than... It's probably safer on f6. Nowhere's safe. But yeah, his move looks the most natural. Check. Okay, I have to go f6. And this is where... Oh, f4, was a cool move. But this is the most critical, of course, and very interesting line. Let's have a look. So I have to take, check. I can't go this way because I fall into a knight fork. Let's say king g6, check. Here, check, and then knight e6 wins my queen. So, and same with king g7. So I have to go back. And white's very close to, looks like they're winning, but I didn't see a win after, like, I just go back to the F file. Yep. And like, yeah, I guess as a master, you know, it's, you might as well add your human, like how you think. And I think that's just more useful than like, because an engine, you can technically look at yourself, and it can be helpful. You can, but yeah, if you have the chance to, like, you can learn much more from a human, right? So, and I didn't see a win here. And what he did was very powerful as well. So, but this was another way to go that the game could have gone. Very crazy position. So instead he went, was it here? Oh, he went f4 here. Yeah, which is really nice move. So if the knight moves, there's a fork. So I can't move the knight. So I think I pretty much have to either move the king or f takes. Maybe it ends up similar, but I think this gives more options. If I take here, king f7 also allows check and knight f5. And so I thought that was a bit too dangerous because his pieces are just so much stronger than mine, even with the exchange advantage. So I thought king f7 takes, and my king at least has more cover. Still should be lost. But yeah, just trying to survive. Knight c6. Yeah, I mean, it can be hard, like, doing it by yourself because you don't know where to start, right? Well, engine gives you answers immediately. But I think when you use the engine immediately, it's like you don't even know what questions you should be asking or what you want to ask from that game. But you're already looking at the answers, and just looking at the answers, right? It's like with school or anything, it's not going to help you to solve things yourself. Like if you can look at the engine's moves, and in the moment, we've all been there, it's like, it feels like, oh, so obvious, I could have played like that. But it doesn't actually help you navigate the similar position next time because you don't know how to improve things from that game. Oh, yep, that's a good thing. Yeah, sidelines. But queen b6. Yeah, so this game is just so crazy. So many tactics. So very fun to play. Like, I forgot to mention, but I think earlier when he played like the knight, whereabouts was it? Probably around here. Like I'd already mentally told myself, okay, I'm probably gonna lose this game, which is a good strategy when you're losing because if you're defending while thinking I can't lose this game, like there's just that much added pressure on you mentally. And in my experience, because I have a lot of experience defending bad positions, partly from bad openings historically, but so what's worked best for me is in a position like this, like I felt that this was probably clearly losing. So you tell yourself, okay, you've lost this game, but you still have a whole game you have to focus on. So what you need to focus on is just playing the best moves you can and making it as hard as possible for them to like win immediately. So you just keep the next move one move ahead and you just want to play whatever you think is best and just take it one move at a time. So and by doing that, you completely like are freed from the pressure because you know that you're lost already. So anything, if you lose, like that's expected. And if you can prolong the game for one more move, two more moves in like desperate looking positions, it gives you that motivation during that game, which has helped me in so many games. Like and it's only after the game I'm like, oh, I guess that worked out for me psychologically. Like it's not something you can just switch easily, but for me, it's the best that's worked for me. I'll probably do more videos, or I've done posts on, surviving bad positions and things. And maybe one day I'll make like a video course about it because I just love the topic so much. And I think I can do it better than other masters because I think other masters haven't got into as many lost positions like me because their openings have always been better. Anyway, so around here I was thinking, okay, I'm probably lost, but I'm just going to play the moves I think are good and see how long I can survive. So he went knight takes e5 check, f takes. Okay, so yeah, he must have calculated a lot more than me around here because I was low on time here. And knight takes, I mean, I did not. Yeah, this one I Yeah, I was calculating 70 lines. Very interesting. And I thought, okay, I think I can take. Let's just go for it. Check. So I'm nearly getting mated. King d7, immediate mate. King g7. Bishop p8. Yeah, I thought he might have something else though. Like, there's many other lines here that are fascinating, but like queen f5 could be one. He could take. But yeah, this makes sense. But after queen e6, I managed to defend everything for now. And he went e takes d5. Oops, I'm showing the moves. It's probably more exciting if you can't see the moves. Yeah, so maybe I think I expected. Was I expecting something else? But if bishop h5, I guess I can take. Yeah. Too many lines to cover. But anyway, he took, because even after this, it was very interesting. Check. Hey, Chonchorizo. How's it going? Looking forward to more of your work as well. Animation god. He's a friend of mine. King h7. Okay, so he sacked a rook. Sorry, I've sort of skipped past, but there's so many interesting lines. And he definitely has enough play here. Probably I should have covered previous moves in more detail, but there's just so many lines, right? So bishop h6, g6. Yeah, I wonder where the turning point was. Sorry, I've definitely gone past it too quickly. Honestly, I wasn't really sure. Like, the only thing I could think of during the game was just surviving. So I wasn't really thinking of, is white winning here? And like, what's the best move? I was just focusing on the next move. Bishop e8 makes sense. I'm very tempted to cheat here and look at the engine, but we've done that already once this game. So one aspect was, yeah, when you're defending, yeah, and I think when you've like survived this long from bad positions, you should take more confidence because your opponent is going to be more like under pressure because they might feel like they should have won by now. And so that always works better for the defender. The longer the game goes on and there's nothing like super clear if it's winning or not, that's going to be more annoying for them. While for you, it's like, oh, I've survived this long. Like that gives you confidence. But yeah, I guess if bishop h5 or something, maybe take R9 FTBL. No, like I think I've been around 10th for the last 10 or so years. So I wouldn't say one of the best. Sure, I'm like maybe around 10th. But I wouldn't. But I feel like that is not one of the best. So yeah, around 10th. I think the rating is accurate measure of how well you're doing chess at that moment. And the last few years I haven't performed the best. So I think I'm like around 23, 60 or 70 now. I'm probably where I should be. So not as sharp as like when I was playing many tournaments before like I started full-time work. But in some ways my understanding and clarity of thought has improved for sure. So I think in future it's combining those two, like the bits I've gotten better at and also getting the bits I was better at in the past, like to what they were. Obviously that would take years of training, like years of consistent training. But no, I'm like I haven't given up on the GM dream, for example. Like I'm 34, I'm like 23, 60 FIDE. So like practically it seems like close to impossible, like just pure time commitment wise. But I think for me it's like I've made peace with the fact that maybe I won't become GM, but I'm totally fine with that. Well, in the past when I was younger, I was very angry at myself for not. Maybe I thought I was. I guess I thought I could achieve more. Right when I got IM when I was 22, and honestly, I thought it was a matter of time. But I did not have the capacity to work on my weaknesses like in a really serious way for years. I found that hard. Like obviously I tried, but not quite in the way that perhaps I should have in hindsight. Like opening is one, but more mainly the calculation and time management. You're still seeing some of it in this tournament, but so I'm making progress with them, but they do take time. And so I think sort of giving a very long answer, more than I need to, but yeah, I'm very happy with like how I am going now. And I've sort of made peace with who I am as a chess player. So I'm enjoying creating content as well. I'm not playing as much now, but I mean, I do hope to play more in the future. So that's why I'm working hard on other things now. So maybe I can play more in future again and go for improvement. But yeah, so that would be my answer. So let's see if I can maintain around 10th, because there's definitely more younger generations coming through. And, we haven't had a new like GM for a while, GM, and like 2,400 players. There haven't been any new ones for a while in the younger generation. So hoping there will be some coming through, because, it's always more interesting if there's more strong players in any tournament. And that's just at the top level. But I mean, Australia has a lot of potential. I think we've done really well considering we're very isolated. And, to go for IMGM, in the past, we've had to go to Europe, spend a lot of money, play tournaments there. While I'm so jealous of people in Europe or US, especially Europe, because you have tournaments like every month, right? That's master level. But for us, we have to travel like 2 days to get to a tournament like that. Okay, we have a few like in 1 year, but okay, it's just a few GMs that come from overseas. So like, yeah, so if you look at the top guys, like who are Australia born and bred, Anton, well, Tema's originally from Uzbekistan, but, Bobby, Justin Tan, Davis Medin, Song Guanzhou, obviously the pioneers, Ian Rogers, Dario Hansen, and Moulton. Is that all of them? Who else is the GM? Hope I didn't miss one. But yeah, it's amazing that they've achieved being in Australia. It's very disadvantaged compared to Europe or Asia or USA, for example. And where were we? So this was very interesting as well, but yeah, so like it was still crazy after this, and maybe White missed the best chances. Okay, I probably should have shown at least one clear win, but honestly, I haven't looked at this game since the tournament because, yeah, I really wanted to like look at these games on a stream rather than by myself. But okay, I mean, Australia's historically you could say, lucky country. Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. I mean, now the economy might suffer a little bit. But in terms of chess, no, I think we punch above our weight in terms of the environment we have. Yeah, I mean, there could definitely still be more done in some states and territories, and considering, yeah, and maybe, yeah, I mean, maybe the federation could be doing a bit more, but it's hard to see where to start, like in terms of junior development. But the main thing is, chess has gotten, I think it's easy to get better now, like all the online resources. But yeah, for me, I've always loved OTB. So actually, I might do another poll. This one's been up there for a while. So I'll ask if you play OTB or not. But yeah, if you only play online, like, and you might not be living in a place where there's even chess clubs, but if you're remotely interested in over the board, I would recommend not just tournaments immediately, but like going to a local chess club or playing with people in person. It's a lot more immersive. And of course, if you just want to play online for your whole life, that's totally valid as well. Just personally, as someone who's played tournament chess for most of my life, it's a very rewarding experience. Like this tournament, 9 games over 5 days, but I feel like round 1 was like weeks ago now, because the passing of time just feels different when you play like serious over the board games. Oh, what was I doing? I was doing a poll. Okay, probably not the best question, but question format, but good enough. It's like a bit caveman, but let's just go with it. Okay, so what's happening here? I'm a rook up. I've probably skipped some critical moments, but even from here it was interesting. So which page 6? Oh, okay, I probably skipped too much, but anyway, it's 9 games, so yeah, forgive me for going a bit lighter on some. G5. Yeah, even here there were some crazy lines. So obviously I need to stop the mate. So rook g6, or I played rook g6. There's also queen g6, but I think I didn't like, just d6, and his pawn can still push, the bishop's pinned, the queen's tied down. So rook g6 makes sense. d6. So like for a long time this game I was thinking a draw would be I'd be more than happy with it, but but for somehow I've survived, and I think he was getting more and more annoyed that there was no clear win. But I still had no idea who was better here because I thought I have chances of winning now, but I wasn't completely sure. So I played a4. Takes is tempting, but I felt like the two pawns were very powerful. They were still like more powerful than the bishop. So queen a4 I liked because I'm going for a perpetual, so that gives me something. Like if d7, check, check. I think he has to take the perpetual. Like here, I can take. So I was happy with the draw here. Like I could maybe go for a win here, but probably I would have just taken the draw because this is pretty risky to go for a win. Like if I miss something, I might just lose. Like f7, probably playable here. Oh, nice. Oh, R9 FTBL. I'm not sure what to call you other than just spelling out all these each letter, but oh, cool. Nice that you did well in the Doeberl, and maybe we passed by each other. Yep. So I think the good thing for chess is, so many new people have joined from online, COVID and people were looking for something to do indoors, and then Queen's Gambit. And, there's many streamers, there's YouTube channels, for example. So it's definitely very accessible, and just online tools, right? Chess.com, Lichess. It's insane what you can do, what you can get for free. Like Lichess is my favorite, just because I like the interface and how it's all free. But yeah, man, like when I was a kid, like when I was 10, back in the early 2000s, to do like tactics, had to get this software, CT Art, and then solve it on this super old laptop, which would not exist these days. And it was a lot of work just finding good exercises, and you had to purchase things. But now you have millions of puzzles just on Lichess, and there's other websites too with nice tools and resources. So I'm jealous of like juniors nowadays. It's like, oh man, it's so much. You can get so much like good training and good training materials. But okay, it's a good thing, The level of chess will go up more and more. But it is very much a thing that has changed a lot. Oh yeah, CT Art. I'm surprised it's still doing well, but it is good. Yeah, I solved so many on that software, and obviously books I always love. But nowadays, Lichess and chess.com. Yeah, just so many tools just from there, right? Okay, so I didn't want to go in for this. So queen a4. Okay, oh yeah, so that's if he played d7. I probably would have gone for the perpetual, but I think he still wanted to win, so he went queen d3. So rook's pinned, and still going for d7. But I think e4 is best. Like I haven't checked all this, but that must be the move because it's a tempo move, attacks the queen. My other pieces couldn't really do effective moves. e4, queen d5. Yeah. Oh yeah. So originally I have to show you this crazy line. Like I wanted to check this on stream because this was what I was thinking during the game. So I went queen d7, which is a good move. And I don't know if it's winning, but my first idea in the game, I was looking at e3, and there was this crazy line with 4 queens. d7. Okay, maybe there's other lines on the way, but e2, queen. Oh man, I'm finally looking at this because this was in my head during the game. So 4 queens, and black's the rook up, but white's the one who's going for checkmate. And I think white is winning this, or at least during the game. This is why I didn't go for this. So the mate threat is check and mate. And it looks like I should be able to stop that with 2 queens, but I don't think I can unless I miss something. I have no good checks. Like maybe I get a few checks, but I don't think it works. So let's say queen e8. Looks like it defends, but then white sacks 1 queen. Queen f7 check, and wins like queen. Oh, but this is check. Okay, maybe I could have done this. Oh man, I totally missed that. This is check. Wait, but maybe queen d7. Okay, yeah. Oh, for a second I thought I stuffed it up. Okay, queen d7. But during the game I saw queen f7, but I missed out this was check. Okay, so I feel like queen d7 should work. Yeah, and I don't think I've oh, what if queen this one e8? Oh, so now queen d7's covered, but queen b7. Oh no, but then there's no mate here. Oh, maybe I could have done this. check. Now I can defend this way. Oh wait, but then check. Yeah, it's crazy line. Like, so the other line is obviously much safer, but yeah, I didn't want to risk going for this, but maybe it would have worked. Yeah, so that was the most interesting lines I looked at. I remember during the game. Okay, this one I think I have to check because with 2 queens, okay, there's no way I can calculate everything. I need to check the evaluation here and cheat. King A2. Okay, let's have a look. 2.2. Okay, so it's not like clearly winning. It's just. Wait, so Queen E8. Oh, okay, he doesn't swap queens. Oh, this is insane. Yeah, right. So I missed that check. There's check. But he goes check. Yeah, this is beyond human calculation, especially at this point in the stream. I've streamed for 7 hours. Wow, bishop g7. Okay, we have to look at what happens here. Oh, he just takes the bishop. Wow. So I can't take because what? There's. I don't know why yet, but maybe. What happens if I just take? I don't know. Takes. Why can't I just take? G6 maybe? No, queen takes. Wait, oh man, rook takes G7? Okay, I just want to find. Why can't I just take the bishop? Queen H1, queen, king G8, queen D5. Oh, maybe that's it. I'm guessing it's. Oh wait, there's a mate. Oh, I totally missed this. Yeah, when there's 2 queens, it's. Oh, okay, I totally missed that. Should have found that. And then just mates because I can't go back here. Somehow I missed that. Oh, that is cool. And okay, the best move is apparently all the queens getting contact, but white wins it. Wait, no way. This is white sacks a. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Need to slow down. Oh, that. Wow. Okay, they sack 1 queen. Well, I mean, +3. It's probably enough to win. Okay, I have to take. Oh, that's great. That's insane. They sack 1 queen. They get 1 back. And then this endgame is technically winning. Okay. It's probably not that easy, but yeah, okay, white has the advantage, I guess. Like the rook is stuck and the king is more open. Okay, maybe I have some chances to draw, but yeah, okay. If the game gets to here, yeah, I think, yeah, whatever can happen. Okay, wow, this is definitely a memorable line. So, okay, so as you saw, I did not see remotely close to any of that, but that's why I went queen d7. Ooh, queen d7. It just stops the pawn, which is a lot safer. And if queen takes, I was gonna. This is what he. It's not what he played, but I can take. Yep, and the bishop's attacked. So I think I retained the rook advantage. Should be winning. So my opponent went bishop e7. So at this point, I was thinking, okay, it's probably winning. So I went e3. Yeah, the pass pawn is very fast. And so I sacked my bishop. Like I could keep the bishop, but I think it's probably, I felt like it was harder to convert, like if I lose my pass pawn rather than the bishop. So I went e3. Maybe he had improvements around here, I'm not sure, but he took. And then maybe e2 is good too, but I thought queen e6 is the cleanest. If the queen moves, I'm covering the escape square, so this would be mate. Otherwise, I'm going for e2 and e1 equals queen, and probably manage to swap queens as well when it's going to be rook versus pawns. And honestly, I thought it should be winning, but I wasn't 100% confident. Like I think it should be winning, but my opponent resigned here, which was sort of gracious, like because I guess that implies he thought I would find the best moves. But so that was probably the craziest game of the tournament. Let's have a quick look at what might happen, because I sort of want to see as well. So takes. Yeah, okay, let's probably, can I d7 first? Yeah, because after queen, I get the bishop as well. That's winning. So they might defend the pawn, but I managed to get this pawn while keeping this pawn. Oh, actually, maybe takes is even, this is even quicker. Check. And like this should be winning. I have to take and then come across with the king before the pawns can get far enough. I honestly couldn't calculate 100%. I thought it was winning, but yeah, I thought this might happen on the board. Let's say a4, I guess takes. Is it really that clear? I wasn't sure. But, or maybe I had something better, but because I have to take this first. The pawns are pretty fast, right? It's going to be close. Okay, and from the poll I did, okay, just 8 votes, but okay, most people watching have, played O2B. Yep, it makes sense from all the people who've been commenting who they are. Yeah, no, so I don't know if this is so obvious that it's winning. King G6. I guess I'm just in time as black, but I would have still had sweaty palms playing this in a game. Yeah, I think I went just in time, but really just. Like King A5. Wait, do I? Yeah. Probably if I was one tempo slower, I might not be winning, but I think I stopped the pawns. Okay, maybe I missed something on the way, but something like this is logical, I think. And then I blockade the pawns and win, or okay, but it's not so clear, right? So I thought it might be worth the opponent just playing to make sure I play accurately, but kudos to him for resigning there. And yep, so that was the game, round 7. So a very extremely lucky win. Like I was dead lost from the middle game, but somehow survived. So that's probably my best win in terms of opponent for a few years. So something to celebrate. But yeah, the opponent is obviously would be very upset at that game. But yeah, there was a lot of winning games like that is you can't say it's like sure I tried my best and that part is skill, but there are some elements which are luck, especially in time scrambles. Okay, and round 8 was against the Indian Grandmaster Mitrabha. I'll just update the text. Oops, round 8. Okay, 2 more to go. Okay, so at this point, I think he was on. What was it? I was on 5.5 out of 7. So that one I felt like made up for my sort of blunder against Kuybokarov at the end, where I lost from a potentially winning position. But after this game, I was like, okay, I think it's more than evened out. So I've been lucky this tournament. Yeah, so Satra, I'm not sure if you were meaning like that particular crazy 4 queens endgame, but yeah. Like, even masters lose from -5, -10. It does happen. But in general, like at the master level, you'd like if it's like +2 or +3, you'd want to convert that like 90 something percent of the time. Depends on the type of position, of course. It can be a crazy one where if you have to calculate like the best line to actually win, of course, that's different from an endgame with 0 issues. You're just 2 pawns up. Yeah. Okay, Mitrabha, I just remember he's played in Australia before, and he plays very practically in terms of time management, like fast. And he's often late to the game, but I don't know if that's on purpose or accidental, but I feel like it's a thing. And at the board, he sort of meditates a little bit, like he has his face in his hands, and at the start of the game, I think he just decides what to play. It's really cool. It's like something you'd see in an anime or manga. It's the way he maybe works out what is best against his opponent. I don't know how much he prepares, but yeah, he has extensive amount of knowledge of many openings. I was talking with some other players in this tournament about this. So and he ended up d5, and which is a bit annoying because I am not booked up on like the rare lines against e4 because I recently got back to e4, but I haven't had too many like training games with d5, for example. So, but of course I have experience with this over the years, but I haven't played this like over the board for many years. Could be like 10 years plus. So yeah, I play the standard stuff. I honestly didn't remember what I wanted to play like this time with e4 against this. So I have a few I've played before, so I went for bishop d2 without knowing it in too much fresh detail. Bishop g4, and I thought, okay, this makes it interesting. F3, g4. So I get nice space, and h4. Yep. So I think he should play h6, because if h5, I kick the knight away, and yeah, he can easily become a lot worse here, because just that this bishop is a potential liability, and I don't know, something like bishop c4, going for knight d5. He's behind on development. I have nice space, and the bishop, yeah, it's very ugly here. So h6 makes a bit more sense, I thought, which he played. Bishop c4. So I'm threatening knight d5, winning the queen, because it's out of squares, or I get the rook. So c6, of course. Yeah, was it here? Yeah, I played knight d5, but I think, yeah, after the game, at the closing ceremony, he asked me why I didn't just play knight h3, which the reason I didn't play this is because I thought I was getting more with knight d5, f4, but I'd missed some details. But this makes more sense because I still have this threat while I can attack this bishop with the knight that hasn't been developed yet. So it did make more sense. But yeah, I thought knight d5 was good because I thought I was getting more from this. So firstly, it's a pawn sack, but if black takes, it's very ugly. Like takes bishop d3. If he has to defend king f7, like I should have more than sufficient play. He's horrible pawn, bad development. So I expected bishop h7. I think what I missed was it here? And I went c3 first. Yeah, I was originally going to play g5. Yeah, no, that's a good way to put the Scandi. No, it's really a decent opening. Like, there's GMs who have played it as their pet line, like as their main repertoire, like Tiviakov, right? Sergey. And he has a really good score because he just knows the middle games and all the structures so well. So he beats up GMs from just Scandi, and yeah. I mean, it's sort of laughed at, like in terms of, you get the queen out, it gets chased, you waste time. But no, honestly, it's a fine opening. I guess if you only play that, it can be a bit easy to prepare for, and it is risky, but definitely a valid opening, as most openings are. So this is what I wanted to play, but so he has this tactic, bishop c2. So if I take, he wins the exchange, but I was going to do this sack of the queen, takes, like I thought I was going to do this for quite a few minutes, but then I realized he can just go queen takes f6. Like if he saves the bishop, I win because I get a queen. But he can just take, and after I get the bishop, g5 either wins the knight or rook, so I'm going to be material down. Okay, I'm going to have 3 pieces for the rook, but I don't think it's enough. Like, I think the queen is pretty healthy here. After he develops, I just couldn't see this being good for white. So I guess that's why I went for knight d5 f4, like calculating that kind of stuff, but it turned out it doesn't work. I looked at this for a little bit too, like just playing for compensation with the rook and bishop for the queen, but I just don't think it's enough, like knight d5. Yeah, like not enough of my pieces to play, so knight d7, castles, and black's probably winning objectively. Yeah. So that's why I sort of lost my advantage because I'd missed that sort of thing can happen. Maybe I was considering that here too, but it didn't work for some reason. Maybe just knight d5, I think. Yeah. Okay, and this goes for queen b3, but he stops the fork. So now I played it, but it's not as... I wasted a bit more time because I could have played this when the knight was here, the queen was still here, and I could have annoyed the bishop, got in a tempo, but I've gone like knight d5, f4, and then c3, which aren't that critical. so yeah, it was... I guess knight h3 was probably the best way to go, or it made sense. Knight d5, h5. Yeah, I thought I'd just lock this. It's a nice structure. Like long term, because every time he moves a pawn, I'll can probably make some weakness. 6, queen e2. So, you know, all these moves I was thinking a lot of things, but I'll go through them relatively quickly because this game, the second half, was interesting. Okay, castled. Knight d7. Probably black's going to castle this way because this side there's potential for an attack. Yep, rook e1 just seemed healthy because, yeah, until he castles kingside, I didn't see much point of pushing on the kingside. Knight b6. This might be a boring question to ask. Yeah, so maybe I won't. But I guess two choices were moving the bishop because I didn't want to lose my light square bishop here when black's is like super powerful. So I wanted to either go bishop here and prepare c4 maybe, but allow this bishop to live, or go bishop d3, but it gets black's nice bishop, but white also loses the maybe good bishop. Okay, this one's not bad in terms of these pawns, but yeah, I went for bishop d3. Takes. Knight takes, I didn't like knight c4, and he gets the bishop. He gets the nice bishop at the end, and I lose mine. Takes, castles. Okay, yeah, king b1. Like usually when you castle queenside, you play another move. Like in the overwhelming majority of cases, like the king's just better on b1, b8. Takes. I guess this is where there's two knights here. It's like they both want to be here. So in that sense, I think black can make sense to trade. Dvorsky calls this the superfluous knight, like where this knight is like all it's doing is wanting to come here, but there's already a knight here. So that's why it's like if it's white's move, I'd probably avoid this trade, and then this one's like very awkward because c4, and this is not in a good spot. But that's why black exchanged here. I thought I should keep the bishops on here. Like if you trade the bishops, yeah, I thought that's close to equal. I have a little bit more space, but I'm not going for too much, so this keeps more dynamic potential, I thought. Bishop c7. Queen e4, queen f6. So looks like a pretty normal position, but he's just very fast. So I was like below 20 minutes here, but he still had like 55 maybe. So it's just such a strong attribute to have, you know, like playing... You can play maybe you can play at the same level for half the game with him, but he's going to be half an hour ahead. And then in the second half of the game, you're just going to make more mistakes for sure. So, but first you do want to, I think it's the thing. It's like in chess, you can call it this way too. Like it's like speed, accuracy, and I guess, what's the best word to say it? Speed, accuracy, and like how calm you are, how relaxed you are. So first you want to be, I did a blog post, newsletter about this, but you can apply this to tactics too. So it's like, first you want to be accurate. That's the most important thing. Because if you're not seeing moves, if you're dropping pieces, you're going to lose games. So first, accuracy comes first. And then when you have two people who have the same, you know, level of tactics, calculation, the accuracy, then whoever can do the same thing faster will have an advantage. And then the third attribute is like how easily it comes to you, or like you could call it effortlessness. Because during a game, even if you're accurate and you're fast, but when it comes to, you know, time trouble or actual tournament conditions, you can get very stressed because there's so much pressure. So it's like how calm you can stay and like have this consistent level without being affected by like the pressure or the environment, like that situation. That's the third thing, but the accuracy comes first. But yeah, I'm mentioning this because yeah, he's just very fast. This Mitrabha Grandmaster. Okay, 93. So I was pretty happy around here. Like I'm in a perfect world, 95, B3, C4, Bishop C3. I just have more space. He's cramped. Yeah, potentially F4, G5. But yeah, I think just the space mostly, C4. So my plan was things like this, improve my pieces while making sure black can't break out somehow. So in a perfect world, I'd get these 4 moves, but obviously he's not going to let me do all of them. Yeah, knight f6. Well, I mean, I do know the like Portuguese Gambit line with the G4, G5 because I read Davis Merton's Scandinavian book years ago, and I know that like that's a good way to play against it to get an advantage if you mean like the pawn sack line. But yeah, okay. After e4, d5 takes knight f6, d4. I guess he can just play knight takes d5 too, and it's white has that very small plus, but yeah, I'm sure that would have been fine for him too. But yeah, that would have been a fun experiment. Okay, so yeah, nice e4. So I don't want to leave him with the good bishop, so bishop c1. On knight b6, yeah, that was interesting that he went back. Because I was happy to do this anyway, like b3, bishop b2. So I was a bit surprised for a moment. So I went b3, he went knight d5, bishop b2. So if he gives me time, yeah, c4, and then knight e5, and white should have an advantage. But yep, he's not going to let me do that so easily. He went knight f4. So again, reminds me of that round 4 against Gary Lane, maybe. It's like the quality of the minor pieces, the knight and bishop. Like here, if he manages to swap one, I feel like things get easier for him because he's a bit more cramped. So I wanted to avoid that. But yeah, his next move I did not see in advance, because otherwise I have c4, really nice space advantage. His knight's a bit awkward, nice sort of outpost. He played g6. Yeah, and this was very annoying practically because I was getting low on time as well. And I know I shouldn't be saying that every game, but yeah, against these good players, they just ask you so many difficult questions throughout the game that it's hard to play faster. I tried, of course. Okay, so firstly, it's like if c4, black can potentially just take this pawn, so I need to do something about it. But if I take, it's like black can get this outside pass pawn, which is a definite asset. So I took oh yeah, this was funny. Wait, I was thinking of a whole lot of other stuff here. So like h takes, I realized he puts this in between capture, and so I shouldn't do h takes g6. And then I was thinking of what moves. I think was it c4? I was calculating that quite a bit. And then at the end of it, I was like, okay, maybe black's fine. I think maybe I was calculating g takes h5. So then I totally forgot that I'd calculated h takes g6, bishop takes e5. Forgetting that, I didn't really like that. But I'd forgotten while calculating c4. So after takes, and then I immediately remembered, oh no, he had bishop takes e5. And it's not like this is great for black. It's just that I can't get the, just comfortable space advantage anymore. There's going to be more imbalances, and there's a chance that his knight could become very strong compared to my bishop in some cases. Okay, queen takes, check. Oh, and I was sweating so much here. Knight h3, because suddenly my rook's pinned. Knight f2 wins the rook. Knight g5 wins the rook. And I think I managed to find the way to survive. Okay, so if you guys are watching this, what would you play here as white? Man, I was sweating hard here because I thought I'd just lost an exchange for nothing. Okay, I might go get water because I drink a lot. Okay, I'll leave this for the stream. What to play? want to do in the chat as well, so it gives you something. Thanks, John. Rook e2 would, avoid the fork, but the rook is currently pinned, so we can't legally make that move, but thanks for the comment. Maybe the guys who are commenting have gone off what they're calculating now. Yeah, I just went to the bathroom for the last break as well. Yesterday night I was talking with a grandmaster who shall remain anonymous about having to go to the bathroom during the tournament games, because he said he has a very weak bladder, so he has to go a lot. So how much should I disclose of that? Anyway, it's a funny topic because, yeah, when you're low on time, you can't go to the bathroom because you lose on time. So you definitely need to become more strategic, and maybe drink a bit less water if you're in extreme case. Yeah, it is a serious issue though if you have a constant problem with that. I guess that makes you play faster, and you just have to rely on having less water in the closing stages. But yeah, by that point, that phase of the game shouldn't last too long. Okay, probably not many people at the moment, so I might just go ahead. Maybe someone's calculating. But so black's going for these knight forks, the rook's pinned. And it's very hard to avoid these, both of them. And even if you move the king, there's knight f2. But the other thing the knight's doing well here is guarding f4. So bishop c1 is what I played. So if knight f2, you can go for mate. Bishop f4. Yeah, so they'd have to play like king d7. Then check. King e8. Bishop d6 at least gets the exchange. I'm trying to remember what I was thinking around here. yeah, so that's how white gets probably at least a draw. Let's say after this you can repeat. So yeah, I was lucky I found that. Didn't have much time. So I went bishop c1, he went h5, which is also annoying. Takes, rook takes. Oh, rook f1, yeah, I was pretty happy I found that because knight f2 is still threatened, and another move is h4, getting a pass pawn. But yeah, this is the more important one. And yeah, and I just managed to survive. Like h takes, g4 takes, rook d5 would get my queen off the defense of the rook, but I managed to take the rook. So I'm hanging on by a thread so I don't lose material. He went rook h7, just can't move, that's annoying. King b2, get out of the diagonal. Takes. So yeah, f takes I can't because rook d5, and he wins the rook. Rook takes. So queen d3 was very annoying. So here I was down to increment, but I managed to find. He told me in the closing ceremony that he was surprised I managed to find. He checked with the engine; it was apparently the best moves here. Rook h1 and rook f1 was as well. So it looks like black can take on f3, but what is white's idea after f5 instead of king b2? Probably f4, huh? Oh, f4, yeah, but after rook h7 this isn't attacked anymore, so maybe rook d5 works for black after f4. Yeah, and even if oh, actually that works, doesn't it, for white? Wait, there's still f4, f5. Okay, nice. F4. So you're happy to give up this pawn. Wow, cool idea. Rook d5 I thought wins, but then f5 wins for white actually. So maybe they can take this. f5 is tempting, but probably white doesn't get more than just getting out of the pin, and black's managed to get this passer. I don't know how good it is, but okay, can't be too bad for black. Oh, but interesting idea, yeah. Did not look at that. f4, f5, thanks. I'm guessing black's a bit better here somehow. Maybe rook g8. Yep. But yeah, it's a nice idea, f4. Yeah, king b2 feels a bit ugly because it's, yeah, blocking the bishop, and king a1, it just seemed too far from the center. Oh, wait, so going back, we were here. Yep, so, yep, what's the plan if queen takes f3? This is a tactical exercise. Does black win a pawn, or does white have an idea against it after that? Yep, the main idea is bishop f4. Probably rook takes h3 first. I think if bishop f4 immediately, black can take this first. Even this is interesting, but I think black manages to defend, can probably win the queen. Otherwise, yeah, we're getting this rook. So we start with rook takes h3, and whatever black takes, this with bishop f4, and everything just works out for white. After king a3, we've blocked the checks, and black can't stop the mate. So that was a trap. Obviously, he didn't fall into it, and he has plenty of time to think. But yeah, this was the idea as white. So that's how rook h3 hangs on. So I'm still alive. Managed not to lose material. So he went queen b5. I think he Yeah, he couldn't find much else because I am threatening this, like whatever black does, these kind of tactics. So he went, okay, queen b5, avoid all these tactics against his king. And okay, I was slow on time. I couldn't really think of much else other than taking and compromise his structure a little bit. Because his knight is a bit pinned, so it's hard to evaluate actually. Like if the knight was like here, you could argue that black is better just because the structure's slightly better. But it is a bit pinned at the moment, and bishop b3, d5. Yep, so I thought this improves the structure. Like he gets rid of the double pawns, but otherwise, yeah, these are going to be stuck here, so get a bit more space. Rook h5. So, I mean, I am the one trying to draw here, I thought, because his knight can probably get out somehow. And I think just after the not losing the material in that middle game sequence, I was just happy to draw with this opponent. He's so strong. b6, yep, very patient moves. So bishop d2, yeah, I didn't want the rook swinging over to attack this pawn. Bishop d2, yep, king b7, improve the king. Yeah, I thought I should just if he exchanges pawns, then okay. I thought if I don't do that, this might be left as a weakness. He's probably gonna go for b5 anyway when I'm gonna have isolated pawns, so I might as well swap some more pawns off. Yeah, rook c1. Sorry, I missed when you said that. Oh yeah, maybe something like here, rook c1. Yeah, I'm guessing it was something like here. Yeah, I probably could have moved the rook. Not sure if, yeah, I probably don't have a... Maybe d5 I can try open up and get some checks. But yeah, I think I need to watch out for this weakness. Okay, maybe I just go back, but... And it's hard for the knight to get out still. Yeah, so maybe I'll just go here, because I think going for any more like d5 or c5, it's hoping for a bit too much. But yep, rook c1 was definitely another move I could play. Okay, a4, defend. So the knight gets out. And yeah, I felt like black is slightly better practically because his structure is just better. His pawns are together while I have isolated pawns, which can be weaknesses. And in this position, the knight can be quite annoying because it can, you know, shift from dark square to light square, attack both colors at some point. Well, for me, it's dark square. I mean, objectively, it's probably like completely equal, but I felt like I'm the one who has to manage to draw this game. He's the one pushing for a win. Oh, here, f4. Not sure if before or after king d3, but yeah, f4. It's I guess it must be after. Wait, oh, is it here? Yeah, it's very committal though. F4, knight f6. I wasn't completely sure if this is safe. Like, yeah, like he's nice. His knight can bounce around and target different pawns. Maybe it's okay, but I was a bit scared whether he exchanges or I exchange. Let's say he takes. Maybe it's holdable. I was just worried something like this, that I just have more weaknesses to cover. But maybe it was a draw. Feels like white can push. Oh wow. Am I seeing things wrong? Because I feel like black is the one who's better here with the knight. Yeah, I could be wrong. But yeah, hard to evaluate. No, you're right. I mean, the bishop can be strong in some senses, but no. Or maybe I was too worried about all sequences like this. Like, oh, the knight's probably better than the bishop. Okay, let's say bishop f4 is probably most annoying for them. I don't know, but if they just attack like one weakness, even, yeah, maybe it's just a draw. I don't see how either side can make. Oh, okay, d5. Okay, black needs to be careful, yeah, for sure. Takes. Yeah, okay, it's still can't push too hard immediately. But then maybe I go for this pawn. Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting. Maybe I was too pessimistic here, like being in the defending mindset for too long. I wasn't thinking of like going for a win from white side. I just felt like black is the one who can do that. Oh. But yeah, okay, so after your first move, f4, let's see if black has something else. Firstly, I guess knight f6 is not forced, but let's say knight f6 rook g5. Yeah, no. I did not really think of this because I thought it was too risky to commit. But yeah, I think having a look at what we just looked at, yeah, looks like white should be okay here. And probably if black plays well, white can't hope for much more than that. But yeah, maybe this was a more forcing way. So probably he would have thought about whether to allow that, and he had plenty of time. So I'm guessing he would have played like king c6 first and not allow this potential like drawing kind of thing. Nice idea. Yeah, I did not think of this. And I guess I felt like the pawn is a bit better here, like with this bishop, because they complement each other. While this, it gets completely stuck and a potential weakness. So I think I would say f4 is quite risky, just strategically to have it blocked like this. Because if knight f6, sure, maybe this is okay, but maybe knight f8, knight g6 is better, and then you're left with another weakness. Okay, it is a weakness here anyway, but yeah. So I preferred my move, which was king d3, but yeah, very interesting, f4. So he went knight f8. Yeah, so he's just trying to draw, like, it's going to be a long defense. Yeah, he committed to b5 early, so, I mean, I knew it should be a draw, but I have to be careful because my pawns are just easier to target from the black side. He's completely secure as long as he has this one defended. So, because I don't like, letting him take this one when the knight's here. I think I lose it anyway. King d3, knight d5 check. So king d3, but he didn't take. Like it could, yeah, because he takes here. I get this one. So knight d5 first. And so he like sacks a pawn, but he's definitely going to win one of these back. So it was very annoying practically to deal with this. So I went passive, but yeah, I mean, because if I lose this one, I felt like this one he can win it as well, and then he's left with a passer. So I thought, okay, I'll just defend these two pawns and try and survive. c6, c4, knight c7, gets the pawn, check. Yeah, it's quite unpleasant. Like objectively, the engine might say it's just a draw, but black can, keep pushing and prodding, make sure I don't make a mistake, because it is pretty hard to keep this like securely defended while avoiding all the tactics, because he can play this at some point when this is loose. He can push this slowly at some point. He can put the knight here forever. The rook can come behind. So unpleasant endgame. So I went for this thinking maybe I can put it here, although it probably wasn't a good idea because he always has f6 after that. Yep, so knight f5, I managed to defend with bishop e5. Yeah, Aussie for sure. No, very annoying. So I knew it should be a draw, but yeah, still very unpleasant. Like he can push for like 50 moves, make another pawn move, push another 50 moves, worst case. And so yeah, at least get his rook off. Like he can win a pawn, but that's not enough to win if you swap the rooks off. So rook h4, I managed to kick the rook away and the defense continues, but he went for knight c8 just because he has unlimited time basically to keep pressuring me. So this time he wants to go knight here and maybe here or here. 6, f5, back. Yeah, very patient, defending this in advance. Yeah, but this check is a bit annoying for him. The trap was if king d5, then check. If he goes back, I push his king back if takes. Then white has this winning tactic, rook takes f5, and bishop b3 check. But of course he's not going to avoid that, so he went king d6, king d3, and probably he should do something like check, go back here, rear out the knight here, keep annoying me. But yeah, even he lost focus for a moment. He wanted to go knight d5, but this allows bishop b4 check, so I managed to get out of the endgame torture. And yeah, so he immediately like offered his hand as a draw. Yep, master converting this. I'm guessing you mean the master is black. I think. Ooh, what percent? I wonder what the actual evaluation is. I'm not surprised if it's like 0.00. Like practically, it feels like black can just keep pushing, but no, I think in a practical game, with that one, no, I think a master has decent chances. I wonder if 50% is too high, but I really think this is very annoying to defend and to keep focused and disciplined, because black can just play forever. Put the knight here, rook this side, behind, from the front. And then like 50 moves later, play f5 or even f6. So I don't know, maybe 50% is too high, but I really think I felt extremely unpleasant defending this endgame. So, and he was very disappointed he allowed this, so he wanted to push for a bit, push for a lot longer, I think. Women's candidate, I see. I don't remember that game, but I'm not sure which recent one it is. Yep, so that was a draw in round 8. I was, yeah, very happy to survive that one, especially the end game. So after 8 games, 6 out of 8, I think I was equal 3rd or 4th. So one more game for this stream, and then I can heal my throat. So it's been close to 9 hours, 9 hours? 8 hours, yeah, since my stream started. Okay, let's go to the last one, where I played another Grandmaster, Rios Gomez from Colombia. Okay, here we go. One more game. And then who knows if I'll stream before the next tournament again, which might not even be this year. We'll see. Okay, so I'm black. So if I win, I have a decent chance of like maybe 2nd or 3rd. I was honestly happy with the draw after this. Like so far in this tournament, I was probably one of the best in the last few years, even with all the mistakes. So, mistakes are inevitable, but I think I played the kind of chess I wanted to. And yeah, so one more game. Rios, definitely not. Yeah, Motogod, yep. Yeah, I think I just didn't know this particular line, and after the game, I found where I should deviate like even earlier, because if I'd played the same thing as Mihailo in round 7, I was going to change things up, but he played something even earlier that I wasn't expecting. It's just that my repertoire wasn't good enough, like in terms of my knowledge and understanding. But yeah, because he mostly plays d4, but I did have a feeling he might play e4, seeing my like round 7 game. But yeah, I should have gone further on that, but I didn't have time to cover everything. So Rios Gomez, so his rating's gone a little bit low for a GM, but it's very tough times for masters these days. Like so many good players who are underrated, and I talked to him about this after the game, and unlike no disrespect, like he's a professional. I think he coaches now, but he went to India twice. I think he told me, or 2 tournaments or twice, and that's how you can lose a lot of points. For sure, India is a scary place. So kudos to him for going to India, because I think a lot of masters, want to avoid it because there's so many underrated players. Yep. I think in the chess, it's like what I was mentioning before. It's like your rating is going to reflect your true, I think it's an accurate thing. You should never feel entitled to a higher rating. And if you do, I mean, confidence can work in positive ways sometimes, but I just think you need to be humble in terms of where you are and what your results say. But of course, don't focus on the results. You need to think about what you should be working on. But yeah, it's like I think rating is a good reflection of your ability. So, and it's just where you've played, yeah, and what players you've played. But in the long run, it will stabilize to where it should be, is what I think. So, and if you're putting in the hard work now, but you're not seeing the results, it's like it usually comes like 6 to 12 months later rather than immediately. It's not something like you work hard for 3 months and from the next game, it's not like it's all going to come together in your chess. So, okay, so I'm playing the same thing because this tournament I just decided I'm going to stick with this and just see how it goes. Yeah, so C4. So this might be where I improve next time. No, there's not much to hide. I mean, it's not. What are the chances the next opponent's going to see this? But let's look at the database for this. So knight f6 I've sort of automatically played, but yeah, maybe some other move here. Queen c7 could be one. I'm going to look into more because I don't want to go through what I did in this game. And okay, after the game, he told me the line he played, I mean, it should be harmless. In terms of if black plays the best moves, they should be fine, but it was a bit scary, f4. So the Mihailo game, where the crazy one was, they played bishop b3, or was it f3 first? Yeah, they went for the usual setup, but yeah, I do think this is good against the hedgehog, like f4 and early b4. One's like queen d3, and white just has all the space, and if black goes for a normal hedgehog, I think white is just better with the space advantage. And as you saw in the Mihailo game, so one is to bring the king here, the other is to just gain a lot of space. I think Nigel Shaw played this against me, like the f4, b4 kind of setup in a game in Australia like 10 years ago or something as well, and I suffered there. So definitely I'll improve on this. Like this in itself, black scores fine in the database, but he prepared this pretty well, so definitely my response here was not adequate. Yoo-hoo. That doesn't sound like you, so I think I know who it is, but thanks for the comment. Yeah. Oh, I shouldn't have the engine on. What am I doing? So database, I mean, yeah, without knowing this, I wasn't completely sure if, like d6, it just felt like the passive, I'm lacking space. And from experience, I think white does pretty well when they get an early b4 and f4 against the hedgehog setup. Or at least I feel like white is comfortable there. Knight c6, I wasn't totally sure. That's the most common move in the database. I was thinking about this, but yeah, I wasn't completely sure if... but knowing how the game went, I definitely would have gone for this because the game turned out much worse. Yeah, as at least one of you has seen. So I think I was still thinking, okay, it's probably okay, but yeah, probably my judgment was not good. And I think, yeah, I don't want to give up the bishop. At first I was thinking of playing d6, but I think just long term this is comfortable for white. Like this bishop can be powerful. Black has some dark square weaknesses and more space, and I don't have too much to compensate for that. Like only if I get like a nice outpost here, but that takes a few moves, and I think white can prevent that in an effective way. But like I played this with the intention of first d6, but then I realized, oh, maybe that's not good. So then I compared that with the game, which I played this. Oh, there's been a game with this. But yeah, I mean, in hindsight, this is horrible. Like really bad development. I knew that this is risky, but I guess I just kept making the wrong 50-50 decision with this phase of the game. It's like I thought I didn't have to play like knight c6 yet. I thought bishop c5 was okay. But after bishop c5, I realized, oh, d6 I was going to play. Oh, that's pretty ugly. But I probably had to go for that. Instead, I went for bishop e7, but this is even worse because I'm just behind on development. And honestly, at first, I thought I could just play knight h6, things like castles, and it would be okay. Maybe it is okay. I don't know. But yeah, I thought I could play d6. Yeah, which is weird because I saw what he can play. And compared to that, probably knight h6 is a bit healthier. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe my decision making was frazzled at this point after the last few games. That taken that toll. Like no excuse, but that's one reason I would suggest why I was making these poor decisions in this game in the opening. So d6, I knew f5 he could play. So I played takes. If takes, I think white's idea is e6. So he sacks a pawn or 2 pawns. But I'm just so behind on development. So let's say f takes, he goes knight d4. Oh, I'm guessing this was what he was planning. And even if I defend the pawns, he just has... Yeah, white's... I don't know about winning, but it must be quite a bit better here. Because I'm very behind on development. I can like maybe just castle just in time, but then he gets the pawn back. He gets the 2 pawns back, and I think I'm just worse. So yeah, some bad decisions in this game, allowing this. So yeah, I knew this was ugly, but takes, check, king d8. So for the pawn, he has like a long-term initiative and attack because I have poor development. But this is what happened, and yeah, in hindsight, it's obvious what I should have done. But yeah, during the game, I thought, okay, I know I'm worse, but I'll try and defend this. But maybe it was a bridge too far after the Mihailo game and the last Mitrabha game as well. I was on the defense the whole time, and yeah, and only so many times can you manage to survive or survive more based on the opponent not finding the best lines of play. So he played this really well. Instead of like cashing in immediately with okay, like rook f7 and knight f6 that wins material for black because queen goes off and then there's discovered. There's little tricks like that, but obviously masters aren't going to fall for that. So he just keeps the pressure without letting me exchange too much. Knight f6, queen h3. So at this point, even if I defend the pawn, I was originally going to play queen c6, but I think c5 is strong. It was what I was worried about in the game. And white just has, an attack for such a long-term thing that, yeah, like he sacks 2 pawns, but he's going to always have so much play. And okay, he gets a pawn back here and my king's wide open. And it's very unpleasant. And bishop takes, yeah, is similar. So I went knight d7. Okay, if he takes the pawn, I at least get a tempo. Maybe I can hide the king here, even though it's not completely safe. Rook d1. Yeah, I mean, after the game, he thought I defended well here, and I mean, but it just took me so long to calculate these that these were seemed like the best chances to survive for longer. Because other moves, yeah, it's just very unpleasant. He always has things like c5 and open things up, and very hard to get counterplay from the black side. So swapping I thought would help a little bit with the pressure, and luckily he has no good discovered attacks. Okay, he played bishop f5. Good move. King e7, and he sacked a piece. Okay, knight takes. His idea is knight d5 check. So I have to take with one of these. I went bishop takes because the knight is a better shield. Like if knight takes, pawn takes, yeah, my king's more open, and he can probably get the piece back immediately. Yeah, no, not a fun game. But yeah, I mean, my opponent's just playing good moves. So I went for bishop takes. Okay, here's the big decision point. So I have a few ways to play, but my main candidate moves were knight d4. But it does allow this takes, check, and maybe rook takes f6. And queen d6 to, block the pawn, and if he takes, I just take back. So see if you can... What would you play here, knight d4 or queen d6? Rios, I think, is... I checked this before the game. I think he's like 32, maybe. So even younger than me. But yeah, I think he coaches. That's his thing. But yeah, he still plays relatively often. So yeah, some of you have, watched this for hours, and it's honestly, that's exhausting in itself as well. And making a decision here, knight d4, queen d6. But I think defense is definitely something that it's not fun to train because, normal training is like find a win, find a tactic. It's more positive, but in games, if you're playing people around your level, half the games you're going to be worse and not just better. So it is good to train this part of the game. And for calculation, it is good because if you have to calculate like a way to draw, you have to take into account their best moves, for example. So when it comes to calculation, and if you're like at least, oh, maybe there's no level, but I think it's better. Like if you're online 2000 plus, even better if you're over the board, like quite competitive, 18, 1900 plus. And endgame studies is one thing I really like, a way to train because it helps you with endgames, it helps you with calculation, and I think just general like organizing your thought process because you have to be very accurate in like calculating, looking at options for both sides. Yeah, so endgame studies, I definitely they helped me a lot with my calculation. I did a lot when I was younger, and doing some now, like not as much, but occasionally. But yeah, oof, they're just so difficult. But when it's difficult, and you can solve some of them because you don't want to make it too hard. But it means that it's good training if you can solve like maybe more than half, but like with a lot of effort, but not all of them. Oh yeah, so knight takes d5 is another option. Yeah, I should have mentioned. I didn't like that as much because I don't know, my king just felt more open with this knight gone, like after rook takes d5. But definitely worth calculating too. Oh yep. Yeah, queen d6. I guess it's one way to stop d6 check, and when they take the knight, it's just to get a pawn back. So you stay a pawn up, like maybe it's something you can give back because white's attack is going to continue, but at least you have a pawn up, so maybe you can return it in exchange for getting your king to safety later. So there's queen d6, which is like takes, and then white might keep attacking. Knight d4 is the more like concrete option. It's like, does white have a win, or do they not have enough? Is it going to be a perpetual check? It's a bit more forcing when you calculate deeper. Yep. So it's a difficult decision. How much did I think here? Takes. Oh man, yeah, I was pretty low on time, unfortunately here. So, oh, he had an hour. So with GMs, obviously I did want to do like a video post one day about the difference between IM and GMs. So one thing is obviously that in general, they're going to be better at every part of the game, just that slightly. But yeah, I think just less weaknesses. Like if there's a GM with a clear weakness, it means they are an absolute monster in like other parts of the game. Because once you get to GM, you've gotten good enough that you shouldn't have many clear weaknesses, or like not as much. Well, for IM, what I feel in my own case as well is there are some like clear weaknesses, not just like particular aspects, but like particular types of games or positions you might not be as good at. Well, like you're more inconsistent depending on the type of game. Well, I guess that's with any level. The better you are, the more types of positions you can play at a consistently higher level. Like your floor is higher and your ceiling is higher as well. But yeah, definitely GMs. And then you have people like Grishchuk who, were one of the best players in the world, but his time management is horrible. So it just blows your mind how he could get to that level while being on increment against like the top pros. But yeah, just as funny like that. Everyone's different, has their own style. Yep, so Aussie leans towards 94. Um, maybe other people are calculating 94 versus queen d6 at the moment. It's pretty tough. I'll give it 1 or 2 minutes because I feel like there might be someone calculating. If not, it's all right. I'll just move on. But yeah, so this was a big decision point. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean knight d4. The pro is that you don't give the piece back. So yeah, it's just that your king is more open, but you do retain the piece. So can you survive? Yeah. Okay, so pretty tough to calculate. I went for queen d6. After the game, he thought I should have played knight d4, but in that analysis, I forgot what I was thinking. Like I forgot to tell him what I had thought about during the game. But okay, knight d4. Let's see what would have happened. So I think white has to take. Otherwise, well, there's no other like forcing move that's looks okay. Maybe there's no, not that move, but yeah, I think other moves aren't as convincing. So takes, check. I think makes the most sense. Again, we have a 50-50. I think king d8. Well, they're both like worth calculating. That's also what was annoying because it's like it's hard to eliminate one of them. But king f8, let's say rook takes f6. There's other options too, but just to start with, check. Okay, if I go here or here, I just lose the rook. I'm down on material, king g8. So white can consider things like rook d3, rook takes d4. But honestly, it just looked very ugly at this point to allow this. White can also play rookie, maybe rookie one. Like there's just all these moves you have to calculate, and it's just very risky. Yep. So I mean, but you can't just go on vibes. So you do have to calculate. Let's say rook takes d4, going for mate kind of thing. And the annoying thing is I don't think I have a perpetual. Like I think it ends the checks, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, so there's 2 checks. I'm not sure what else black has, because h5 could be worth looking, but yeah, it's a lot to calculate. Rook f8 here, yeah, nearly works if you mean this position, but I think rook g4 check, and white gets in first. It's a nice pattern with the king stuck here. Yep, that's right. But it's not clear. Like you have to calculate out. And I mean, there's h5 here. There's check. I'm not sure, maybe they're the only moves. So there's that versus. So we haven't even like covered the concrete details of that, and then there's king d8, which okay, one is the direct takes. If takes though, I think I feel like black is okay. Because you can't take. If you go forward, there's king d6. And if you try and get a rook in, black manages to get the rook in, and it's going to be okay. Because, it's really only the queen that can do effective checks, and this is fine for black here, I think. So I think he only mentioned this in the post-mortem when we were just chatting outside the hall. But I think what I was worried about was rook c1 as an intermediate move here before taking. Yeah, I think this is what I didn't like. I couldn't calculate it fully out. But the point is, I mean, if I just go here or something, this is an improved version because the rook can get into play immediately. And if queen d7, like check, can't go here because rook c7 here. I mean, maybe I'm surviving, but this was also very scary to like contemplate because my rooks are completely out of play. I mean, this just looks winning for white. Yeah. So maybe I made the right. Oh, okay. Wait, maybe it's not over yet. Maybe I have knight takes d5. Or do I? But then check. And then maybe, yeah, white gets a check. Yeah, it just feels like it's. And I only have. White has all 3 pieces attacking, and I just don't feel like I can defend. So after rook c1, I feels lost. So maybe it was good that I didn't do this. Yeah, so there's that. There's king f8 with what we saw, and I just wasn't 100% that I would survive. Like, I miss one move and I'm just dead. So I went for queen d6. It was a difficult decision though, because I couldn't fully calculate like wins for him, and I couldn't fully calculate like how I'm defending. Okay, so takes. I'm a pawn up, but you know, if only my rooks were here and here, and my king's on g8, I'm a pawn up. But I'm not going to get to safety anytime soon. So rook a7, stop queen b7. Oh yeah, this was a really nice move. I did not see this at all. Yeah, I think I was expecting like queen g7, queen g3, bishop g5. My king should be okay here. But now, if king f7, I guess he can get the pawn back if he wants, but or maybe he just pins this and tries to get the pawn back. And once I lose one more pawn, it's in some cases I have another weakness and I'm still getting attacked, so I'm just worse. So I'd like to keep the pawn advantage, but it's very hard. So bishop d4. What move are we up to? Yeah, no, this was another tough decision. It's because he's going for takes, and then rook e1. But yeah, king f7, again, he has rook e1 probably. And I could try and get one of the rooks in, but it's like, which one do I do? Because he can still do takes. Like, let's say rook d7 takes. I can take first, but he can either take here first, and then he's got the pawn back, and my king's the one in danger, or he just oh yeah, he probably takes here first. And then I can do this with like either rook. I can do the rook here or rook here. So there's just many options to consider. And it's hard to calculate those things, you know, because it's like none of them look nice. Like you're suffering in all of them. So it's very hard to decide what to do. Oh yeah, bishop d4. Sorry, was that here? Rook e8? I think here though you might allow bishop takes e5. Oh, you're just thinking of defending after that, like king f7 maybe. Yep, because if takes here, I guess I have to run. And yep. Yeah, I'm alive. Takes, I don't know, check. Yeah, I'm hanging on. Maybe this was one way to play. Probably he doesn't want to allow takes. I feel like I should be okay with the two rooks. Huh. Yeah, this is a very good alternative. Like this is okay, this position is paradise compared to what I got in the game. So wait, what else can white do after that? Okay, rook e8, nice idea. What else can white do? Rook e8, I guess you still sidestep. Yeah, rook e8 makes sense. It just looks natural, yeah. Getting the king to like artificial castling. That looks good. With rook g7. Yep. So you're saying, let's say, take here, take, and then, oh, yep, king g8, I was worried about rook takes f6. Because otherwise, yeah, as you say, rook g7 looks good. But maybe white can take this pawn. Check here, and there's no back rank. Yeah. So, wow, but this looks like the best chance I had. Yeah, no, I didn't see this. I'm missing too many things. Yeah. Oh, I played rook d8. I think I was fixated on, you know, just exchanging pieces and at least alleviating the pressure, but rook e8 I like more than my move. Because I think white has to take. Like, rook e1's possible, but... Okay, yeah, let's look at this. Maybe this is better. I mean, maybe knight d7, but... Queen g3. Yeah, their file's open. So let's say I just evacuate or try. But then rook takes e5. Or bishop takes maybe too. Queen. Oh yeah, this is a bit unpleasant, isn't it? Wait, so maybe I need to do something else. Maybe this is more annoying than takes. Rook e1. Yep. So yeah, like and in a game, you don't have the luxury of comparing options. You have to make a decision. So it is much harder than just in an analysis mode like this. I was gonna talk about something like treating your games like it's not that competitive, but no, I don't think that's a nice way to put it. Like the fact that it is competitive, it brings motivation as well. So no, that's I was thinking of some good analogy of training and competition. But I mean, they do say you should train like you compete, and it is very hard because in a training you're just easier on yourself. Yeah, you're not gonna. Or most people aren't gonna be able to like put themselves through that really hard training that even if you need to do, like it might be for me like calculation every day. Like at the moment, obviously I'm not a full-time player and I'm not super active, but I know that if I was to focus on chess, I would do calculation exercises every day. Yeah, to start with. And not just tactical ones, but ones for help with decision making in all kinds of positions. Okay, so this is unpleasant. It's not easy to see. So the initiative should continue, but this is definitely. I mean, there's some chance of survival, of course, but yeah, I think White's still pushing for like a nice attack. King of 7 takes. You're suggesting. Oh yeah, I saw up to rook e3, but yeah, I didn't look further. Okay, another. But I think after queen takes d4, maybe. Yeah, I think White has queen e3, and this is still pinned. And after rook e3, rook e7, probably rook e1 is enough because the knight's still pinned as well. Yeah, but yeah, good attempt. Yeah, like it's just so tough finding a line that you survive, and yeah, when these pieces are so active. So yeah, rook e8. Can't remember if I thought of it, but yeah, I mean, so it's like White always manages to retain that little initiative because yeah, my king has gone walkabouts this game. What was it? Went to d8. Yeah, then back to e7, and I'm trying to hide, but there's no time. Okay, so the game was takes. He got the pawn back, but I at least managed to sort pawn pair. Oh yeah, and this was the other thing. I expected takes, like rook d7, and maybe I've survived. Like it's not so bad. I'm worse, but I'm alive. But he went queen takes, and I didn't realize he could do this. But he can get the knight back after yeah, it's pinned. Yeah, so the unpleasant saga continues. Yeah, so I guess 4 of the last 5 games, GM Kuybokarov, IM Mihailovic, GM Mitrabha, this one GM Rios Gomez. I guess I've been on the defense for at least some of the game, and it just goes to show how you need to be good at defending to. Like obviously, it's good if you can get an advantage in the opening against these guys, but obviously that's another matter. But yeah, having to defend and do it accurately without getting too low on time, it's just the skill you need to survive against these guys. So I took because everything else it's pretty unpleasant. Still rook d7, the bishop remains. I don't know, maybe queen e1 or something, going for check. He just still has the good bishop versus my knight, which is just more defensive. So I got impatient here. I went queen takes e5, but yeah, maybe rook d7 is better, but it was going to be a tough defense either way. So I took rook e1, knight e4, queen f3. Yeah, good move. Yeah, so opening wise, there's definitely some variance. Like some players are strong there, but then that might mean that, their rating is made up. At that level, of course, that's still very much some strengths and weaknesses tend to be mixed. So the ones who are quite strong opening wise, they might, for example, okay, it might be a bit of a generalization, but not be as good in end games, for example. Or if they're not, if their openings are pretty poor, there's a good chance if they're 2200 that their tactics and calculation are probably better than their peers and things like that. Yeah, the things with different countries and the chess culture and different styles is really fascinating. Australians are pretty, what's the best word? Pretty coffee house. Like we don't have a proper chess culture in terms of like the Russian school and like Dvoretsky. Like to generalize, of course, but yeah, Australia's funny one. Like some GMs suffer a lot here, maybe because they're used to the more classical play proper chess. While here it's okay, it's probably gotten a bit better just because the resources, there's so many more now. But in general, though, like Australians, we're pretty play pretty random, like coffee house, uncultured, more like dynamic play than like Soviet or like a seasoned player might do in Europe who likes positional play. Like Australia is very much more tactics and tricks, and so you definitely see some GMs do really well here because their calculation and tactics are really good and their feel for positions. While if you're more like more quiet positions, positional, don't go into concrete things unless you have to. You can easily like suffer a lot here because even against low-rated players, they're going to bring you into positions where you have to make difficult decisions and in complex positions. To generalize, yeah. And outside Australia, I mean, yeah, each country has a different type. There was a recent blog post I read by another chess blogger that summarized, China, India, Uzbekistan, Russia. What was the other one? There was one more country, but those countries pretty well, and those are interesting. And what have you found, Mortogod? You've probably played some players overseas as well, or gone overseas yourself. But yeah, so 2200s. I think you can see like if they're good at openings, it probably means they have some weaknesses in other areas, or if the openings are bad, it means they're probably strong in other areas. Yeah. Okay, so here it's very unpleasant. Started with check here, but it probably, maybe it's lost. Like, it's just a king position, king safety, which is a bit of a theme in the positions I've suffered this game. Development, being behind, and I mean, I'd be surprised if Black manages to defend this. Like, my feel was that, yeah, it's very unpleasant just because my king is not going to be completely safe anywhere. Like I can't escape so quickly. So, okay, I'm going to cheat one last time in this stream because I want to guess what the evaluation is. Okay, my assumption is that Black is suffering and can't defend so easily. So, yeah, I couldn't find a way to like avoid a pawn loss. And then it's going to be like at least, let's say 1.5 as a guess, plus 1.5. Oh, wow. King E8. That, I did not think of that. Wow, that's really cool because it's like you're going to be checked on the E file. So the last move I would think of is King E8. But wow, you just managed to defend without like allowing annoying checks. Because if your king's on D8 and then you defend with like Rook E7, then they can get behind you and probably win material. Oh man, King E8. That is a cool defense. I did not look at that at all because it just seems so counterintuitive to like go on this file when like the check's about to come. But it's the only way to like escape this way, which is a bit safer. Damn. Okay. Engines, it's not bad to use them sometimes when you have a hypothesis, but you do have to have a hypothesis. Otherwise, it's like you're just looking at the answer without asking a question. Ooh, okay, wow, King E8. That is a nice move. Yeah, no, King E8. Oh, maybe I'll give this as an exercise. It's a good one. Oh yeah, Singapore. Yeah, I think some Asian countries they are quite booked. Oh, okay. Hmm. Yeah, some kids they do structured things, but I think in general Australia the culture of like sort of like a cultures can be a bit of a polarizing word, but in terms of like knowing what is it? It's not just knowing finding exceptions to the rule, but it's more like playing moves that are obviously bad for like strong human players, but they might base it all on concrete calculation. Although you can't argue for that in terms of like nowadays, concrete calculation is just more and more important with every generation, as they say, because in the end, that's the most important thing in the position. So, but there's a fine line between, I think it's like relying on calculation and just tactical ability, um, and still doing well versus not appreciating like the understanding and the culture that you learn from historical classics and principles, and there's a fine line between those. I'm not sure if I'm putting it in the best way, but yep. Oh, like Vietnam, for example, I think my worst maybe tournament ever when I was 20, I was a FIDE master, but I went to Vietnam for one tournament, HD Bank Open, and I think I lost like 60 feet rating points. My K factor was 20, so but yeah, that was why did that? Maybe because the openings were really good. So as you can see from this game as well, like, and so my openings as an IM, it's not as good, and even before I was an IM, it was even worse. So I was punished by like booked up players who'd go into sharp lines, and I think their calculation was quite good. So yeah, so Vietnam, for example, is a bit like that. Singapore. Motogod, yeah, from the way you speak, you do sound like like your repertoire well, like in booked kind of thing. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a lot of. Yeah, if you don't mind me asking, what is your like FIDE? Because I think you compete in all these tournaments too, and that gives a bit more context for me. Yep, it's good that enjoying opening work's the main thing, and not just memorization, but yeah, actually having your own systems that you enjoy and knowing how to like expand on it with each tournament, each game from your own games and study. Okay, so I did not manage to find King E8, as we saw in the engine, like a little bit. Any other move, white is like has a substantial advantage. Wow, King E8, that is a cool move. So I missed that. Went Rook D7. Check. The problem here is white just wins a pawn basically with Queen A8, but I couldn't find anything better. Check, and so he puts it in check, and then wins a pawn, and my king's still not safe. So I've down a pawn plus white's attack continues. So I went for might as well play dynamically because there's no way to like defend this long term, because white's always going to have an initiative. In terms of they're always going to be able to make my king even more open. So I went for if this works, good. If it doesn't, well, I think I was a slow death anyway. H3. Yeah, and okay, I'm sure I have some other better moves here because takes, I couldn't completely see how white wins, so I went for it, but he saw more than me. Oh, okay, more good. Oh, you're a young player. I see. And yep, makes sense. Yeah, I know some other players who are also like 18, 1900 FIDE, but online 2400. Oh, that's encouraging. Yep. So keep doing the work you're doing, I guess, because that's going well for you. So, yep. Yeah, I mean the main thing is just playing the bigger tournaments where you're up against plenty of players who are equal or stronger than you. That's the best way to improve. So, yep, keep playing in tournaments. That's the main thing. But yep, that's good. So I guess your rating's catching up to like maybe where it should be, but yeah, of course, don't get complacent. When it's going well, especially for longer periods of time, is when you need to be most careful. Is what I've observed over my longer chess life. So when you're doing well, it feels like you're doing the right things and you just need to continue doing what you're doing. But I think it's actually when you need to be like careful and like look over the way you work on chess, how you train on chess, because when you're doing well, we're all human and we tend to just relax just that little bit, thinking, oh, it's going well, so there's no need to work harder. But I think when you're going well, in the long term, the people who do the best, I think they keep working. They work even harder when things are going well because they know that at some point, you're not going to keep gaining rating. There'll be some variance, and so it's just working hard even when things are going well. Because often it's like you do badly and then you're spurred to, oh, I don't want to lose like that again. I need to improve this weakness. But it's actually when you're doing well that it's hard to work like hard. But that's where a lot of the difference comes with the players who go on to really improve over the long term. Yep, but good job, of course, that you've been doing well, and I'm just giving a bit of a medicine in case you hadn't thought of it like that. But just take it over as an older man's wisdom. I'm not that old, but as 34, seeing the kids these days who are born in like the 2010s, I feel very old in chess terms. Yep. Oh, Ozzy, I'm not sure if you've asked. No, nothing planned. Like last year, I only played this Doeberl and another local tournament, so I'm not sure yet. But I enjoy these 9-round tournaments so much, especially now. I can stream on this channel as well. So I'd love to play another 9-round this year, but no concrete plans yet. I have many other, plans with chess, writing, making videos, etc. So yep, we'll see how this one goes. Oh yeah, and you're playing the Churchy, right? So yeah. Wait, was that you playing Churchy? The comment section over the last 8.5 hours has blurred a bit for me, but I think you said you're playing that. Oh yeah, awesome. Yeah, that should be good. So I'll look for your name. Okay, that's probably not your real name, so I'll see if I can work it out, or if you're happy to share, then I'll follow the name. But yeah. Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, I'll look for that. Yeah, no, a few people playing Doeberl said they're playing Churchy, so that should be a good one. I think lots of players. Okay, so h3. Okay, so I took the pawn because I was thinking like, okay, even if I play accurately, there's just no way to resolve this ongoing attack from white. So I just went for it. If it loses, okay, I just didn't see practically like any other way to diffuse this initiative. So I thought, okay, if he has a win, that's up to him. But at least I'm going to take a pawn back. But he did find a win, or at least I think it was pretty forced. So king d6 gets mated. So king b7, rook e8, going for, mate. And yeah, the cool geometry, it's like very symmetrical, like along this axis kind of thing. So I have to defend against queen e4, queen c8, which I don't think I can, and they're both deadly. Like I can block one, but not the other. Like rook c7, it allows check and then check, or he mates me on the a file. And if I stop e4, yeah, then this is coming, and I can't block a8, like defend a8. So yeah, very nice. I mean, the whole game was just pretty one-sided, but yeah, I guess some bad decisions in the opening. I went check, and then, wow, there was no defense here. So I went rook c7, and the game finished check. This is a nice move. So yeah, I can't go here, he takes, can't go here, he checks. So I thought, okay, might as well. It was a nice game by him, so let's end it with a checkmate. So I checkmated like in round 6, and round 9 I got checkmated. But so that was the 9 games from the Doeberl. Oh yeah, b5. Where was that? After rook. Wait, here? Or earlier? Oh, you mean instead of queen takes b2, maybe? Oh no, wait, it must be somewhere else. Yeah, no, I think it's, yeah. There's just, the rook and queen are so powerful together. So yeah, nice mate by him. What goes around comes around, so, I'll let someone else checkmate. I often do that if they play a nice game and it's like a forcing sequence, because, yeah, it's just nice to have it on the board. Yep, so that was 9 games. So, it's always hard to finish on a loss, but generally, like, content-wise of how I played, I was happy with this tournament. Last few years, I've been on a bit of a, decrease in terms of results, like rating. I mean, rating shows how you're doing relative to your, uh, expected results. So, yeah, in Doeberl, I usually do badly. I'm going to do a newsletter post on this, like, tomorrow or something. But, yeah, so this was much better than the last 5-6 years, for sure. So I think I was equal sixth out of, I don't know, 60 players. And so Mitrabha, who I drew with the previous round, he won. He won the last round. And the Colombian FM was second on tiebreak, I think. He had a great tournament. I think he scored his IM norm. And this GM I just lost to, he was equal second or third or whatever. Solid tournament by him. Yeah, he's very hard to beat. Like, preparing for him, like, as white, he's only lost like once in the last 30, 40 games or something against the 2600 GM. So I knew it was going to be tough as black, but yeah, this is a very tough game. But yeah, no, overall, I'm very happy with the tournament. So many key areas to improve you can see, but at the same time, I think I did a lot of things better than in the last few years. So consistency is still yet to come in terms of, playing like the Timur game. I still think it's my best because I was genuinely better. And okay, one move made the difference between a loss and at least a draw at the end. But yeah, very happy with that game. So it's like once you play this particular game where you feel like you played the best you have so far in particular departments, it just gives you hope that, you can become more consistent to do that. And you can think about, why did I manage that? And for me, that game, that was definitely like in the thinking process, I was often thinking of like up to three options, and then comparing them concretely and also in terms of principles. That worked well for me that game. Not to say it works every time, but for me, I think that's one thing that was a good discovery for me this tournament in terms of thinking process. Okay, and what was it? Yeah, it's a tough tournament. I think the Sydney one's starting like in a day or two, so many of the same players will be playing there. So I'll follow that. But there's nothing like playing, as you guys know. So good luck in your next tournament as well. Mortagord, whenever that is. And yeah, thanks for watching. I think you guys and some others, were here from pretty much the start. So 8.5 hours in this first stream in this channel. I'm not really planning to stream often at the moment because I want to focus on videos and, I have a full-time job and coaching, writing. But streaming I enjoy, as you can probably see. I did this for 8.5 hours just then. My throat is definitely about to die. Thanks for watching. And so, whenever I play a FIDE tournament, I'll do these recaps, but not sure where the next one is, but it was a lot of fun. But no, thanks so much to you guys, because without comments, the stream is just, me talking about my thoughts, and it's just way too solitary, So, bye, Riley, Sue. Thanks for the comments. It's probably the other person, or is it you? I don't know. But thanks. Okay, thanks for watching. Wishing you a good rest of Tuesday. Yeah, usually I'd be working, but I'm taking leave this week. After a tournament, I like having a bit of time off to recover. But thanks, Ozzy. Thanks, Mortagord, and others who are watching. Catch you next time. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. So looking forward to do it next time. See you again when I stream. Could be soon, could be in a long time. But thanks for watching, and see you soon.